risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, to another day of Voltage League. My name is Danik, and next to me we have the lovely Amguns. How are you doing today, Amguns?
It's good to be back. Monday is day for Voltage as always, and it's lovely to have you on the show, Danik. I think it's your first appearance in the group stage here on the Voltage series, so I hope you're excited.
What can I say? I took a wrong turn by myself on the Voltage cast now on a Monday evening. That's a crazy time, not gonna lie with you. But we have 4 games today, Amguns, and I would say we have a quick look before we go into the games, a quick look at the standings, what has happened so far, what is going on. It is day number 5 of the group phase, so there's a lot of games still needing to be played. But Amguns, what are the current standings?
So yeah, as you can see, GK absolutely dominating right now. They have got a very equal record with Panahone at the moment, so really tight at the top as we've got 3 teams all on 10 points each, as it's very tight at the top, and it's also very tight at the bottom. We've got multiple teams on 3 points at the bottom as well. But the main thing to talk about on this scoreboard is we've got 2 teams that have had a bit of a mishap in the previous weeks. Their game is going to be rescheduled for tomorrow. As we look at this scoreboard, it's good to keep in mind that Skopatas and Myth, that rescheduled game will be taking place tomorrow. So they'll have a chance to get themselves towards the top of that leaderboard.
As you said, and also that will mean they can catch up with the games and also potentially catch up with some points. Currently, those are the 2 teams who have only played 3 games, but I would say, Amguns, what games do we have prepared today for this beautiful crowd? It is 4 best of ones. Again, these teams are fighting for a few more points to get themselves onto the top of the leaderboard, and those are the 4 games we have today, with against Rajun, Myth Esports against Geeke, Psychopaths against Team VIP, Diavoli against Panahue, and Geeke and Panahue we saw yesterday on another league, and that was a little bit of a downer for Panahue. Hopefully they have recovered so far and are ready to take on another opponent today. But Amguns, what is your prediction for today? What are you thinking about these games? Is there any match you would want to highlight? Is there something that you want to say about these 4 games today?
But it has to be the match of the day. Has to be the match of the day, which is going to be UAIM versus Ryujin. Both of these teams have played some of the stronger teams so far here in Voltage Series. This is their chance for them to play someone of the same record as them and to bag a big 3 points in this double round robin format that we find ourselves in. Both of these teams will be thinking, this is a game that we really need to make the most of. These are big points on the line. So I'm hoping both of these teams can rise to the occasion to bag some big points and get themselves cemented in those standings just a little bit more. But all of these games, as always here in Voltage League, are going to be bangers.
Amguns, what do these points matter? What are the teams actually fighting for?
It's going to be those top 6 positions that let you go through to the next stage of the Voltage series. You have, as we've mentioned earlier, it's a double round robin format. So you play everybody twice, and then the teams that have the top 6 teams that have the most points at the end of all those 4 play days, 14 play days in total, those top 6 spots is what you're aiming to achieve.
Do you want to be in the top 6? But the real question is, at the end of the day, who will walk away with a few points, will place at the end in the top 6 when the group phase ends? And I would say, let's have a look at the prediction. What has our observer, what have we said who's going to win? Because, of course, we had to give a little bit of our opinions here, and there you can see it. We didn't get together today, did we? Feels like we're kind of fighting against each other here.
I feel like we have some very realistic predictions and some very copium-heavy predictions amongst our talent today. I think you and Rowan, doing what any sane person would do, and back in the heavyweights that we have here in the Volta series, where I think me and Unnamed Gamer, we've got some copium in our blood. We're hoping to see some upsets today. Me especially when it comes to that GK game. GK have just looked phenomenal. I want someone to upset this roster. It doesn't happen very often, but I'm praying today we see something special out of Myth.
Listen, GK, they're here to gatekeep a few teams. They're here to take away the shine and just keep on improving because they're aiming for that spot to be in the top next year. And with this, they can get a lot of plays in. But as you said, your match of today will be the first one because these two teams can get themselves at least a few points and then also prove who's the better one. But exactly this first one, why, even though I know your Lord Copium decided and you want to give those underdogs the benefit of the doubt, but what is something that you're looking forward into that team that you know they're doing good and you want to see today them doing even better?
It's that team cohesion that we see time and time again from a lot of these rosters. They've shown in previous games how well they can work with their teammates to counter what the opposition is doing. That seems to be a reoccurring theme that we've seen here in Voltage series. A team that can work together and has that chemistry with each other. The level it can put you on and the performance you can achieve from your roster when you have that in place, that's sort of the biggest theme that I want to see all of these teams coming out with today. Because all of these teams have shown in various moments how well they can play when they get it right. But the difference maker has been who can do it the most consistently. GK have shown that they, by far, as well as Panahone, that they can be incredibly consistent day to day, week in, week out. They work really, really well with each other. And I want to see the teams that are maybe not on so many points show the same talent that we know they have in their rosters.
Exactly, and I have a little bit of a surprise for you and the viewers at home. The map ban has just finished, and I would say let's have a look at the first map ban, the first best of one. Where are we heading to? And I already feel very sorry for Yamguns. There's a little bit of a trade going on that every time I'm on a cast, there's a lot of the times. One of the 3 Cs, we find ourselves on Chalet again. I don't know how you feel about this map. I know you like this map, but
I'll be honest though, guys, we've seen it so often, especially on the days that I happen to be casting. I think every Playday, every Monday so far in the group stage, we've had a Chalet game be at least one of the games of the day. And I think it's just testament to how comfortable a lot of the teams are on Chalet. However, it's a very hit or miss map is what we've seen so far. So Coppertas especially, they played GK twice in 2 different tournaments on this map and it didn't go very well for them. It's one of those maps, because it's such a frag heavy nature like it is on Border, you've really got to be on it. Your confidence has to be at 100% so you can take those gunfights, you can get the momentum early, because on a map like Chalet, the momentum can very quickly snowball into a round win, a map win, or a map loss very, very quickly, because just how fast-paced of a map it is. So it's great to watch, but it's getting a little repetitive that we keep seeing it every single week.
Well, I hate to break it to you, it will be our first game, and also the one match that you highlighted is the match of your day. Well, maybe the teams are doing you a little bit of dirty, but what can I say at the end of the day? Chalet, it is, as you said, it is a snowball system, and we're heading to the mountains. It will be snow, it will be interesting, but the real question starts with how have the teams performed so far? Let's have a look at the stats from UAIM, what they have performed so far, what the team stats are, and honestly, what is the one thing you want to highlight about this team?
We said it last week as well with UAIM, it's their really aggressive playstyle that they show us week in, week out. If we look at some of the KDs across these players, we've got Merrick and Sims dropping absolute bombs when it comes to their stats. They are responsible for getting opening picks very early for a lot of their games. But the thing that's been holding them back is converting those opening entries into round wins. So I want to see just a little bit more composure from this roster. That will let people like Siri, Leader, and Shadow sort of get more involved in the game, because they can have that reset, figure out what their key contributions are going to be to that round. So when we look at this roster, it's all about that aggression and how they can manage it and convert it into round wins. Because the kills are there. They clearly can shoot straight. And that's not what's holding this roster back at the moment.
KD is definitely there, but also one of the thing is Chalet is a map at the end of the day. It is very frag heavy. Yes, you also need to go to the side and plan and eventually do the strats, but you're very close to the opponents, and that is the one key factor about this map. So that will help them quite a lot on Chalet. But for the other team, also let's have a look on their stats, because again, at the end of the day, it's two teams fighting for a few more points. And Amgans, what do we have here?
But as you can see, Ryujin, the KDs and the stats not quite as impressive as what UAIM was showing, but that's because, in my opinion, Ryujin's coordination with each other has been phenomenal. Ryujin's also played a lot of the heavyweights in the league so far, so they've had a really tough start through this Voltage series, playing some of the stronger rosters in the competition so far. But this is the game where it can all change. This is the stat pad game, if you want to call it, where they can really show their class. They're playing a roster of an equal performance to them. And that's where Nolf, I believe he's the captain, if I'm not mistaken, he can really guide this roster into performing well and getting some solid points on the board.
Is there anything you're looking forward in both of these two teams doing, or something that they should be avoiding, especially like you've seen it now more often? Is there something that also the viewers that you're like hoping to see, or like hoping to see a difference now that another week has passed?
The biggest thing I want to see from both of these teams is make your life easy. We're playing on a map like Chalet, which doesn't have an insane amount of strategy behind it. So bring operators to support your playstyle. Obviously, UAIM, we've seen an extremely aggressive roster. They don't always bank on shields, for example. Blitz has been available in a lot of their games, and they just don't utilize an amazing operator that will really mesh with their playstyle extremely well. And we've seen glimpses of the same from Ryujin. They play a more tactical style of Siege, but sometimes the decision-making in sort of the strategies they do bring doesn't quite match their style of play, and it just makes things difficult for them. Pick the right tools for the right job, get the momentum going, and just don't make it any more difficult than it needs to be. That's one of the biggest takeaways for the games coming in today.
Also, Chalet, I think this map, again, utilizes a lot to your aggression, because you need to be very aggressive, right? But you also, at the end of the day, you also need to bring the strats at the same time. Communication will be key on this map, and let it be the aggression, the kills, the IGLing, or the flex IGLing from these two teams. It needs to be on point. As you said, you pointed out something very important when we started talking about this match. These two teams, they need these points desperately to put themselves in those top 6, because those will move on to the playoffs and then fight for those actual points, for those prize pool. So while they're in the group stage, they should be getting as many points as possible. Now, for this match, I know you've made your vote. That's all I'm saying. But what could be the one thing that if you see them doing it again, or if you don't see an improvement, it has been a week. At the end of the day, the team scrim, they improve, but what is something that UAIM, for example, and the opponent team is doing, something that where potential is to improve?
Yeah, so for UAIM, it has to be the reining in, the calculated aggression, we'll call it. GK, I have to highlight them. This is something they are phenomenal at, is converting those opening engagements. They understand when to be aggressive and then how to work with that advantage once they have it. UAIM, unfortunately for them, have pretty much been full steam ahead in every single round in the 3 weeks that we've got to watch them. It's phenomenal to watch. It's great. It's really exciting that it's, full pedal to the metal gameplay. But the problem is it bites them, because teams can adjust, and they know that when that full send does come in, as long as they've got their crossfires in place, they're ready for that aggression. It's easy enough to counter. So that's something, especially from the UAIM side, we need to see that composure coming in this game, because Ryujin have shown they do have that composure. They've shown it more often than UAIM, but I think, our game is good to go.
Game is good to go. I was about to say, not a surprise for the first game, as we're heading to the Snowy Mountain. Chalet will be our first game, and the players are getting ready. The game is starting, and let the strats and the kills be cooked. It will be icy cold outside, but Amgans, what are we expecting? I know you're hoping for this game. This is the one match of your day, but there's gotta be something that you really desperately want to see.
I just want to see both of these teams frag out against each other. It's a map that suits that kind of gameplay. I want to see trades happening left, right, and center. I want to see both of these teams, the two teams that really need these points, just absolutely going at each other's throats, because they should have the passion. If there's a game where you need to lock in, this would be that game.
Bans are slowly but steady coming in. UAIM decided to ban out the Blitz just to make sure get these shield operators out of their way. And from the side of Rujin, we get the first ban is Kate. The second one is about to come. And then from the side of UAIM, I would like to see potentially another aggressive ban being taken out just to make their life a little bit easier. Monty out of the board. Azami, a good ban for the defense. Now, the third one will come after round number 3. And I would say UAIM, they've made it very pretty much clear they do not like shields. That's a statement.
I feel like they are reflective of the wider population in Siege right now. Everybody seems to despise these operators, and for good reason as well, Dianic, right? The amount of map control you can take with these operators, pretty much uncontested, is just phenomenal. And a lot of teams, especially on Chalet, where there's not a lot of map control in the first place, because the map being of a smaller nature, you need as much control as you can have, and you need to make sure that you remove those operators that can basically counter you as a solo operator. They can command that space. So UAIM, now that these shields have been banned out, I'd like to see them flare their elbows out a bit. Try and fight for more of the map, because you know you're not going to be expecting a shield which will be able to clear you out really effectively.
I mean, there is still one more shield operator they could be using, and Blackbeard at the end of the day is still open. That's another point of aggression they could be using, but we find ourselves now in games and bars. So one of the most starting basic sides. And here again, many different takes. You could go from the upper side, you could go from the lower end, maybe open up stock with a Maverick. There's many opportunities and possibilities how they can get themselves onto this spot and close onto those positions. Rujin, they need to make sure they have those plans ready and the cams as well, because the longer they take, the more difficult it will be for them.
And a strat that's rising in popularity is going to be what Howixy is running, is the Roarer. Especially on this bar site, when we do come to execute onto that mini-execute on that library area, we can Roarer off the Mez angles as well as the box angles, so we can solo push that guy on the blue stairs. But that's why Aruni has been rising in popularity. She is an instant counter to that operator.
That's certainly true. I'm just looking at these drones. Getting all that information, making sure there's no little corner undroned. Making sure that if all the info that they need to get very close very quickly, and they already find themselves towards Yano and outside the windows just to apply a little bit more pressure. But now they need the utility. They need to make sure they get this person off the blue stairs and then to deal with every single problem following. Now, Mez and Blue Stairs will be the first two contacts. It will be the main two people they need to get out of this game. I mean, Library Box is a very dangerous position to play in. So many angles it can be watched in so little room to stay in. And we've already taken a little bit of damage here from the side of Howie, but it won't be enough yet for a kill.
And this is the hard line that the defense have set up. This is where that war of attrition is going to come in. It's attacker utility versus defender utility. Capital looking to flame some of these players out to allow the rest of his team to make some progress and take this map control that's so crucial for the execute later on.
We have a little bit of a few flashbangs coming in. C4 will find the first man. North is now gone from the border, and a very important one as well. It was the line at the end of the day. Here comes the smokes as the utility has been burned. Blue stairs will be smoked up, but not as quite as successful as we hoped. The second one with 4, but all of them for you and Rujin. So far losing 2 members and taking a lot of damage. Yes, the fire may help a little bit, but will it be enough as another person falls and a 2v5 has been established? As I say that, all left a singular man standing. Now 1v5, he may bring one down, but the C4 will end it. And with that, the first round has been decided for the defense.
And it's a great round as well for the defense. They've stood firm in their positions. They've not overpeaked. That's the biggest thing. Time and time again on a map such frag heavy as Chalet, you see the defense overcommitting, just swinging that little bit further than they need to and giving the attack an opening. Although the utility was dispensed by Raijin, UAIM was not phased. They stood firm in their positions. They understood the attack has to come to us. And as soon as the attack tried to make that happen, UAIM were waiting for them and closed out the round in a convincing fashion.
It was a very dominating round from the side of UAIM. And again, we're expecting more of these. It was the first round, very defender-sided side, also where they were heading to. That was one of the best defender-sided spots on that map. But now they're going to have to decide a second one. Kitchen and dining will be now for the second. round their choice. So here you can always argue what you prefer or not, but I'm the biggest fan of you gotta have to play this also on the top floor. You're gonna have to play this like Master Bedroom or Office Extended as well, and make sure you keep that vertical pressure, because even if you lose sight, you have a very high likability of staying alive, but just having that vertical pressure from up above. And from the looks of it, UM will exactly do that. And Region, here again, they're gonna have to find these weak spots and find a way how to deal with this.
And that's why this bomb site in particular, I think, is rising in popularity and overtaking that top floor. You basically defend it exactly the same as you would a top floor, but the additional challenge for the attackers is once they've taken that top floor, the job's not done. But look at this. Might see a pick early as Nila on the lurk. They've got full info though, and that's a freebie for Ryujin. And what a start for them.
Max.
Okay, it's a pretty good start. There is one player down from the defense. Meaning they have the man advantage now on their side, and our Region, they gotta be careful. You've gotten the first kill, you gotta relax now a little bit, get those cameras in, get that information, but also find yourself in those positions where you wanna be and open up the spots. Let it be office and in the lower end on kitchen, and work with that moving forward. Don't overextend, don't peek unnecessarily things, because now setup time. You've gotten all you need for the setup.
The biggest thing for the attack now is to get control of this vertical gameplay. The other benefit of holding this site this way is the amount of verticality you can use from above to deny the access to the site itself. That's why you see so much utility from the attack to make sure this wall gets open. Maverick doing a great job to ensure that Bandit doesn't do any funny shenanigans to stop this breach getting opened, because we need these lines of sight across office to deny the defense from using the verticality against us when we do go for the execute. I've got to say, from Ryujin, the timing is phenomenal. They're going to have about a minute left on the clock once they figure out how to clear this office position to start then working their default plant spot.
Zach, but here's the thing, they don't necessarily have to figure out how to remove the players from office. They can just go down, also go for the breach. It really depending is what is their main goal here. They really want to take the vertical pressure and then work with that, but they don't really have a bug to do so. As another person finds himself been taken out, now we're already on site. There's a kills for 1 by 1. Region is now finding themselves in the same man count as their opponents. The 3v3, the plant's going down, but vertical is not under their control. This could be a little bit risky, but the plant will be successful. Both plant now for the side of Region.
And now we find ourselves in this retake situation, 3v3 with the defense needing to get aggressive. The pressure's on them now to find this freebie and to get back onto site itself. Shadow is just not finding anything, and Ryujin playing this so patiently.
Patient is there, 24 seconds as well. Poser will find another man for his death card. And all of a sudden, Reaim just losing even more members. There's a little bit of a fight back, but it has to be an ace if he wants to make this successful. It won't be, as North takes out the last playing man from the side of UAM at the very end. Here again, a little bit too close in my opinion. I don't know how you feel about this, but could have been a little bit smoother post plant, especially how did the player from UAM get away with 4 kills in that round. That was a little bit too close for my liking.
I was going to say, Ryujin, they just claimed the space. They got themselves into sight, but once they had the sight, because they don't have that commanding control of above, they're just scared of wherever it's safe to position themselves to hold that sight and to repel the defenders as they go for that retake. Ryujin did get it over the line, ended up in a 2v1 situation in their favor, so they managed to work it out, but Ramai was the hero of the defense for that round. He found a double early to even the man count that Ryujin worked so hard to get. But Ryujin, they feel like, we're very confident in our strategies here. UAM think that's maybe a misplay from our end. We didn't have the vert maybe we needed to deny that plant straight up. You saw that C4 having to be used to make the verticality they needed to deny the plant. So I think from UAM's perspective, it was just a bit of a misplay, and we can run it back and try and get this site won so we can move on to maybe basement.
Exactly, but there's the one key thing you just mentioned. They have to use a C4 in order to make the vertical play. If you pick a site, you want to pick the right operators, potentially the right utility, the right gadgets, the right guns to play that side. And especially when you play on the top floor, you want to have a few things with shotguns. You want to either have shotguns or C4's impact, something that you could play vertical with. The enter wasn't quite possible. They had to use a viable utility in order to open up the floor and guarantee themselves a little bit of play. That's always something that I would personally like to see them change throughout the game and really put their positions, their player in the spots where they're most needed. Also late game, having a shotgun on that top floor at all time would have given them even more opportunities.
It would indeed, but speaking of the shotguns, since we're in the new season, a lot of operators have had their utility messed with. Well, mine, for example, now has the super shorty as well. So if Warden's bringing the shotgun, which he isn't, the only shotguns we've got in this roster are those secondary shotguns. And with 5 and 3 rounds respectively, it's just hard to get all of your setup done. And that's why maybe they didn't have that burst. Hopefully they've made it this time, so they're better prepared to counter Raijin's aggressive style.
Listen, all I can say, just bring your smoke, bring your mute. You always have a shotgun. And at the end, you have an SMG-11. What's a better gun than the SMG-11? Am I wrong?
I mean, the best secondary in the game, right? If there's any secondary you're going to want, it is going to be that SMG-11. Nothing comes close to it. But this time, I love what we're seeing. Cade is off the board, so we can use this Ash gadget to clear the bandits. But she hasn't actually found them. Bandits been a bit clever with the way he's positioned these. He's going to get away with tricking this as well if Ash doesn't do her job. But the deterrent is there. Ash being below has forced this bandit away from the wall. But this it feeds into that time waste. We're at minute 30 this time around compared to the minute 40, 50 mark that we saw Raijin get to the time before.
It's a very good point that you're just pointing out that the time there is way more on the side of UM now, and also the man advantage as they find themselves the first opening pick here, and it is on the side of Howie, an operator that we will need later in the round, the bees, the chaos he may have created. Now with that information there, he knows exactly he's in that corner. All he's gonna do is not find a kill, but he will move out in the last very second. Siri will find himself another kill with that. Raijin is not looking too great right now as they've lost 2 members, and look at their time is ticking away. 45 seconds.
It's just a sloppy little mistakes left and right. We had the claymores to make sure that these runouts weren't possible, but in the commotion, the defense have responded brilliantly. They understand we can't just sit back and be passive. We have to fight back. You saw Frost jumping out a trophy window, taking all that pressure away from Big Window, so that way the players on that top floor can return back to the site. But with 20 seconds on the clock, Raijin need to decide, and need to decide quickly where this execute's going to come in. They haven't got the breach here, Die. Where are they going to have to send this?
Gonna have to go through the doors for everything that is already open, as the breach is slowly being open, but the time is ticking down. They're trying to be patient, they're trying to be slow, but is that really the key here? As the trades are happening left, right, and center, but the kill feed is just sliding up blue every time. And with that, we have another defense rounds for the side of UAM. Yes, you can play it patience. Yes, you can play it slow, but sometimes you're gonna have to take that risk. You're gonna have to be fast. And Region simply lost because there wasn't enough time. And that bandit trick, as you mentioned, it took away so much time. And at the end, it really cut them off when it came to the plant.
It's the simple details that waste the time. It's Bandit putting the batteries as far away from each other as physically possible, and that way when Ash just puts that charge right in the middle, it didn't clear the bandits at all. You see both the bandits still alive when the Ash charge went off, and we had to combine that with an EMP from the Grim just to get that breach open. It should be as simple as just Ash can now see the bandit battery, shoot it off, and make sure that bandit doesn't come back. It's those small details not being as smooth as they can be that waste those crucial seconds that take away from the time you have to execute.
Number 3. Sorry, 4. God damn. Can't even count anymore. Math is not a thing for me today. Anyway,
it's not mathing.
It's not mathing today. It's not mathing for me today. Round number 4. We had an extra addition of bands coming along. Grim and a Rooney will be the additions, and I won't lie, the Grim band, yes, that operator can be quite dangerous, but he hasn't been too much of an impact for my liking, especially when it also comes to Rooney. Considering they want to use Aurora, that's a good band, but other than that, Rooney wasn't as powerful as hoped. I do have seen more or other operators more powerful, especially like a Warden on this map, or like a Womai can be so dangerous because it wastes a lot of time. They decided to, I don't know, how do you feel about these two bands?
Rooney wasn't really the crucial factor for why this push failed last time around. If we think back to last time UAM were defending Bar, the reason they were so comfortable sitting in and around their key positions around that library area is there was no ghost pressure or pressure applied from the library side itself. Generally speaking, when you attack this library position, you need to rotate somebody over to at least open the barricades or to hold some lines of sight over towards into library itself, so that way when the push does come in from the opposite side, you're squashing the defense into those chokeholds that force mistakes out. UAM, they didn't find any pressure on library itself, so that chokehold wasn't there. So Raijin coming out with the Rooney ban, I can see the intent, to get more value out of something like Aurora. But if we look at the lineup this time around, there's no Aurora in this lineup.
There's no Aurora at all, so that really potentially is just to not use gadgets like Capital gadgets or flashbangs or Ying Candelas, but there again, if you want an intent to play Capital, Ying and Glass, you might want to just ban out a Warden or a Mind, and an operator that's like perfectly countering or just wasting your time. Especially a Warden on this map is so powerful, and I love to see the fact that he's in the game, and I feel that Warden and Womai, especially in this round, will be one of the two key factor operators why this attack might go really long or fail at the end.
As you can see from this overhead cam, this is the default way to set up this library hold. You've got one in box, one on blue stairs, and one playing mez. That three-way crossfire is what Raijin need to navigate their way around. Whether that's going to be through the Candelas, the smokes, or just straight up gunfights, that's the problem they need to solve. Warden being the key operator here. His mez position, he negates all of that utility I just mentioned to maintain that crossfire when all of the utility comes in fast.
First kill happened, and the man advantage been established for region as they now just swift their attack and go down for the main side onto bar. Found himself already in kitchen, also in closet, trying to push on quicker. The light and the screen is going all white, but look at the kill feed. The only color that I see is blue, and again just blue. A 3v2 has been established, and all of a sudden Howie finds himself also being taken out. One player is left. North all up to you in a 1v2, now in a 1v1. And 35 seconds, you're gonna find that last kill, but he's on those stairs. If the communication has been clear, you know exactly his position, you find yourself in a better spot. You are on side and you have the diffuser, you have the time. Unfortunately, no more drone alive that could help you. The plan's trying to go down. You're gonna have to take that sound. 15 seconds. Information is there. You know what side he's coming from. Doing a little bit of damage. Not quite enough, but it won't be. Look at it. Yet again, you aim getting these kills, but in the very end, it was a 1v1. But how did it get to that 1v1? Throughout a 1v3. So Raijun, they execute, even though it worked out till a plant. Something happened.
This is the chaos of Chalet, Dianic. It's an absolute bloodbath as Raijin have just decided, stop the top floor, we're just going to try and hit this site direct. You've got all these people above, doesn't make a difference. We're just going to walk in and take these gunfights. And fortunately for UAIM, they were in the right positions. Their anchors didn't falter, but then Nolf came in with that backstab to clean up too, but wasn't able to win out the 1v1. But I like the aggression that Raijin is showing. They understood that we don't have the same operators to hit that library take like we did before. Let's try and take the path of least resistance. However, that didn't turn out to be the path of least resistance, as the UAIM players good and ready for that site hit to come in, and they're just banking on their utility. Those Ying Candelas used really early, but the areas they flashed weren't really those key defensive positions. We didn't see any really go into bar or into the stock areas where the most likely positions are for the defenders. For Raijin right now, it's just that misplay of utility. It's fine margins. We've just got to get these bits of utility on the right players to cause them to get uncomfortable and then start to force mistakes out of UAIM. Because currently UAIM, they're just playing their strategy. They're sticking to their same defensive positions and not really being forced out of them.
Here's the thing, if you don't really have a team that's exactly doing that, forcing out of this position, putting you in an uncomfortable stop, then you can just always run the same as you ran before. So right now you don't really have to worry about anything. The only thing that they will have to worry once they get on the attack, can they play just as good as they're playing on the defense right now? Or Region then find these weak spots and make sure they will be eliminated. Now, we find themselves again in another round of the attack, but this time we are on the top floor, so we will need to make sure that we get ourselves into that bomb so that we take out Tubarao, because he is in one of the most dangerous spots onto that half wall. He needs to be gone very early.
Before we even get there, there's an extension out towards this library side that also needs to be dealt with. We've seen time and time again these long angles. The attack just forgets about them. It's very easy to overextend because of these long angles. But again, now that we're in this new patch of CJX, all the defenders have now lost their ACOG. So do you still want to be challenging these powerful DMRs, ACOGs that the attack has on these long lines of sight when you only have your 1x sights left?
I'm sticking down here again. Look at this. Region taking it slow, but so far I don't really see them on the map. They might be taking the control from the other side, but they haven't gone too far yet. They don't really have too much under their control. They may have trophy, but other than that, nothing else is under their control, and that is a little bit worrying because look at the time. Second half of the game, second half of this round is now starting.
And so it's
far,
the pivot.
the control, exactly, like the controller isn't there yet for the minute that is in the round.
And it's because Raiju have pivoted. They were clearly going for a library take, and they've understood we just don't have the tools to deal with this setup. Let's see if we can rotate and catch UAIM off guard. Warden seeing so much activity on this side of the map should be a bit of a giveaway that this pivot has come in. The runouts not really going to find anything, but again, with a minute left, do we have enough time left on the clock to work this side of the map? Warden's just posted up in the bathtub with a couple of ADSs. They're looking to nade this position out, but it seems like they finally got themselves up into solar. Now, how do we get ourselves into sight with the utility we have left?
How do you get yourself into sight? You're gonna have to make some kills. You're gonna take these gunfights. Warden in a very cheeky spot right there. Seer will find himself the first and the second kill as well. Now, 2 players from region gone. The time is ticking. All that UM needs to do is just shoot a straight line. Shoot through the aims that they have. Shoot through the crossfires they have, but it will just work out. Another 2 players fall. Last man standing on the outside windows. I mean, eventually people may run out trying to get this kill, but Region, they kind of just hurt themselves. They shot themselves in the leg by just not playing the time, but they were just so slow in their attack. And that time could have been so valuable on taking these kills, taking that spot. Utility usage, again, used in the wrong spot or not broad enough to specifically take a spot. Right now, I would love to see from Region to make a strat and stick to it no matter what happens, to bring the utility to make it happen.
They had some utility to deal with that defensive utility as well. The great example was the nades on the Deimos. They've spotted this shield out, but the problem is they're not anticipating the defense to be protecting that utility. They're just not using their utility in the right order to achieve the goals they want. We saw Maverick flash in to try and burn those ADSs, but the problem is we're using them after we've used the nades. We don't have anything left to clear the shield because we're doing it in the wrong order. For all of you watching at home, we've got to be burning the ADSs first and then sending the nades out. It's really clever positioning coming in from UAIM, as that's the key thing from them. They can just sit in these powerful positions because Raijin, they're just not placing their utility correctly. The plan was good, in my opinion, to switch to avoid all of that library utility and the setup on that side of the map. But if we're going to take this long to figure out what we want to do, the execution has to be on point. And unfortunately for Raijin, it's just not there at the moment.
Here's the thing. One little small detail about this map, it is completely okay if you happen to be in a 4v2. Currently they find themselves in a 4v1, so if they can just get this one singular round of the attack, they've already done it once. Just need to do it again, bring themselves on that 4v2, and once they do that, they're completely fine for the defense when the wall swap comes in and UM finds themselves on the attack. But once this hits a 5-1, it is a nearly unrecoverable state for them, and then it will be tough because that would mean a singular victory for UM away to be on that match point 2 away from the victory. So that's the one key thing they need to focus on right now. Ignore the rest of the game, what will happen. Step by step is the victory lead. So they need this to happen perfectly and to get this victory in this round.
They do indeed. And if you look at the operators brought by the defense on UAIM, the biggest operator, the most troublesome operator to deal with is going to be that Mira. She's such a behemoth of an operator. And if we look at the lineup that Raijin are bringing, the only real counter we have to it is going to be that Twitch. When you compare it to things like the Ashe or the Kali, it's a bit more of a risky operator to bring the Twitch. Could be a bit of a comfort pick because we get a lot of utility out of the Twitch. We can counter the Goyos as well. But are we going to have enough time to be able to deal with this operator and have enough time left to go for our execute?
The thing is, like, yes, that might be one of the difficult and most important operators to take out, but there is still 5 other players. Well, with that, this will be only 4 because we've already lost 1 player from UM, so that's a good start for Raijin here. It is a good start into this round, but they need more of this. They need 1 more kill to be really good into that man advantage. Howie beautifully will take out another player, and with that, the 3v5 is there.
And they're looking to get aggressive. They've got full info here on the Goyo. They've snuck a drone into that drone hole. But this is Raijin at their finest. Getting aggressive early, using the Deimos especially. He was the great success when they won their first attack as well. So great to see that they're going back to their roots a little bit, trying to punish this aggression, as Neos is going to find one as well. Siri trying to go aggressive, even up that man count. And this is the Raijin we wanted to see.
Exactly. The one key factor now is don't give them too many 1v1s. Try to make sure that there's always a trade. You may win that 1v1, but if you lose it, you'll leave your team one man down, and slowly but steady they could recover. So that's the key point here. So another 1v1 is happening. Exactly, that's happened. Now we've lost the 1v1 from how we find ourselves in a 2v4 now for Raijin. Make sure every gunfight you take, you have a man behind your back. You have somebody who's backing you up, who's ready to take the gunfight with you, because the more you give them 1v1s, more likely they are to come back and potentially fight you head on in the 2v2.
This will be the confidence killer as well if Raijin can't convert this round. You nailed it on the head, Dianix. You need to have that buddy system. Stay next to your teammates, trade the kills out, and this round is yours. However, looking at the top right, there's only 2 drones left for the side of Raijin. So they've got to make sure they go in together and they're not giving up easy fights as the site execute's about to come in.
Another player loses his life. We do find a few of these trades. 1v3 has been established, and this is exactly what we're talking about. He finds himself in a really tricky spot. Can't really do too much. There's 3 players he's gonna have to take out, and 3 he's gonna have to fight against. Beautiful kill comes through, and with that, the 4v2 has been established. Raijin, again, it has been a little bit of a rocky start into the attack, but now the good old savior defense comes in, where they will have a hidden 6th operator fighting for them the time. Well, it's not a 6th operator, but you get what I mean.
We do indeed, as this is now Raijin's chance to set the pace. They're down by 2, but now they're on the defense. They can dictate what the attacking side needs to respond to. It's in their court to make sure their setups are sound. They are playing the crossfires well to repel UAIM, because this round, as we said earlier, it can snowball very quickly into becoming 4-4, 4-3, 4-4, and just like that, you're back in the game. So we need a couple of really solid defenses coming out from Raijin here to get some momentum and build themselves this comeback.
I'm against 4v2. Be honest. I'm going to throw you under the bus. I hate to break this to you, man. I do this quite a lot, but who's going to win this? Go on.
I can't call it. I can't call it. My prediction was on UAIM to win, so that looks like it's going to come true so far. But as we just spoke about, it can switch so quickly on a map that is such a frag-heavy nature. Right now, UAIM have been showing us that they can shoot straighter. Sorry, UAIM have been showing us that they can shoot straighter. But now that Raijin get that defensive path and they get to sort of control the pace of the game, maybe this is their time to shine and make that reverse sweep as we find ourselves 4-2.
It's the thing, they only need 2 rounds, right? To then be head-on with their opponents and then be potentially the first one to go to the match point. So 2 rounds is not the biggest deal, and that is the thing that I was talking about. The 4v2 completely fine, especially when you go in and start as an attack and maybe the attacks aren't working too great and you gotta warm up your team and bring that communication on point. 2 rounds to then just win in the defense, completely fine and very much possible. The only issue that I see here, and the only, the one thing that makes my legs shake as well a little bit is that Blackbeard right there, because he can be so dangerous, especially because of Fisher with his gun and the quick pace that he can take this spot, because oh god.
Someone didn't read the patch notes.
Gone.
If you weren't aware, that's one of the nerves that came into Blackbeard this season.
Yep.
He can no longer full send himself through the windows as Tim's luckily not in a clutch situation. He's found out with time on the clock that he can't do that no more. But that's one of those factors that used to let him be such a demon to mess with. He would be in your face before you know it. So I'm not sure how much the nerf or how much it's really going to affect his pick rate, but that's no longer a feature you have available to him. But Sims, he's been looking to take such good map control with this shield available. Raijin, they had the same operator available, but didn't really choose to utilize it.
Don't worry, a window may stop the train, but a wall ain't. That's the thing. Blackbeard finds himself now in office already, trying to take a little bit of more space, just create a little bit of chaos with the communication. Blackbeard's always a terrifying operator to go against, and here again, you just saw it. A window, a barricade will stop him, but a wall, no. So,
no problem.
No problem, absolutely. Maybe we just have paper walls here on Chalet.
Yeah, demolition crew when it comes to walls, but can't take out the barricade. But it's going to be down to UA now to bulldoze their way through this top floor setup. Almost an exact carbon copy of what Ryujin were having to go against. They've chosen to opt for the same positions, and you see by the lineup, it's all about the stall game. The smoke's coming out early to burn down the time. They've got Malusis as well to stop the momentum and to repel this attack. So they've got noise and info to swing off, because this all comes down to the gunfights as Blackbeard just sneaking his way up.
Trying to sneak his way out. The smoke will come through. He'll take a little bit of damage, and the friendly will take away his sight, but he won't be in any danger. He will find himself the first opening pick north. Our smoke will lose his life. Now, this strat from the side of region is really heavily depending on them not pushing that side, but they've lost that control up above. Howie will do a little bit of revenge and takes Theory back and take him away with a C4. They may have gotten the control from up above, but now they need to make sure they get on side, and that will be an even tougher one because these very gadgets, they will be diabolical. They will lose their sight, and on top of that, no smokes will help them. All they gotta do is remove that black bit, and it will look good for Ryujin.
These vertical angles being held as the clock ticks down with 20 seconds left to go. MK's poised, just waiting for this flank opportunity as this execute comes in. UA very undecisive in how they want to hit this. Not a lot of time left on the clock. Blackbeard just walked his way in as a kill falls against them. The kit's going down. Is the cover there with 3 seconds left on the clock? As it doesn't seem like it is, as the defense closing it out as the kill feed's all orange. What a retake coming in for the side of Ryujin.
False sense of security, as we like to say. He may have walked on site, but even a shield can't save you from every single angle. There was too much and too many angles he was exposed to. A false sense of security, as we like to say it. And unfortunately, UM have perfectly walked into the trap of their opponents. Now, one of the 2 rounds they need in order to be head-to-head again with their opponents has now been taken. Now we go to the second side, and as already mentioned, bar and gaming is the strong side for the defense. And there's one thing I like about this map, and I want to hear your opinion about this. I believe Chalet is really one of the few maps you can play every single site on, and it's just pure based of like whatever, like of confidence.
It is exactly that. I think it's the only map that we see where all 4 maps have been played. Like Labs, as much as I love that map, we barely see Kitchen being played. Even in Pro League, we've seen Falcons and BDS try and play that Kitchen site and just not had any success with it. I'm pretty sure, Diana, as you just said, this is the only map that we've seen all 4 sites played with success at all levels of the game as well. And that's something you can take to your ranked games near you soon. Throw a curveball into the mix. Go to one of the sites that aren't seen very often because they are all viable. This game has been an example of that. We've seen all 4 sites be played so far. But I just want to highlight the composure that came out from Ryujin in that last round. It's a big round, half the deficit. When you go 3 rounds down, that's where it really becomes tough to get back into the game. So for Ryujin to stay composed, to understand that when one player goes to put the kit down, we have the man advantage, and that's when we need to get aggressive, is phenomenal work from them, as they are making the most use of their defensive half so far.
Oh, not a great pick there. Unfortunately, it isn't for the defense, it is more for the attack. We've lost our Valkyrie with that a C4 as well, but at least Valkyrie can now do what her is meant to. Be on the camp, stay on the camps, give your teammates and your team the information that they need in order to defend of this attack. So, it might have been a kill, but potentially it may be also buff depending on the communication that Valkyrie's about to bring on the board.
And UA very clearly looking to go for a default take here. They've got the glass for the cover when they can get these breaches open. They've got the IQ on Sims to guarantee they can find out what's on the wall and hopefully deal with it as well. They can nade over the breach with the Deimos to clear any wall denial there, but Ryujin opting not really to contest these walls. They've been able to get open as UA wanted, and now they can start knocking on the door on this top floor and potentially go for that execute later on.
Not only are they knocking on the door, Spare Radio already shooting. Marek is gonna find himself another kill, and with that region, and find himself again in a little bit of a pickle here. Losing members left, right, and center. Marek now with the triple potential, with a quad here and also on the board. Beautiful. Now who's gonna give him the ace? So he's just gonna be taking out North. Oh, beautiful flick right there. They've not seen an opponent is on those stairs. The Deimos track is coming through. Look at all these 4 players just trying to move and find that kill. North will find Marek. of that. The ace may have been denied, but this round is definitely screaming. You aim and it will so be.
You aim following the golden rule of Siege. If someone's on for the ace, you've got to make sure you bait for him, as Deimos unable to confirm his 5th of the round. But you aim is credit to them for punishing the early aggression that Raijin was showing us. Raijin wanted to get in the face of their opponents to sort of maintain that map control we spoke about earlier, but UM were ready for it. They had people together. The intel was in the right place to be able to counter that aggression, and that's what's given them this 2-round buffer. Raijin, they halved it once before. They need to halve it again in this round, as otherwise UM claiming match point here is going to be a real challenge for Raijin to battle their way back in, as they need to be flawless for 3 rounds if they lose this round here.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing on the defensive side? 3 C4s, 2 bulletproof cameras. Now, I will make a little bit of a bet right here. We will at least see 1 C4 kill. If not, I'll buy you.
I think you should buy everyone that's watching a drink in Munich.
No, whoa, relax. But like, I ain't that rich. I ain't that rich. Number one, okay, whoa. But I'm gonna make a bet with you. I will say we'll at least get 1 C4 kill for the 3 C4s that we have. And I'll buy, if I lose, I'll buy you a beverage at Munich.
And if you win, I will buy you a beverage. I think it's only fair. So if we see
how many C4 kills are you guessing?
Activating camera.
I'd like to see at least 2. If the bulletproof information is being brought, so we have info on the plant, we should see at least 2. If we can keep ourselves alive, that's going to be the main thing.
But not only do we have bulletproof cameras, we also have Valkyrie cameras. So there's a lot of information potentially on the top floor where they could be using these C4s. So you say 2, I say 1. Now, for the chat, the deal has been made. There has been a visual handshake between me and Amgens. But if there's 0, then we both lost and we gotta buy each other a beverage, right?
I think that's only fair. Only fair, that's the way it has to work out. But surely, if we're bringing this many C4s, we understand that we want the opponents to almost plant. We want to make sure that we're wasting the time. But Raijin, they don't care. They're going to extend towards this top floor. A lovely crossfire being held as they counter the gridlock as this lobby push starts to come in.
There's one player trying to hunt down all the way on the top floor. Valkyrie doing a great job just trying to deny that, but the trade will be there immediately. We're back down to a 4v4. It has wasted down a little bit of time, but not too much. And look at it, the C4 has already been taken out. Now the real question is, can he get that kill? The drone is now also dropping down, trying to find a player, but the Mute Chemos will do a great job of denying his position. He has the support from his team, and he's just gotta make sure he stays away from these line of sights, because you may not know, but these opponents are already very close on fireplace on the first floor. Kitchen will be the next destination.
You aim making sure they've got redundancies in their operator. If they lose one, they have another operator that can do the same job. Ram is the only vertical operator in the lineup. However, if the Ram was lost, they still got the Gridlock, Pocket Shotgun, and the Deimos pistol to be able to carry this vert out. Double hard breach as well, making it easy to get everything open. But this Valkyrie cam could be crucial. So much information is going to be able to be given off of this, and that's why they're able to challenge Sims on this vertical gameplay. And look how far back the defense has been pushed due to this vertical gameplay.
Vertical gameplay on this side is diabolical. It's so much, it's so big in this. Every position is being denied where the defender can play in, and that is the key point of doing that. So not as the main bridge on Snowmobile also is being opened, even less space and even more things they're gonna have to worry about, and that is the danger. Now 30 seconds left into this game, but slowly but steady you and they need to go in as the plan's happening on side. Vision has been denied, the kill has happened as well. Back down to the advantage from the side of Region, but the kills have been going down for the side of Region even there. But the one thing that has happened is the plant was successful, and now we find ourselves in a post plant for the attack.
And Goyo is going to get his head taken clean off, and just like that, we're in a 2v2. The one tap's coming in. Kay's not been able to find anything as Valkyrie trying to juggle these two different gunfights. They're caught between a rock and a hard place, but Nolf's going to find one outside the breach. The jiggle comes in, the defuse as well, and the nitro, will it be? It will indeed, as your bet will come true as Pozo. A great use of utility there, as what a retake coming in for the side of Raijin.
It was a great retake here again. You gotta keep it calm, and this is exactly what they did. One step closer to that neutral scoreline, but their opponents, and there has been a little bit of a trend. Once they lose a round, they give the opponents the other round. And here again, every time, I do fear that Ryuem might succeed here to a match point, and then find himself very close to that victory. But it is the third round for the side of Region here on their defense, so another set of bans are coming in. Brava and Kai, so they just wanna
as well.
They just wanna 100% make sure that Brava is not being picked, also utilizing and taking so many gadgets onto their side, aka Valkyrie cameras. Valkyrie's been played a ton of times from the side of Region, so they just want to make sure our cams stay ours, unless Dokebi is being picked. And our gadgets, say, let it be Womai, let it be Arun, let it be Fenrir, any sorts of gadgets will stay theirs and won't be retaken by their opponents. And that can be quite viable. And from UM, just focus their attention on Kaid. Considering I didn't felt like Kaid was really an issue. Like it did feel like UM had always an answer against the Kaid. It didn't feel like the main issue where potentially stoling or other trouble came from.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see the Cade ban coming out from the side of UAIM, but I have to come back to this. I think you created a new team there, didn't you? You've combined the two teams into what could be a superpower roster, but we have to see which of these teams can edge this out. As right now, Ryujin, they're taking full advantage of that Brava being banned. You can see the Fenrir and the Melusi being brought out, which are key bits of utility that can stall out an attack and give you the edge in those gunfights that they so desperately need to start winning. Ryujin, the pattern has been so far, this two-round buffer has been maintained by UAIM, and this is Ryujin's key chance to break that pattern. As the wallbang coming in, almost finding one, as Melusi lucky to get away with one there, as Ryujin needs to keep as many bodies alive to force that time scramble out of UAIM.
Doing a little bit of damage, not quite yet enough for a kill. The man adventures isn't given yet to a team. Both teams are on 5, but the time is just ticking. Not too much has happened. It's a little bit of an engage, but other than that, the teams are waiting, trying to get a little bit of information to figure out what the strats are, what they have to do. For UM, it will just be the same as before. It is games, and that is the struggle that I see here. It's a very powerful side for the defense. They're gonna have to be quick here and really figure out that weakness spot, or otherwise this will likely go to the defensive.
Look at the lineup being brought from UAIM. They've brought a real funky lineup that's a bit unconventional for hitting this top floor. I think UAIM, to close this game out, they're going for all these comfort picks. They've picked operators that I think will provide more utility than your traditional, hard breach and a couple of flag operators. They've gone for the full kitchen sink loadout. They've got 4 nades, a couple of flashbangs, and the Capital Fire to be able to deal with these key positions. And just like we said to Ryujin, they need to place it well to make the defense uncomfortable and get control where they want to command it.
Exactly, but look at the time on guns. 1:15 left and not a singular kill has happened. There's still a lot of control from Ryujin here on the top floor, but also on these stairs. They're just trying to make sure that still a lot of control stays on their side. They may have pushed out a few players out of their positions, but can't really do too much with what they've gained so far.
But the good thing for them is that UAIM have given this up, or sorry, have taken this space with a lot of utility left. A lot of the time that we see this take come in, we have nothing left. No drones, nothing to throw. But this time around, UAIM nearly have their full artillery available to them to be able to hit this site. We need to make sure that we don't wind this clock down too much, because that's when that Fenrir and those Melusis are going to become crucial for the defense. We've still got 2 nades, the flashbangs, and the 4 smokes between the Twitch and the Capital to sort of make this execute work. We just need to commit to where it's going to be and place the utility accordingly.
Exactly, commitment is a very good word, because they need to commit now. 15 seconds left on the board and we're just now walking on side. We need to get these kills beneath our claws and onto our favor. Howie with the double kill coming in. Beautiful kills, 4 more to follow. 2v5, plant may be going down, but so little cover, so little things that we can do, because we've lost our members in trying to set up this execute within 15 seconds. And you said it, they need to commit, they need to make sure that they go in and don't let the clock tick down. And with that, Well, time. Yeah, again, a big factor. And Raijin finding himself on the equalizing round point.
And they've finally broken that pattern that we've seen. They've got themselves equal, and now the pressure's on UAIM. You had a 2-round convincing lead at the half that's now been worn away by Raijin to tie things up. And Raijin, I loved what I saw from them. They've gone back to basics. Don't give up any bodies. Make it as difficult as possible for UAIM to get anything happening. And unfortunately, even though they had all of that utility, Raijin were just better prepared to deal with it. And that operator we highlighted earlier, Dianic, the Warden being crucial. We saw Howie on the Warden find 2 as the execute came in, all that utility being thrown. He just negates so much of it with his ability.
Just like, he can just look through it. Let it be flashbangs, let it be smokes. He can just whatever he wants. Once those goggles are activated, he will just look through and whatever he likes. Nobody really there to stop him besides a glass, a potential Ying, but those aren't really picked. So here's the thing again, Warden really good on this map because there's so much you can smoke off, so much you can do with utility. And either you ban him out or you try to keep him in mind that he's still open. See, that's what I believe. That Kaid ban wasn't as crucial. They could have picked somebody else like a Warden, like a Fenrir, like other operators like a Gore that region have been playing over and over again, have been consistently an issue to deal with. That Kaid does feel a little bit for me like a throwover.
And these are where everybody watching at home takes a note. This is how Warden's supposed to be used. We don't want to see Warden mains, running off in the first 30 seconds and getting their heads taken off. Look how well of an operator he can be used. It's a bit of a meme, right? I think in the community, it's very rare that we see actual value being used out of this operator. A lot of Warden players just forgetting they even have the goggles. I've seen so many just tank flashbang to the face without turning it on. But this game is such an example of how powerful different operators can be when used in the right situations. But IQ's knocking on the door to the site already here, Diana.
She's just ready to go in and there's nobody really anyone to stop her. She's just walked in. Nobody really saw her. The only thing that has been given a little bit of her position is the vertical plate, doing a little bit of damage. You gotta find cover and run outside. Oh, you better run outside. But there's one thing that I feared. There was a Goa charge beneath her feet. She just took the curve, by the way. So even though she was on site, there's nothing she really was able to do. So he just walked on site, but for what cause? Losing a lot of HP and doing basically nothing.
No. Nyon, nothing really achieved out of this play, and it's a really hit or miss strategy. You try and find that opening, but Raijin were waiting for it, highlighting the point we made early beautifully of how important that vertical gameplay is. The only spot you can't see is nowhere. Everywhere of this site can be covered from above, and that's why Glaz working so hard to take this space.
He's ready for that C4. As soon as that castle barricade folds, he will make it his. As the Glass walks inside, unfortunately didn't see the bandit laying down because of the desk. Now he will find himself a kill. It is a 4v4 at the end of the day. Nothing has been decided yet, but the one thing that I've noticed yet again, we find ourselves with the time ticking down. 50 seconds on the board left, and UAIM, they need to hurry up.
They do indeed. They need to get that main breach open. They need to start looking to go for this default plant. However, Glaz is their main cover, but it doesn't matter. Sirius just found himself in sight. The cover is there as well. What a response from the side of UAIM as the kit's going to go down. The 1v4, now 1v3, traded out by the side of UAIM. As that's what a round to get yourself onto match point.
A lot of attention being dragged to the main side up in front where the plant is happening, or up above into office. There's one thing that the players haven't noticed. There was a cheeky little guy in the backside of Trophy. Just getting these kills one by one, a complete backflank. Well, if you find yourself and you find yourself the attention and tunnel visioning on the opponents up above or on the main breach, well, then a simpler player from behind throughout the trophy window can do so much damage. So right there, UAIM have made a great decision to display just a singular player on the trophy window and just let him jump in, let him do the thing. It's worked out.
It's worked out beautifully for UAIM, and this game really living up to the match of the day here, as UAIM, they'll be claiming the match point. So whatever happens, UAIM are going to be walking away with some points. They've confirmed that this game will be going to OT at a minimum, but we spoke about earlier in the pre-game show, both of these teams really needing the 3 points, and this is UAIM's chance to claim those 3 points and cement themselves in that mid-pack to give them a chance of hitting those top 6 spots later on. This is now a big moment for UAIM to try and seal this game out in regulation and get some big points on the board.
A single round is what they need to push this to an overtime. It may not seem a lot,
Camera
but
feed up and running.
in these moments the nerves are rising. And mistakes may happen just because of that. It's very important to keep everything calm and keep a calm communication, because the second there is chaos, second there will be mistakes. We find ourselves now on the basement floor yet again. Remember, Region have done a great job by defending this one. That is one of the sides that they've won on the defense. So all they gotta do is repeat the history and play a good defense.
And like we spoke about before, there's 2 C4s on the board. It's fascinating that Raijin have brought 3 bulletproofs this time around. They had 2 bulletproofs and 3 C4s last time we went to this site, and we saw 1 nitro being used on that post-plant situation. I want to see Raijin work off this information. We think back to that last basement attack. UAIM got the bomb down, and it was just in the retake that was a bit dicey. Raijin didn't seem to have the knowledge or the means to be able to deal with that bomb going down, and maybe bringing a lot more information. We've got 3 Valkyrie cameras and 3 bulletproofs. Could make sure that wherever UAIM look to attack, that we should have full info available on it.
So we're gonna have full info. I mean, with 3 bulletproof cameras, with 3 Valkyrie cameras, with Fenrir gadgets. I mean, there's so much on this. there's so much. On top of that, Melusi gadgets. And they're denying intel as well with the mute. So, I mean, like, if you don't know that somebody's walking on the stairs, then I would seriously reconsider the util placement right there. Because at this point, you have enough to cover the whole side, every single entry of the side. You need to know where these opponents are coming from. Even if everything's going down, you have at least one util at every side entrance to know where somebody's entering.
All my support mains out there, they're going to know the pain of having this many cams. The problem of having this much information is with everybody alive, who do you dedicate to looking at everything? Even if you've got like rapid trigger fingers, looking through all of these cams is going to be hard work, and it's very easy to miss someone sneaking through the cracks. As with 50 seconds left on the clock, UAIM have got this perfectly set up, just like they did before, to start to go for that lobby execute.
Exactly, the vertical play has been already done, so they've moved these players into their positions as they're trying to get rid of at least a little bit of util, so they make their entry somewhat possible. The last 35 seconds are now entering to this round. This could be the last one, but this could also be the start of many more as the first gunfights are happening, and now we need to keep it calm. Howie will be first one to die. There's a few trades coming back, but the kill feed is just looking more like for UAIM. They've gotten 2 kills, found themselves on side in a position that wouldn't be noticing. Pozo will find a very good kill, but the plant's happening in the same spot as before. Now all we gotta do is react and play with the time, but we won't. We're gonna react way too nervously. Gonna run on side, gonna try to get these kills. We will be punished as UAIM will walk away with the kills and with this victory. 3 points to their name, and at the end, could have been a little bit more calmness. It was way too hectic and way too nervous, way too panicky for my liking.
But UAIM, what a response. They dealt with all of that bulletproof utility, the bulletproof cams being cleared out. And look at Merrick, 18 and 9, dropping a 2 KD over this game is phenomenal work from him. A lot of the entries, a lot of the success that the UAIM had came from him finding those entries early. But UAIM, they stuck to their game plans. They knew they wanted to go for this lobby take. They cleared the key positions such as connector, allowing that bomb to go down. So a great response from them to stay cool, calm, and collected to win their second game in regulation.
So close, but yet so far. The last round was very one-sided. It was very clear what was going to happen, but at the end, it just wasn't enough. But with this, that is our first game done and dusted. And I mean, I'm gonna have to give it to you. This time, your prediction was right. We'll see about the next 3 ones. But as said, this is the first game of many, many more. And with this GG's to the side of UAIM, you got yourself the 3 points. That is the good starter for the coming next matches, where you're gonna have to prove yourself once more and many more times if you want to be in those top 6. And I would say, Amgans, how do we feel about sending the guys in a little bit of a break and we bring them back with the second one?
Yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be back as soon as we've got our next game ready to go. So get yourself some popcorn. Maybe enjoy some EML while we're breaking. So get us up side by side with them. And we'll see you guys shortly back after the break.
kill, but no, going for, I'm not exactly sure what she was going for, but gets shot in the head and puts down. And that's going to mean that it's going to be a little bit easier for the side of the attack, but no, never mind, another kill going.
Clock is ticking. The kill feed is hungry. The swing in here, just the perfect moment, but Cole's actually able to find Packbull as they didn't expect Blue to be outside the main breach. A second one to fall, now making its way into the site. Cole's comfortable onto the diffuser, random swings in, and if we can find this last one, no we don't. Rexo on the just to keep them on even ground, and ground zero it will be kept, as now 3 against 3, dropping down to the bottom 4, hunt down some of these players as one is stuck on the side of Wine, and it will be Danu. Not much of a chance as Packbull there shuts them down, and Geeky, they still have a contender down.
This has to wait. He knows there's still 2 more operators upstairs. He knows that the flanks have to be covered. He can hold the angle as much as he wants, cause as much trouble as he can. They know there's only 2 on site though, so they can't just push and go for drops here. There's the first smoke bringing out, but a lovely shot by pushing as quickly as we can, make sure that we can be prepared for this. Something I do like to see is the Clash pick, because she's very strong, but she's not omnipotent, is the best way to say it.
Yeah, not omnipotent at all, as
60 seconds here. Raven hops down, does find one on towards Coles here, and it's in by Valorant. They might just want to brute force their way in towards this one. They've even dust out. Now here comes to push the Competence. No, they can't get silly. Here comes the C4, finds a massive pick there, takes down Murara. Beautiful throw.
It applies more phantom pressure for JT to try and repel onto that breach. So it's, I don't think Mirror was ever intended in that way, but never mind. Speaking of said Mirror, taking a run out to Sarko in an EVNO state, but
Electric in here, and a second Twitch goes down.
and the TCSG on the Goyo is going to shut down the DMR as the push going to come through, going to find the Ash as a beautiful swing there out of, where are you looking? Why are you even there? As Hauxi manages to take down Legion and get a man advantage going into the last 35 seconds of this round, but Kaid able to take down Nolf. The Ram is no longer going to be a player in this round.
decide that for them. As I said, here comes the Impact team needs to get rid of these Jaeger ADSs. Shock's able to pick up Leon's. Do that. Okay, Sarko just jump straight down. Sure, as he's able to pick up a second. Who let this man loose?
He's on the swing. Hauxi, can we find another? Yes, that's going to be the fuser. Fuser are looking to make this comeback. Skipper locks Scababulator. Where does the final 2 stand? Going to be able to pop the second one as well. What a pre-fire onto Hauxi, not even giving him a chance to react. And a resort for Geeky. This bunker down and playing across their utility. Now, although the last time they won this round, it was due to a bit of a hero play, they still won it, and results matter most. Although Sakapata is having a bit of difficulties fighting against this verticality in Siri there. You nasty dog, Rexo, put down easily.
The timer's ticking down. 50 seconds, that raft is open now. No man could possibly go up to get it, but she does run the risk of any other player, such as this Valkyrie, getting the headshot, taking her head off, and now becoming a 1v3. They know there's one player
And being brought on the Ying means another C4 comes through, and Ryujin are absolutely devastating with this. The shotgun push going to come through, going to find 2 players, and 3 players go down to the side of Ryujin. This is still going to come out.
To come out to give us some advantage in dislodging these defenders. You can see from the overhead cam, Myth are just holding it down. They're waiting with open arms for Rifle to make this push, and now you can see the smoke and all this utility completely stalling out the attack, and Tridley's going to kick things off for it.
And swinging it again, but he's going to... This is very disjointed, very all around the place, but it's going to be all that Myth currently have left to offer. A close wall bang, not close enough for the Gallery. Does challenge one, that's going to be one for Akari. Goes up against the player of Pillar. Does deny that Bulletproof can run.
Oh, no way, look again.
It simply won't stand. Hauxi made it.
How could they even try to win this round? There's 5 defenders. Still 3 smoking is left. Like, is there really a chance? Or maybe he's going to kill it onto Spiral, but he doesn't get it! No! Oh no, the trade's there. He's still just injured. Maybe.
And this clearing of the Romans is really good from the side of SV, but they need to start pushing their way on the site. They're able to find a kill. Is Joker on this flank? The Foul somehow managed to find upstairs, and they don't know. The comms are not coming through as Etuaz able.
Well, you're right about that for now. Pre-fire rings out C4 and does not get the pick though. But now, it's not close to shotgun. Sarko getting one of his own. taking out another one, Slayer, getting another perfect shot. Vendo, last one standing. Sorry, Leon's
Go onto Nice. It's going to be the opening here for the side of UA. They're looking to continue it so far, but not giving them the easiest of times, even though spotted out to bring Barrett there. Mainly love bad timing. Smith catches them. The second here for UA, and they're giving Panahune a lot more trouble on the upper ground, but all the way below.
Quite a ball to play, but Akbol going to be testing the speed against a long-range gunfight, especially with the SMG-11. As long as you can recoil control over it, but the deadly weapon jumping in a trophy with the help of Akbol, it will be quickly put to rest, but to it going to be returned to Ryujin, even though the equalizer, this is going to be the Blackberry, the mostly it's going to be destruction of ground and utility that they rock. Something that Ryujin aren't necessarily relying on too much, as we see by the roster, but just going in, Skipper has made his way into Fireplace and caught Niaz with his pants down, and that's your mute as well, but most important.
Jono takes down Hungry. This smoke is not going to be a factor as long as this Warden has his ability up and available. This C4 not quite going to come out yet, but Rexon on the Nook, able to find two, as Voltan does manage to find one before he trades out onto Zero. Aren't necessarily that bad, but it means you're going to be a little bit short on utility overall as the impact nade comes through and Shorin on the Ella, able to take down Lamb, finding the headshot. And I mean, I'm sure Lamb, though a lot of potential here, should be favoring Toss in terms of the man counts, but Panu strikes quickly. The trade comes through from Shorin into a 2v1 as Nixon takes down Danu. No time left. They have to go fast here. Shorin has to.
Besides, Warden's still alive, still in the bottom. Any long wheels here though are not their friends.
No way.
Oh,
What is this?
Staring at each other.
He's just staring at him and he doesn't even know. He could have shot and he would have found the kill.
But they're going to be blocked down by the mute. And over diagonally, they're just waiting for it to happen. The lane team's going to be able to pick up the first one going into the execution, although quickly follows up a lot of damage onto James, even on a bullet away. Just from circling down the pistol playing with Smart Glass, one later, Mate team fighting back against the...
And that trick off as the Ram goes down so early to Dynamite. Dynamite is impenetrable right now as Arcari able to find one as well. And this round is going from bad to worse, but no Pozo able to take down Arcari at least eventually getting on board, but losing the ring.
This bandit trick was on the board, so a little bit of adaptation required. As you can see, Panahone taking very similar paces, spreading themselves out, being rewarded as well, as Eli gets caught out. So nicely opening, coming in from the side of Panahone.
Really the kill on extremely low AP, so really still doable here for the side of Panahone, especially with only 18 seconds left. Flashes going to come through this nice cheeky angle, able to find Danu as the kills come through for the side of
Flashbangs in pocket. Can they make it Flash City to get UA into the site and overwhelm Scoptas on this gym site?
This is going to be able to find Putman, but it depends on how long they're going to be able to stick out because Raxos coming in for the saving play, and another to fall thanks to the UMP-45 striking for a second.
Flank, no Stiff, able to take down Chet, which means it's going to be a 5v2. You have that player upstairs, but there's only one player left towards site. That's going to be the Goyo. This gun can prove absolutely lethal if he can make usage of it, but no, the capped out fireball able to find the headshot, able to find two heads here in this position with this top floor control in hand as the flank coming through. This Ella might prove to be the winner of the round, but Dodo ends up finding a kill onto Tukito as from the top. No! How did...
Yeah, very interesting. We're going for a master over this time around from the side of Scoptas. We do have two members of the attacking team working the breach, so it is going to be a split take coming in. But Favaro doing his thing, the Nitro finding its mark as well, just like you predicted.
HP, but 40 seconds man advantage. Valorate, they can start to look at side.
But this time around, the crucial thing is we still have the Capital on the board. But once again, the Goyo is going to be clutch, and Dano finds one for himself. And the 3v2 can keep on a fourth issue to claim this match. So, looking to start killing the London player now. With the utility as well, with two shields on the board, they can just run at these guys with so much pressure.
Oh, what a tap from Eli. That is nasty, but granted to say the least. With the Vector P shooter, the headshots matter, that to say the least.
Souls on the roam definitely has massive impact here potentially, as in that mudroom going up the stairs now should be able to find this player and does with the headshot with that SMG, which is so extremely powerful.
Great potential. How she goes in for the swing. Is going to be finding the advantage against Trively rather than the other way around. Is just jumping into the smokehouse. He gets another just like that, converted to a 2-4 by Null, as now it's all left down to the last man standing. Ellie, a victim of Null for yet another. The 5-5-2 Diaboli delivered a blow of their own, and a down onto Layla here is going to be giving the upper hand to Time VIP, as now a random swing from Aritz looking to claim its spark, but Amada's not at the diffuser and right along the corner. Diaboli get the swing, but not the bullets in, just barely, just barely.
What the Legion is exactly shooting at there, as Mira window is up and available for the Mira, and oh my god, Joker, you have to be kidding me. That is absurd shot. He almost kind of missed. Smoke gonna come out, free fire, not gonna connect on anything. Another smoke gonna come out as this case is starting to go down. Is it going to happen? No C4 in pocket as he's gonna swing and goes down. The triple kill for Pozo. No shot. This happens. The case is starting to get stuck. No, Layler able to find
Prior. Where is the Capital ball gone? Like, the fire just hasn't cleared this player off this position as Trively works his way back into Solar, finds one fucking
the jacket as well. Marat, you can't be peeking into it like that. He tries to get the refrag with a pistol, but
that Grim and IQ have on the board, as it looks like a run out might actually come through, and it might be able to find somebody. The timing is going to be everything here. Goes for it. There's no Claymore down, but no, how does Marat live? How does he get away with it? Side of Project Zero. Not entirely sure how that happened. The flash going to come through. The push, you would imagine, comes through next, but that F not going to come in clutch to save his life. The 2 kills go in favor as the Legion on the flank, able to find 1 kill, not quite able.
He can shoot. Avon as well going to be falling short, and this is the Psychopathus we used to see. The timeout proving to much effect here. Long shot with the SKG-11 is hit by Hour, and that is exactly where Valor need to be right now. If they can get these rat spot ones, but look at this side-skipping, they're so disciplined. Sure, Juhar's going to be going down there from the vertical below, but look, here's the catch-up from Ben. Belief takes down Elias out, and sure, Juhar might be down, should be able to be recovered. I'm more worried about Nixon, who's currently in a world of pain in the objective, going to fall alongside Tridley, and it's all up to Dynamite now in a 1 versus.
Lucy, he gets the first kill, and now the roamer in admit is pretty alone. Let's see if he can make a difference.
Able to find that opening kill in a lot of these rounds. The opening kill has been in favor of Panic.
Is Mav really going to be the best hard puncher for the job to get this con wall open? Your attacks going to start really stalling out unless you can get through the con wall. Azami's caught lacking as Sims is going to find a freebie as that clock keeps ticking down.
Another player falls, the team dies to the Goyo canister, shot out by Rexoon as the case is starting to go down on this glass. They know exactly where the player is, has to win the gunfight, and does. The counter defuse coming through.
For the last 30 seconds, Panther needs to get this hit down. This vertical all the way upstairs in weapons, but this round is almost over for Oblivion. He's able to pick up 1 at Atsi's rotate.
I don't believe they don't.
Here we are after a little bit longer of a break with game number 2, Geeky against Myth Amgens. And listen, you said you wanted the team to beat Geeky, but I'll tell you something, a little bit of a secret. It's not gonna happen.
You never know, Dai. You never know. That's why we watch esport. You never know that this team might come in clutch today, because it's one of those matchups where it's a huge matchup for the side of Myth. You're playing the team to beat, as we've seen over the last 3 weeks so far. I said the same thing about Psychopathus, I believe it was in the second week. It's your chance to prove to the world how good of a roster you can be, and it's one of those occasions where you have to rise to it. DK have looked phenomenal, but not invincible. That's the key thing to remember.
Exactly. They look really, really good, but it doesn't mean that they're undisturbed. It doesn't mean they're uninvincible. They're definitely teams who will make them bleed and also find the kryptonite against them. But it is Geeky at the end of the day against Myth, so both these 2 teams are very, very, very skilled when it comes to this. And here again, they're at the top of the leaderboard and they want to make sure they get even more points to make sure and secure that they are in the top 6. And as GK said in a very interesting interview we had yesterday, they're just trying to gatekeep some teams to make sure that they get as much as practice as possible. But let's have a look at the map we're going to see. Are we going to go back to one of the Cs, or are we going to get a complete new one? And Amgens, I have great news for you. It's not going to be Chalet again.
It's not Chalet. It was close, though. If we take a look at this veto,
Very
it was close.
Very close.
I'm really surprised as well that GK haven't taken us to Chalet. GK have looked phenomenal on Chalet. Maybe they're looking to gatekeep some of their strats. They're not looking to give other teams in the league too much prep on that map, and that's maybe why they've opted to go for Cafe this time around. And I don't believe we've had the pleasure on a Monday here in Voltage Series being able to watch a Cafe game, so I'm really excited to go into this.
It is Cafe Dostoevsky, and honestly, you may hate me for this, okay? I've heard a lot of controversy, but I actually love Cafe. I do believe Cafe is one of the better maps in a competitive pool, okay? I know you will have your doubt against that. My opinions about maps have been very wild recently. I'm a passionate Leia hater, but I love Cafe, so many people disagree with me, but Cafe. This map is definitely one of a kind. What are the key things on this map?
It can be very window simulatory, especially on the top floor. But all the sites on this map, there is very key power positions. As we saw on Chalet, on the top floor on Bar, there is lots of key power positions. With Cafe, there's normally only 1 or 2. Same thing like, for example, Pixel on the top floor. When you're attacking Reading, it's all of the cocktail bar. There's that one crucial area that you're looking to take. And in my opinion, that's why I also love Cafe. The stream might have their own reservations around this. But for me, it's a real back to basics map that you need to understand the key areas to clear more than a lot of the other maps in the pool right now. Something like Labs, you can have very fluid attacks. You can attack from multiple directions. Consulate is the same. You know, you can go from admin side, you go from CEO side. However, here on Cafe, there's very particular things that you need to accomplish if you want success. And that's going to be the measure of how good these teams are going into this. I think it's going to be the pressure's going to be on Myth to make sure they can rise to the occasion and make sure they keep hold of those positions as they're starting out on the defense.
As I said, very important what position being taken. Cafe, as I like to say, is my point of view of Cafe. It's a box, okay? Very much, nothing too much about it. It's the box in a map placed. Now, why do I think that's really interesting? Well, my opinion and my beliefs are of this map is, yes, you can attack from one side, but what will it create? It will just create the whole line of sight for the defenders, what they need to hold. You have to push through, you have to force an opening if you want to get through that half line. Now, if you create and take another player and put it on the other side, you split this whole block into multiple parts, and that is what I think makes this map so great, because there's multiple ways to create openings, multiple ways to cut off sides, cut off lines, and just cut the block in multiple pieces, and also the defensive side to cut them in the way you want it to be. What positions are you gonna leave open? Which ones do you want to cut? Those are gonna be the main key points, and especially when you play top floor and base and the bottom floor, those are the key things you need to make sure. Cut the side how you like it, but keep in mind, if you just attack from one side, you're gonna have to force through the line if you want to make it through. Now, we've talked about Cafe quite a lot. Let's talk about the team. Smith Esports will be our first team here to just have a quick look about the stats. They've definitely had a great performance the past few games. Amgens, what is sticking out to you?
Well, it's got to be Nixon, the main guy. He is the man that's been grinding the T3, T4, T2 scene for as long as I think I've got invested in it. Since I started casting after the Manchester Major, which is, can't believe how long it's been since that amazing event. Nixon has been all over the scene, and it seems like he's now found a really promising roster to try and find success with, because some of his previous projects not really having the same oomph, I think, that this roster has. And as we can see, they've got a new player in. They've picked up Dynamite, who's had not any stats for him so far, but Nixon, he is that lead guy. He keeps the team together. He keeps the mental intact. So I want to see him try and give this team some more success, because in some of the previous matchups, they've not looked as good as they can be with this roster.
So the one player that I am always having my eyes on is definitely Akari and Sign. Those are the two bands. Listen. If you know, you just know. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
If you
For
know
the people
ball,
watching,
if you know ball,
if you know ball, you know Akari. It's all I'm saying right now. This player incredibly skilled here again, bring a lot of viable to the team. Has been part of the very old ITBA Academy roster, who's been very far, and then many other teams who has just had a lot of success with. So Akari, a very key point also with Nixon together. These two players with signs like that triangle, with then the additions of Ellie and Dynamite, just creates this powerful dynamic. But the question is, are they strong enough to defeat a team like GK? The Rising Stars, the team who are always on the top, the team will just make sure you are in pain and just will see that weak spot and make sure they will definitely take advantage of that. The GK is a team, if they see a spot, if they see a weak spot, oh Lord, may have mercy on you, they will make sure they take advantage of it, no matter what comes, no matter what happens. So talking about GK, why not have a quick look about their stats, what is saying here? Now, I think it's pretty obvious what is standing out to here.
I mean, just Hungry, man. The MVP, he has been cooking time and time again. And I think I want to highlight about him is his play style in a lot of these games. We've got to see him basically exclusively on Chalet, and he's been insta-locking the Dokkaebi, going for these lurk rolls, and it's been paying off beautifully for him. The way he can spot these gaps and get inside of the defense and start to cause some chaos is brilliant. But the thing I want to highlight about the roster as a whole is they seem to have 3 flexes and then 2 people that stick the roles that they want to dedicate themselves to for that game. That's been Hungry and I believe Packball in the games that we've seen previously, where Hungry's been always on that lurk role. Packballs tend to be on that hard support operator, where the rest of the squad, Rorik, Skipper, and Rexon, picking around those sort of game plans. So it'll be interesting to see on a map like Cafe, which can be a lot more strategy heavy than a map like Chalet, how they want to adjust the personnel to sort of take on Myth. Myth starting out on the defense though, they've got the edge, as this is a, I think, arguably defender-sided map, so it should give Myth a good opportunity to fight back against this behemoth of a roster.
Is the thing, a very interesting thing that Hungry and Packball, definitely the 2 players who bring a lot of experience into this roster, right? They have a lot of knowledge about the game, a lot of the competitive scene, and just that experience, obviously, it's very noticeable. You can see different Rising Stars so far, always getting these kills, always getting the victories that they're meant to get, and always being at the very top. And there is also a lot of that knowledge, a lot of that experience playing into this, especially from the set of Packball and Hungry. Now, these 2, they variate the team, they cook up the team. And then a very interesting interview that we had is what basically happens if stuff's going on, all they do is Rorik, go. With Rexon, these 2, they will just send them off the leash and they will just go mayhem on the kills. On that end, with obviously this whole roster besides Rorik, I believe, is the most like very communicative. So Skipper talking quite a lot, giving a lot of ideas, same as Rexon. And Rorik is really that person. Once he's let off the leash, we'll just go, do his job, come back, successful with a few heads in his hands, and be like, I've done it, I've did it, I've done my job, I've done a few kills, now you guys work with the rest. And this is what makes this team so great, because they know exactly what positions to put the players in order to fulfill those roles. And that also makes them very strong. When I said they see a weakness and they will make sure they take advantage of it.
I was lucky enough to speak to Nixon. I've had some contact with him after some of the games previously, and he was saying it's instrumental. It's so good to have a player like Akari in the roster that's been at the level of some of the players you see on the screen here. Having a player like Akari who's been at the pinnacle of T2, borderline that ITBA roster, ready to go to T1, the amount of things you can learn from him to improve your squad, to achieve success together. That's why I think this is a really good matchup. I'm basically saying every week, I just want someone to beat them. But GK have got a real match on their hands. If Myth can rise up to this occasion, if they can keep their mental in check, that's one of those things where Myth have struggled in the past. If things start to not go their way, can they keep the roster together? And especially against a team like GK, who've got backroom staff as well. That's the other thing to keep in mind. We've seen counter strats coming in Volta Series from GK. We saw some brilliant use of Denari on Labs the last time we got to watch GK play. That's where Myth need to come up with something creative. Can we see Myth rise to the occasion, keep GK on their toes, and just execute their plans well? You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You just need to do the wheel well. Stick to what's been practiced before, what you know that works, and then give GK a run for their money, because we've not seen it yet from any of these teams.
Exactly. So they're very high up, but you said just a very important thing. They have a lot of support behind them, right? Especially GK. They have all these coaches, all these analysts who are just helping them one by one. Every single time there's something to help them through it. And a lot of these teams may not have that, and that's also another struggle. They're going to have to rely on themselves, which is another point why it makes them so strong, because they have this support system. Just another reason why coaches and analysts are definitely one of the also key parts of the scene. They can make that difference, and they can also find these like other weak points of other teams and also identify our own, and then so they can work with that throughout the game. Now, looking at Cafe for this game, Amgens, anything you're expecting? Is there something you're hoping? Obviously, you're hoping that Geeky will be thrown off their high horses right now, but is there anything else you're expecting from this matchup?
I want to see something creative. I've just said you don't need to reinvent the wheel. However, you can adjust the wheel. There is things you can do that are slightly off meta or slightly out of the ordinary. And I feel like if Myth want to have the edge in this game, they need to throw something out of the ordinary at GK. It could be a little pocket strat. It could be a little rush here or there. Just something a little bit different to how everyone plays this map. I personally love the map. It does fall into the camp of Oregon, where I think everybody at this point in time, especially in competitive, understands what you need to do to win. However, if there's one thing I really want to see die, is a little Skylight Rush. If we can see an absolute send it down the Skylight, get the kit down, I will be a very happy man. But before I waffle on for too long, I think we're good to go and get this game underway.
So we are going slowly but steady getting into the game, as we just waited for the last and final players to join. Well, the Cafe, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna join you here on the rush side. I'm not too much of a fan of Skylight rushes, but I want to see a bakery rush. I know Akari has it in him. I know this guy. But I've watched this game too many times that I know when he cooks the rush, it's most likely gonna be a bakery one. So I would say let's send it to the game as a Cafe. And GK will be the map for game number 3 of tonight. Now I'm against, maybe Cafe, but
let's see some spice.
Maybe GK. I want to see some spice here. And again, another map where we are in the snowy, so maybe we're just preparing for winter.
I mean, it's getting towards the tail end of the year. The days are getting shorter, so it's only fitting that we end up on some of these snowier, wintry maps. But it's a map that we've not seen before from either of these two teams here in the Voltage series, as Grim being a very common ban for today.
Yeah, they definitely don't like the bees, man. Winter is over and already no more bees. Like, it's just like seasonal hate. Like, winter is coming, we're going on snowy maps, no more bees. As we all know, bees go sleeping during the winter. Like, is this also like a seasonal event by the teams now?
Might just be. It might just be, as the blinding light of Ying taken off the board as well. It seems like Myth trying to take away as much of that execute utility away from GK early on in this game to try and hinder their hand. Don't give them the tools that are so effective at dislodging key positions, which is what we spoke about is the crux of this map. Things like Pixel, things like Cocktail on different sites, even Bakery on the basement site. Well, it's the ground floor, but you know what I mean, is so much easier when you have things like the Ying and the Grim available. I wouldn't be surprised if Myth take off the Towel. The problem is, however, as Hungry's locking it in already, you leave all the shields available, which we know how strong they can be.
Myth. That's the first mistake. Hopefully not many more to come. Giving GK every single shield up for it. So we'll definitely come back and bite them a little bit, but we're gonna have to see how that one is going to work out. Now, from the side of Myth, we've set ourselves up on the top floor with a few of these C4s to potentially just deny a few rushes. So potentially this whole side is played vertical, unless they plant on a desk or on a bar. Every spot is affordable. Ooh, Ellie. Already looking for a few heads here, but it's not going to be as successful. There's only one person that spawned on that side, but he is just taking the safe route, go to the other side. Look, they see force. They're really hungry for these early kills.
I mean, same approach as we saw on Chalet. Bring lots of explosives, get those Kobe's tossed out, and just like that, you might be able to find an opening kill in your favor. It's a way if you know how to use that utility. If you can set traps with those C4s that GK are going to walk into, it can be huge. But Myth right now, they're going to be facing a east side take. You can see a lot of these players setting up on that east side, looking to get themselves into Cocktail, as maybe that's just happened to be where they've spawned, as they've all pivoted over towards this piano side.
We find already ourselves in Cigar Box. Dynamite will find Rex some of a beautiful C4. That's the first member gone. It's a gridlock. The Claymore. Dynamite. Ah, you had such a great run. The first round, the C4 kill. Monty already pushing down that wide hallway, and Hungry. He's definitely hungry for these kills. I mean, look at the pressure he's building up, waiting for his teammate to come on the other side, doing the kills, doing the D. Rorik go kill. He will find Cyan. Now the 3v4 has been established again. A little bit more of a favor for the side of GK right now. But look at Hungry. He's just walking in, just doing his job. Ellie taking a lot of damage from these windows. A lot of these players from the side of mid finding themselves down below. They're gonna have to use the utility that they have, but all of that is already burned. C4 has been planted. C4? Fuse has been planted. God damn, 40 seconds post plant.
And now that we're in the retake situation, Myth is scrambling as they've been evicted from the site. Rorik on the cover with the triple is going to find his third. As Eli on 1 HP now, he's got to find a quad. Sorry, he's got to find a quad of his own to deal with what Rorik has been cooking. We said Rorik go kill. He's found 4 in the round, and it's not going to be the ace. Eli, oh my god, the one tiny... How are you supposed to deal with that? The tiny toe of the gridlock sticking out, as that's extremely unfortunate for the 1 HP Eli, as that's a clinical attack from GK. Look at the aggression they've shown off of the back of the Monty. They've dropped the red hatch and just walked in, and Myth just went home.
This is exactly what I meant, right? You see the aggression coming in from one side, and you see this specific window. When I talked about this map, this is exactly what I wanted to mention. When you play on the top floor, you want to go on that windows on the Cocktail side and apply pressure, while all the attention from the side of Myth was going towards a shield player, Hungry. If you use the other side to just get the kills. Again, Rorik go kill, and he's just exactly done that. 4 kills to his name by simply being on one window, getting those kills, maybe also going here there over to the other side, but most of these kills happen on the white stairs, and at the end it was the toothpick who's taking out Cyan, who's taking out Ellie. Couldn't really do too much there at the end, but first round done and dusted. It's completely fine. It went to the side of GK. Now, I've already mentioned, not banning out a shield player against GK is the first mistake. Let's not make them too many. Round number 2 is about to start, and it better bring it back.
We might see 6 rounds of straight Monty out of Hungry here. But look at the lineups from both teams. We've got some funky strategies being employed here on Cafe from both of these teams. As Myth extending vertically to try and waste the time of GK. You can also play these vertical angles yourself down onto the attack to prevent them from taking the site control that we saw GK do so well last time around. As GK, they're bringing some wacky stuff of their own. As Eli, he's going to find the opening this time around, shutting down that sense, which can be so crucial for that execute later on.
Here's the thing, the sense might be gone, but you killed Packbull, the brain of the team. One of the 2 guys who will definitely be leading and making sure that his team goes exactly where he wants him to get. Now, Ellie taking a lot of damage here. Packbull might be gone, but his wisdom won't be. He will not look at these players and play them, tell them where to do and what to do in order for it to work on. There's a go kind of he could be using to just pop and run away if needed. You know, there's a player shooting around the corner, not quite doing enough damage. Skipper just managed to get away, find himself in a little bit of security.
He's made his great escape, and look at the lineup from GK. No hard breach in this lineup either, as they've just spread themselves thin across the map, patiently waiting for this Legion to come down and just overstep his welcome. But it seems like both of these teams just dragging out, and that's a freebie as Dynamite just executed on the spot.
The train is back on the board. Bakery. Hungry finds himself now walking and trying to just tease a little bit, drag the attention to him while the swing happens on the other side.
Whoa, what is that?
Beautiful shot right there, taking out Hungry, and also now retaking Bakery with Nixon together. And now all that they've worked for is now completely gone because Rorik wasn't able to keep that control once after losing Hungry. Cyan, on the other hand, finds himself on The brown stairs, close range, beautiful shot from the side of Nixon and Akari yet again. GK have completely crumbled apart this round.
We're just taking fights everywhere. And fortunately for Myth, this time around, they've doubled up. They've used that buddy system that we talked about in the previous game just to trade these kills out. GK just walking in, trying to get frags, and they've been punished for it, which is great to see. Myth, much better response this time around, responding to this very loose style of play that GK are bringing. It's the same style that we've seen on Chalet, but this time around, Myth have been disciplined and not let GK find the frags.
If against 4, we'll find 1. There's 3 more to go.
Oh, no.
You know, there's a few people who's trying to get now his attention. You know, this one is definitely in the side of the small bakery, doing a little bit of damage, taking a little bit of damage. Dixon will find a final kill, and with that, the second round has been done and dusted, and it will be Myth. Just making sure that Geeky doesn't get too much of a lead here, but let's be honest, that shot's a beautiful turn from Akari. Just look at this. He tries to aim, swings around, and just gets hungry out of the game. That was beautifully played from Akari. Now, with that also, let's be honest, he's taken out a very, very big player there because Nixon immediately reacted to that and took the space, and that is great team play.
The biggest thing I want to see from the Myth side now is it should be very obvious that the Monty is going to be the crucial win condition for the side of GK. I'm wondering how long it's going to take before we see a dedicated shield counter coming in from the side of Myth, because we do have various operators that can substitute for that dedicated counter. That's maybe that's bringing Oryx, or not the best out of the bunch, but these pre-placed C4s, they can be huge in denying that Monty space from below. Even bringing operators like the Fenrir, which has not been brought on this top floor. There's various different things that we can do. And Ella as well. All these operators can give you that edge over this Monty that we've seen Hungry insta-log every single round. But the other thing that Myth need to realize is they just need to play discipline. GK right now are just kind of flowing with it and seeing where they end up. Just send the Monty in with Warwick behind him and see what happens. You have to counter that style of play by being disciplined in your positions and making sure you back each other up on those positions. Hold the crossfires and take the 2v1 on the player behind the Monty, like we saw in Bakery. That's going to be the key to success for this Myth roster.
Completely agree with that. Discipline is a very big factor in this game. Once Myth, if they can keep the discipline, play together as a team, they will have great success. But here again, Geeky, once they notice that it gets close, they will turn around and then they will play discipline as well. Now, Myth, in this round, they decided to just, why not just bring 4 C4s? Who needs barbed wire? Who needs bulletproof cameras or any kind of sort of other utility? Just explosives. They know there's a lot of teams and a lot of players are going to have to take out, so why not just bring 4?
More explosives, the better, right? The later the round goes, the more predictable GK are going to be in those late rounds. That's when you get the value of these C4s. We've stacked 2 Valkyrie cameras, both on a new hatch. Could be a bit of a trap, trying to get maximum info on when someone walks off to get that pre-placed C4. As Hungry, he's going to fall early. That Roar taken off the board. And that's a key operator if you want to go for these east side takes. As the nades start flying in, sort of clear these players out of Cocktail. The double nade is not going to find anybody, but that's a great start for Myth.
Rexon now finds himself onto Heaven, trying to apply a little bit of pressure. Will find the first, will be knocked down on the second one though. The 3v3 has been established, and all of a sudden Myth just run outside of the building, won the C4, the second one over there. Nothing can happen. They've just found the answer. They're taking out Hungry first. All of a sudden, they find another player on Heaven. They make sure, okay, he will not go anywhere. We will just peek them together. And this is exactly what I mean about Myth. They need to make sure they stay disciplined. He said a great point. They need to play together. And they've done this round and got themselves the second victory. That's now round number 4, meaning another set of bans. And please, ban the Monty.
It is going to be, it's going to be the Blackbeard coming out. Makes a lot of sense. We saw Rorik this time hopping on the Blackbeard. So maybe we're thinking Rorik on the Blackbeard versus Hunger on the Monty, which is the greater evil that we want to deal with for the next few rounds. As there's a real shift in that round from GK. Rather than playing behind Hunger on that shield, going for maybe a much more aggressive approach, trying to get in the building in the face of Myth. But Myth, they've just responded beautifully, repelling that attack, sticking to those crossfires to play against this aggression.
It is a really good ban. I will definitely agree with the ban here. I mean, Monty, it is a big shield. It is a living drone. But Blackbeard, he has a gun he can just deploy any second. So the bigger threat, I completely agree, is the Blackbeard here from the side of Myth. Let it be, even if Hung is a really good multiplayer, and good multiplayers are really difficult to beat. On the other end, Blackbeard has had a lot of buffs, definitely a few nerfs now coming in here, but those nerfs haven't been as significant to really completely nerf this operator out. Now this next round will again determine if there will be a catch-up or if Myth can run away with a few more points. But GK, they're gonna take the safe route now, bring the operators what they need, and make sure they take this round step by step with a setup rather than with a push.
The really fascinating thing about Myth, every time they bring a mirror, you might be thinking, why is it always in freezer? It's not a mirror you see very often. The default spots normally being 2 in bathroom or 1 bathroom, 1 cocktail. The flanks position on top white, also very commonly played. It's very rare that you see this mirror being played in freezer. The reason because of it is because you see how spread out GK are. They can pop all of these other mirrors from the windows that Cafe offers. This Windows Simulator gameplay means you basically can do a direct counter to the mirror just with your gun. So by placing this mirror into freezer, passing off the angle from Skylight as well, makes it incredibly tricky for GK to be able to deal with this mirror setup. The only problem is we're not really bringing a Jaeger or a Romai to counter the main counter of mirror, which is Ash, as Habana Pellets coming out here as well to counter the Spirit Utility, and there's just nobody on the mirror, so it can just be easy as that, no push throwing it out, and that utility has now been dealt with.
Util has been dealt. It is the first step of many they're gonna have to take here, and as you can see, these rounds are slowly but steady getting slower, one by one. Minutes are ticking. GK, they want to play this slow, just make sure there's not many mistakes. Mirror winners will be denied. C4 and Util will be used. Both of these two sides, beautiful shot there from the side of Skipper. He will find the first, but he's looking for more. He's hungry for these kills. He can hear the sound. He knows somebody is there. He will find the kill. And with that, he just keeps on moving. He will be taken out, though, and all of a sudden we find ourselves in the neutral line with 3v3. But Sign, he's still fighting up on the top. He doesn't want to give it up yet, but he's going to have to be careful. All the teammates have fallen back, and now he will as well.
GK finding the picks, but Myth doing incredibly well to trade these kills back to even. And this is where Myth, can they rely on the Fenriz they have left? C4s have been used. This is going to come down to that straight frag fest. As the clock winds down, they need to understand that we want to take this 3v2 and not give up any bodies. Stay tight together, trade your way out, but as long as that trade goes in our favor to kick things off, we can trade our way to a victory. But now they've got all this vertical pressure to deal with, on top of the fact they don't have much map control left, because that's what GK have been working so hard to get.
It's really good that they've taken out the sledge early on in the game, because that denies a lot of vertical pressure. But there's one thing that GK needs to be careful of now. 25 seconds soon coming in. Time is ticking and need to make sure they get these next 3 kills signed. We'll find the first one, another kill onto GK. But that limits the possibilities of what they can do. They will just walk on side. Packle will get one. He's looking for more. He's getting a few shots. He knows where the player is, but he's going to have to be careful not to tunnel vision on the player. Fortune will lose his life from up above. Rorik is the last man standing, and he knows this player is towards that side of the pillar. He's going to have to be quick. He go for the plant. He go for the kill. He's trying to hunt the kill down, but the seconds are ticking down. And they just run around the rosies and just run away from each other. Akari from the side of Myth, making a great choice to just run away, not pick that gunfight.
And this is a 4v5 that they've managed to claw themselves out of as well. Nixon got punished early for over-peaking, but the rest of his team have clutched up. GK, they stalled out in that middle part of the round in the 3v3. And this is the first time that we've seen GK a little bit uncertain on how they want to play these rounds out. They seem to be playing that very loose style of play, waiting for the frags to sort of fall into their lap. But overall, Myth are keeping themselves together, very reminiscent of the VP that we've seen in recent times, of just being like, come and get us. We're going to sit on site and play patiently and wait to see what you can do to make us uncomfortable. And right now, GK haven't really had the right tools or approaches to be able to make Myth uncomfortable. They've seen very different lineups and operators that GK are highlighting to us, but Myth in that last round, they went back to basics, just a pretty normal setup, and forced the pressure onto GK. And right now it's paying off really well for them. The question is, can they continue that approach? Will GK adapt to be able to deal with the setups we're seeing from Myth? Or will they continue to play this kind of loose style of play and keep praying they find the kills?
That's the thing, even for the side of Geeky, they don't need this to be a 5-1 for them, a 6-0 for them to win. All they need is 2 rounds on the attack to be in the neutral, so they already have 50% of what the minimum what they need. Another more round and it would be 2 for them. I'm pretty sure they will be getting that round. And now look at the lineup. It's one very clear message here. They're gonna make sure there's not a singular piece of wood between them and the floor and the bomb side. We have a ram, we have a buck, we have the DMRs, so much to open up those floors. On top of that, I mean, a little bit of a hard breach gadget in case they need to open up a few hatches or breaches. But those walls, they won't be non-existing once GK starts working on them.
This is a much more well-organized and put-together operator choice selection coming out from GK. You've got the vert to clear bunker, to clear the vert, to give you the space to go for that freezer drop early. But Skopos and Fenrir, they've got something to say about it, as Skopos overstayed as well, so he's going to bounce out of there. A W bait coming in as Eli gets rewarded for hiding out behind his Skopos shell. The question is, will he be able to get away with this? There's players positioned in mid-floor, ready to cut this guy off, but what a little pocket strat coming in from mid.
Time is taken to stay alive. He may have overstayed his welcome a little bit too much. Hunger will find Ellie now. We're back down to 4v4, but we've lost our skipper. We've lost our soft breach, our buck. That will hurt Geeky a little bit, but Ram Rorik is still alive. Not only does this operator take immense amount of sound away from their opponents, but also will open up every single piece of wood that there is that needs to be opened. And here again, DMRs will definitely help with that as well. Now, a minute 15 left in the round, and they've basically gotten all the control that they need to set up a little bit of pressure.
They need to get this vert going. They need to get it going soon, as you see the first boogie drone being used. The bug being taken off the board as well means you can't open this extremely long angle into bunker. Rams also lost that secondary shotgun. So it's going to take a lot of time if they want to use that verticality. The hatch is now going to get opened up as well. But this is where between the OSA and the Sense, we can use it to negate the VIP player to cut off this line of sight that we see Nixon playing to try and get into the chassis. That's not what we want to see though, the floor not being quite opened up. Actually, oh my god, we've done it twice! We've done it twice!
A little bit unfortunate there. Losing 2 of our Sense gadgets, but it's still completely fine. The only issue that I see here yet again, look at the time, 25 seconds. We need to make sure Geeky gets themselves onto this bomb side and onto that execute. We know that executes are one of their strengths. Packpool will now find himself the kill onto Nixon. That will set them up great, but 15 seconds left. The plant needs to happen and the execute as well. We're holding off that plant. Hungry's trying to push from the back. But Akari is going to go the safe route. He's going to go back on side. He has that beautiful C4, which will be diabolical and really good for him. He's going to try to swing and get the kill onto Hungry. So that the plant's been denied. The key play. Akari finds himself on side while the teammate helps him from the side of Freezer, denying the plant. PK, what's been happening?
We don't look good, Dai. Is this the day that a giant falls? As right now, Myth are cooking on the defenses. They're not even doing anything that crazy. You've got to keep in mind, GK opted to go to this map. It was between Cafe and Chalet. We've seen how phenomenal GK can be on Chalet because it's a map that suits this loose style of play. But GK, to give them credit, they're adjusting their game plan. They went for a very structured, get the vert, go for a freezer drop take, but they've been slapped in the face by Myth, as Myth have dealt with that no problem as well. Now that you've tried both approaches, where do you go from here? Myth about to go, or have the opportunity, I should say, to go 5-1 up against such a good roster. But the question is, if GK are finding it this hard to attack, will they have it together? Will they be able to respond on their attack to close the game out? Before we get too ahead of ourselves, GK have got the opportunity to take a 4-2 split, which is very reasonable for a map like that.
4-2 split will be... Oh... A drone!
Oh, it's escaped too.
Oh, it's escaping! It's complete... Oh no. It's completely escaped. Dynamite! It won't be today, unfortunately. You're gonna have to wait for it next time for the turn. That drone being slippery as they are. Completely just got itself into security, into safety. And it's now 4C4s have been brought yet again for the top floor. Again, nothing unusual as we try to just run out, get a kill. Rexel will punish us immediately. Ali will lose his life very early on. And now this is something they're going to have to deal with. It's going to be a problem as we try to spawn pick from another window. Myth completely aggression and very aggressive here. Maybe a little bit of a mistake here. C4 comes, not gonna find anyone. A lot of utilities been used, and we've lost a member. For what? For absolutely nothing so far.
A little bit of HP, you know, taken off of Rexon might be very important detail later on, but this Flores utility being put to work right now, going to try and clear as much of this roadblocks and obstacles that Myth have brought, but this time we've still got the Ash on board, we can still clear these mirrors that we've seen time and time again, but the thing we need to see from GK is to get in the building faster. We saw it in that first round. They stomped this top floor with the aggression behind the shield, and that's why Hungary jumping back onto that shield. I don't understand this mirror. Why do we keep placing it if we're not going to play anybody behind it? Twitch, she's doing God's work right now at clearing both of these mirrors in various different rounds. Look at the space they've taken already with this mirror.
Hungry again on the Monty, trying to take as much space as possible. He's gonna have to be careful here. Signs, please do not fall to that Monty. That would be even more detrimental for the side of Myth. They're trying to help each other as a team. The C4 comes, gonna have to be careful. Signs still is in that little tiny little box room. Nixon's gonna find the next one. Signs still fighting for his life. Try to not go down without a kill, but he will. Akari and Nixon are the last man to standing. You can't really turn it back too much to the Monty because he will unshield. All up to Akari in a 1v4. Shield is down, trying to pour a few bullets, but it won't be anything because Skipper will find the final kill. So many bullets flying, too many cross angles. MF will be denied. The 4v2 has been established. Now here again, it is the default swap, so theoretically speaking, GK still pretty much in the game. This does not really mean that Myth has already won.
And that's the aggression. They went back to their roots. Hungry on the Monty is all they needed to get that second round. And this is what now makes the game within touching distance. Very similar to the last game, you're at a 4-2 split. And now, Dai, it's my turn to put the question on you. Now that we're in this 4-2 split, who do you think is going to win the game out from here?
Listen. I may have done a little bit of an oopsie. I didn't quite know that Akari is now playing for Myth. I've miscalculated my predictions. But listen, GK is one of the top dogs here. Myth is also walking up on those top dogs, and honestly, I would still stay to the side of GK because once they really lock into the game and they know it's getting dangerous, then they will turn up and bring back all the points. But Myth has a great chance to overthrow them here, so it is really tight. I couldn't really give you a 100% answer now. I will stick to GK because that's my very early on prediction that I made, but I do see Myth winning here.
I mean, you never know. Could this be the day that we see a team upset GK? But the biggest thing that I want to highlight about this game is although GK, you know, they used to be a T1 side, they're now competing in these T2 tournaments with a very experienced roster. They die just the same. One round to the head will put any of these players in the grave. And this is the thing I love about Siege. We aren't as mechanically dependent as other games such as CSGO or Valorant. There's a lot of room for, even if you don't have as much experience or the gun skill that we've seen from Rorik, for example, Siege lets you be creative. We've seen C4s coming out from Myth to fight against the aggression that GK have shown. And that's the beauty of Siege. You can play the game your way, you get to dictate the pace on defense, and Myth across their defensive half did a great job of providing GK with challenges they weren't able to solve.
Exactly, and just if you guys are wondering why are you guys seeing us, there's a little bit of a tech pause going on, and don't worry, we'll be back in the game in a short while. There's just a little bit of an issue happening which needs to be resolved on the other end, but this gives us time. Unfortunately for you guys, you're gonna have to look at us, but for us, it gives us time to talk about what we've just seen. We just had the swap, a 4-2, and we had the two bands also coming in. We have an Azami, Maestro, Grim, and a Ying. And now, what are we thinking about these bands, Amgans?
A Maestro ban is not something you see every day. There could be a little bit of a target ban coming in for these teams. As normally you see the Bravo being banned out and then a lot of Maestro being bought. We've almost got the reverse situation where we just outright banned the Maestro. Could be an operator that maybe has been really problematic in a lot of the scrims that these teams have been playing. It's not a ban you see very often at all, Dianic.
That's very true, but a Marathon on this map could be very, very dangerous. But I have a little bit of a surprise for you guys. The game is starting yet again, so let's head back to a lovely cafe between these two teams. After the quick little swap that we had and the quick little tech pause, we are back into the game. But now, Sides have been switched. Geeky is now defending and Myth is now attacking. Now this is where everything comes to the end. Will Myth withstand and bring the greatness they have done on the defense also to the attack, or will it now all fall apart and will Geeky now rise to the top? But I'm good. I have one little question for you. What are we thinking of the new attacker?
The new attacker? You mean the new defender?
Defender, my apologies. I don't know what happened.
I assume you mean Denari.
I do mean the Nari. I don't know why I said the attacker. Maybe my brain, he's just an attacker.
So what I'll suggest is just watch what Hungry cooks with these setups. He's been coming with some really funky stuff, and we've seen this combo on Labs as well. They double up the Aruni with the Denari gadget, as they are looking to completely negate access into bunker. You can see him throwing these tripwires all over this freezer area, and it's just a versatility for me, Dianic, in the way you can place this guy's traps. There's like no limitations to how you want to place these, as basically he set up a massive capcan essentially between the Aruni and the Denari gadgets on this freezer side. If anticipating Myth to go for that freezer take, those are going to be waiting patiently for anyone to push into that default plant spot.
Denari gadgets is definitely dangerous, but Hungry has been cooking with them quite a lot, so definitely interesting to see how they're going to be taking this to their advantage. On the other side of Myth, we've taken the Monty now. The Nari definitely doing a lot of damage to Monty if needed. Find ourselves from the side of Myth now taking the top floor, trying to aim for that vertical play, just as Geeky did, bringing the Ram and the Buck as well with us, just to make sure that once we get that control, which we now have under our hands, there's a little bit of vertical pressure, while Geeky, they're just going to wait on site.
The difference is going to be for the Myth. Can they show us how well drilled they are as a team? We saw a sense wall go out earlier, maybe as a distraction for the VIP player, as Hungry having to hightail it out of there. We saw, this is where GK stalled out. We saw GK really unsure of which way they need to get into the site, what control they needed. Myth with time on the clock, they can't make the same mistake. They've got all the right tools for Monty to be able to put freezer. The question is, can you clear the key spots that you need? Bunker, it looks like, has been cleared. You saw that player running away from that position. But you need to be able to cover the plant as well. That's the tricky thing with going with this freezer execute. There's a couple of different places that aren't workable from above, and those places are crucial. Akari of the Myth's defense playing this position we see here extremely well to deny the plant. As the clock keeps ticking, they're getting ready to send it.
Oh, Ellie with a beautiful opening shot right there. Finds the first, finds the second. Why not? Skipper will deny that play. They will retake the position very quickly on. Nixon will find himself on side, going on with the plan. Chaos has been upon Geeky. He's tried to get the kill the side away. The plan's not been successful, but the kills are falling all for the side of Myth. A little bit of chaos was enough to bring Geeky apart, and with that, now what do we have? We have a 5-2 lead, and this is where it gets dangerous. A singular more point, and we find ourselves on the match point from the side of Myth. Geeky, they are crumbling. The defense has not worked out now on the first try. Ellie, with those first two opening picks, doing immense damage to the defense, while they have to refocus on retaking. Side has fallen apart.
What a way to start your attacking half. This was GK's main opportunity to half that deficit, to start clawing their way back into a game on the site that's generally easier to play. And Myth have now given themselves a 3-round buffer to claim match point here. The confidence you're going to be feeling, if you're Myth, you're going to be on cloud 9. You're going toe-to-toe with some of the best players in your competition bracket right now, and you're doing a phenomenal job as well. The thing I want to see from Myth, though, is let's not get complacent. We've seen time and time again teams be in these situations and they think, oh, we've got a 3-round buffer, we can start to maybe take some more risks, or their mentality splits and they just lose that little bit of focus that's been giving them the edge. We need to make sure for a Myth that we don't think the job is done. There's still plenty of rounds to be played, and we can never count GK out of this game because of the quality they have in the roster that they've brought into this game.
That is very much true. Also on top of that, the clutches that they're able to do sometimes, you never really can count them out. It doesn't matter if it's a 4v2, a 1v3, or whatever kind of X situation. You can't count DK out of the game. They're very dangerous, so if you underestimate them, you will be punished for that. Rorik, he's immensely staring at that hatch, hoping somebody will open it very soon to just, you know, do a few shenanigans, and exactly that will happen. Robo 5-1 will be taken out though immediately from Ellie, so it has worked out for the side of Geeky a little bit more because Dynamite, the buck is gone from the board, and this side does require vertical play, and look at it. That was it. It was their only vertical player.
The good thing for Myth is they still have Nixon available on the Monty. You can still take space with him. There's still a lot of ways you can still win the round with this operator available. As GK, they gave us a masterclass of how good you can be as Fenrir. He's throwing so many discs out here to slow down this attack. But the next problem is going to be, how do we deal with this cocktail extension? Now that we've lost the buck, yes, it's going to be a problem. We can't do the verticality with it later. We're still going to take that space before we can hit the site. Still need to clear bar, as this is where Myth is taking a step back, trying to understand what control they have and what the next steps they need to be.
You say it, and I mean, look at the time a little bit what's going on. There's still a lot of favor for the side of Geeky, but we find ourselves so but steady walking on site.
And what a way, they've got this unpunished, that jump out coming in earlier, but now that we've got a man deficit, we need to start hunting these ones as Fenrir almost offering himself up. The trade is there with the pistol whip as Nixon, just like that, we end ourselves in a 3v3. But again, now that verticality is going to be crucial. We don't have it. We need to decide again, like we did on Freezer, where is our execute going to be? Can we still go reading without the control? And look at Raxon hiding himself behind the sofa, taking some inspiration from T1 to deny this plant later on, as it will be a killer execute that we're looking to go for.
He's waiting patiently for somebody to go down with that plan, but we also have a C4 from Packball in his pocket, but also those smokes are going to be crucial. He doesn't know he's so close to that opponent, but look at that trigger discipline. He's just waiting, just making sure it does not happen. As he stands up, we'll find the first. Arkari's gone from the board. He still stands there. The main key part has been done. The second one will follow, because why not? Ellie is there, will drop from behind, but nothing you can do. The game has been decided by just a simple little tactic, hiding behind a little sofa and just patiently waiting for the moment to shine. Geeky come back now one step closer to the neutral scoreline.
Cool as a cucumber is going to be Rexon, as a lovely little play from him to take out the cover and then the Monty as well. As GK, that's going to hopefully give them some momentum. They can start to claw their way back into this game, as losing that buck tended to be the crucial moment. Unfortunately for Dynamite, it's happening once too often. Although Myth showing a great performance here, 5-3 up, Dynamite, a couple of rounds here and there, he's been losing his bodies extremely early, and especially on some of those key operators, you've got to keep yourself alive a little bit more to be able to utilize your operator to the best of its ability, as that round, if they had the vert, would have been a very different story.
Would have been a completely different story, because then that position where you can hide behind those sofas, where you can stay in those positions where also Packball will find himself, is not playable anymore because of that verticality, and because they've taken on the buck early in that round, that complete play was denied. So here again, picking out the early operators were so viable for late in the game is crucial and will hurt you quite a lot. Now, number 9, Skipper is stuck. Oh, there we go. He's just patiently waiting for somebody to just repel up and find himself a beautiful little kill on the opening. He's done this before. Here again, it will hurt, but so many people are looking at this repel right there on the side of Myth. You really gotta be careful. You gotta be looking at these windows and at these jump outs. The GK, they're ready to rumble. And they don't want to take anything at risk.
Unlike Chalet, this is a very rare site that we see being played. I feel like VP, again, a lot of comparisons to them in this game. They've shown that this site can be playable, but it's extremely rare here in competitive we see this site being played out. Generally, when it is played, we see a Pulse or a Solus being played below to deny any of the plant spots in that A and B bomb. As maybe this site, maybe they know something I don't. This site rising in popularity recently, but GK have decided to throw a real curveball here at the mid side. But Nixon usually insta-locking that Monty. GK opting to go for the same bans that Myth did, is going to leave these shields available. And I think in the meta right now, if you're not taking these shields, you are just losing out. And that's why, for example, Raijin earlier, no dedicated shield player, they found it really tough to take a lot of space.
Cooper just wants to go on a little bit of a fresh air run outside yet again. He's gonna find himself a cheeky little Brava drone with that. Don't have any more drones from the side of Brava available. Rorik will be the first one to lose his life here against Dynamite, so that's a good pick for the side of Myth. They're also taking out the top floor. A lot of control for them, but they need to start a little bit of verticality, at least open up those hatches. They have something to work with, but it isn't too much. They gotta focus their attention on side or cleaning up the second floor. Dynamite will find himself injured and the smokes have been deployed. But other than that, it's just a little bit of a slower game. Myth, they do seem a little bit lost.
They get the trade though on this pillar area as they find themselves in a 2v3 situation. One down, so they can get him up later on. But Atari taking some damage, pinned into this pillar position. He's going to try and fight his way straight out of it. The wall bang's incredibly close to this kill he needs to find. Will find the kill, but the trade is there from site, leaving Cyan in the 1v2. He's got info 1-1, but it won't be enough. As look at that, as quick as you like, a snap of your fingers. DK have cut the deficit from 3-1, and now the pressure's back on Myth. Are you really about to choke a 3-round lead? This is where attack timeout might just be perfect.
Not quite attack timeout. It is the third ban coming in, but there's one thing about this round. They had so much control, but it couldn't really work anything with it because they didn't have the right operators. And also when it came to that, just pushing that pillar aside, it wasn't quite working out in their favor. Constantly trades happening. Geeky doing a great job in keeping their numbers, and on top of that, getting those trades in. But Myth, it just seemed a little bit lost. It didn't quite seem they had the right fit of operators to attack this bomb site. Here again, a little bit of a surprise pick. Definitely worked out for the side of Geeky. But there have been a little bit more coordination, maybe take a little bit more time. We're in the top floor. Dynamite was injured for a very long time and nobody was quite able to get him. Maybe just take a little bit of a breather, set back, bring up the mates, and then go again with a gathered thought on where you can use your util and operators. Now, round number 10. 5-4, as you said, they've cut close when it comes to the round lead. Geeky only one round away to bring this on a neutral scoreline. And here again, another very close match. The one that we had before was a 5-5, before it all went to a 7-5. But this is definitely closer than I believe most have expected.
100%, right? You can never write the underdogs out. Unfortunately, I think it's fair to say everybody seems to be the underdogs when it comes to comparing them to GK, but Myth have been showing us right now how well they can play, right? It's that quality and the team cohesion we spoke about in the pre-game show. It can really help you get rounds on the board, and this is where Myth, they've given 2 rounds away, but I think that curveball in the last round threw them off, but they're now going back to a site they've attacked previously. Seems like they're going with a very different approach. They've adapted, taken off one of the vertical operators. We've swapped the butt out for the Glaz. Everybody else unchanged in this Myth roster. Is Glaz going to be the edge that we need? As unfortunately for Echo, he needs to go practice his lineups as third time lucky, perhaps, maybe.
Go on, Packball.
No.
Go on, try it again. Fortunately, he's not going to try it a third time. That's it's fine. Maybe he'll hit it next time when the camera isn't there. Maybe it's just the effect of trying to throw something, you know. It's happened to everybody of us. Now, as the Ram is trying to open up a few of these vertical plays, the EMPs will deal quite great of damage. Okay, scattered around the first 4 quite a lot. Not much contending the top floor. Any vertical play. Now this will give Myth a good advantage. All they gotta make sure is they bring the vertical play into the play, then the attack side.
I've just noticed we are blessed by having the Lord in the lobby. You can see that GK obviously not going for this roam game. They're relying on this plant denial. That's why we see the Lord himself, Chunka, being brought out in this game. You saw Hungry making sure he had the lineup in place to be able to deny these plants later on. Combined with the Echo, GK looking to sit maybe a little bit further back, let the drones and the utility do the work, combined with the Goyo canisters as well. Everything is centered around denying access and denying that plant later on when Myth go for that execute. They're going to be walking into a trap, and that trap is going to be crucial. How do we deal with it? How do we remove the bits of utility that are going to stop us planting?
Oh, unfortunately, using the smokes when the fire goes live. Ellie will find the first kill here on the Glaz. Just opening up the round at the last minute of this game. Echo is already there, ready to throw his stuns and just make this a little bit more tougher and harder for the side of Ellie as the glass. The smokes are falling, fire as well. There will be some cooking, there will be some burning, but unfortunately from the looks of it, Myth, they're not being affected by it as much as they hope to. Echo doing a lot of damage on the side of Sai, not quite finding the kill. 35 seconds, they need to find themselves pushing onto the bomb site now or never. The kills need to happen for the side of Myth if they want to move to the match point. There will be trades here left, right and center, but Rorik is the one that needs to be stopped. Myth in the end of the day, dropping down the hedge, finding the last remaining 2 kills, and Ellie will close it out as the glass. Who needs smokes when I have a line of sight that highlights the players in yellow?
And claiming match point is going to be Myth. Will my prediction come true? We'll have to wait and see. But it's the adaptation from Myth. It looked like they were going to be stalling out on that VIP side. And that's why you see the Blitz just send it out of reception, send his way over towards Bakery to split the attention of GK. Too often we see teams having very one-way or one-sided attacks, which makes it easy for the defense to react to what's going on. The GK players just taken by surprise when Myth decided to spread themselves around the final or the basement site. Because there's so much pressure from so many different angles, Myth have finally been able to get attack on the board and claim match point. So what a position they found themselves in to claim a big 3 points here in the Voltage series.
Match points, but for Myth. What are we looking for, Skipper?
He's going for a run. He's on his bike. He's going for a little wander, seeing what he can find down in the ground floor.
Maybe he's lost his lunchbox in the kitchen. Many questions. What has been happened there? As the rotations are being redone and recalculated, sites are being set up. EK needs to win 2 rounds in order to bring this map to an overtime, or they're gonna walk away with 3 less points, and Myth with 3 points in their bag.
And look at the attacker lineup this time around. They're responding really well to what GK are bringing. They must have some really nice drones placed around the map, and hopefully it was worth it. As you can see, only 2 drones left for the side of Myth. They've used all that information. That can't be the case. You couldn't have lost 3 drones and all the preparatory drones within 30 seconds, surely.
I had to break this to you. 30 seconds, 2 drones left. It's the truth. It's a hard, painful truth. The drone game from the side of Myth may have been lost, but hopefully with that they've gained a lot of information. They can definitely use Nixon as a living drone, as he has a shield in front of his face, but other than that they're gonna have to face check, and that's going to be an issue. They have a lot of utility to support them, but Twitch drone might give them a little bit more of opportunity, but now it's also been mute jammed. So tough times a little bit there, and Myth look a little bit desperate right now.
We've got some copycat setups coming in from the side of GK as well. They're also playing this freezer mirror and getting rewarded for it as well. We don't need no ACOG to hit shots like that, as Rory's going to kick things off for us, taking Eli off the board early. But 1 mirror dealt with. Is that going to be enough as Blackbeard looking to clear this player out of freezer? The shots peppering the feet. Warden coming to support as well. The C4 raining out is not going to find its mark because it's all popping off on this top floor.
Rorik there ready for the support. Nixon still with the Blackbeard. This is what I mean. The living drone giving a lot of information, but it is a dangerous drone and has a gun in his hands. Dynamite will find Packful on the other side. Another kill for Miffin. And we'll find Rorik. Maybe traded out, but that was a cheeky one. He got the kill on the Blackbeard, taking out the very viable and important operator. The trade was there immediately, so very good for Geeky to keep up the numbers and keep it clean and easy. From the side of Skipper and Rexon. Only 1 C4 left. Also 4 and Hungry. 2 smokes.
The question is, can we force this mining execute? We're going straight through mining, taking this space that Dynamite claimed earlier in the round. And this is where these long feet hole angles are going to be coming in clutch for the defense. No C4s left on the board. Only these smoke bays left in to deny the plant itself. But also, look at these long angles. They haven't cleared white completely, as they're going to be walking straight headfirst into this crossfire to try and get this diffuser down.
There's also Warden, so that smoke will do absolutely nothing. We gotta recharge our goggles and then we're ready to go. 15 seconds are happening. The sound's there for the plant. Cyan will find Rexon. Has been already walking on the stairs, retaking out the side of white. The first kill has happened yet again. The 2v2 has been established, but look at Akari's health. a slither of a damage, just one little breath, and he is going to die hungry. Find the next one, all up to Dynamite in a 1v2. Post plan situation as one player moves on the right, trying to take the control. He will deny the first, but can he deny the second? Beautiful, and with that, the match point has been secured into a victory. Myth take it home. 3 points snatched away from GK. What an unbelievable clutch. A 1vx, and I wanted to see it, and we got it. And from who other than Dynamite?
I mean, we spoke about it earlier. Can he keep himself alive? And look at the result they've got by keeping such a role player alive towards the end of the game. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from him, playing off the info of his teammates to win out that 1v2 situation. Beautifully played to claim the big 3 points for Myth. They haven't had the best results so far, but that's a huge W to get. And hopefully that can give this roster the confidence they need to keep on winning some of these games and to keep playing well, because finally, I get a prediction right. Well, I'm 2 for 2 for today, I think, Dianic. As
yeah, absolutely 2 for 2
through this roster. Oh, what a day it is as GK losing out. No bias here, of course. They played phenomenal as well. But we finally see that GK, they can be defeated.
Exactly. And you said it may have not been the favorites, but Myth have played incredibly well today. GK, maybe Cafe wasn't their map today. Maybe going into the snowy side of Russian wasn't quite in their favor, but hey, at the end of the day, it was only a few points they've given away there at the very top, so it won't hurt them as too much. On the other side for Myth, it will definitely do them a lot of good deeds, but I would say, as before, it's not the very last match. There's still one more match cooking up as the next, so we're gonna send you guys, after these highlights of this map, onto a quick little break as we prepare match number 3, so see you guys soon.
Able to get a kill, but no, going for, I'm not exactly sure what she was going for, but gets shot in the head and puts down. And that's going to mean that it's going to be a little bit easier for the side of the attack, but no, never mind, another kill going.
Clock is ticking, the kill feed is hungry, the swing in here, just the perfect moment, but Cole's actually able to find Packbull as they didn't expect it to be outside the main breach. A second one to fall, now making its way into the site. Cole's comfortable onto the diffuser, random swings in, and if we can find this last one, no we don't. Rexo on the just to keep them on even ground, and ground zero it will be kept, as now 3 against 3, dropping down to the bottom 4, hunt down some of these players as one is stuck on the side of Wine, and it will be Danu, not much of a chance as Packbull there shuts them down, and GK, they still have a contender down.
This has to wait. He knows there's still 2 more operators upstairs. He knows that the flanks have to be covered. He can hold the angle as much as he wants, cause as much trouble as he can. They know there's only 2 on site though, so they can't just push and go for drops here. There's the first smoke bringing out, but a lovely shot by pushing as quickly as we can and make sure that we can be prepared for this. Something I do like to see is the Clash pick, because she's very strong, but she's not omnipotent, is the best way to say it.
Yeah, not omnipotent at all, as
60 seconds here. Raven hops down, does find one on towards Coles here, and it seems like Valorant, they might just want to brute force their way in towards this one. They've evened us out. Now here comes to push Copetus. No, they can't get silly. Here comes the C4, finds a massive pick there, takes down Murara. Beautiful throw.
It applies more phantom pressure for JT to try and repel onto that breach. So it's, I don't think Mirror was ever intended in that way, but never mind. Speaking of said Mirror, taking a run out to Sarko in a DVNO state, but
electric in here in a second. Twitch goes down.
And the TCSG on the Goyo is going to shut down the DMR as the push going to come through, going to find the Ash as a beautiful swing there out of, where are you looking? Why are you even there? As House manages to take down the Legion and get a man advantage going into the last 35 seconds of this round, but Kaid able to take down north. The Ram is no longer going to be a player in this round.
Decide that for them. As I said, here comes the Impact team needs to get rid of the Jaeger ADS's. Shock's able to pick up Leon's. Do that. Okay, Sarko just jump straight down. Sure, as he's able to pick up a second. Who let this man loose?
He's on the swing. Actually, can we find another? Yes, that's going to be the Fuser. Fuser are looking to make this comeback. Skipper locks Discombobulated. Where is the final two stand going to be able to follow that second one as well? What a pre-fire onto Halsey, not even giving him a chance to react. And a resort for Geeking. This bunker down and playing across their utility. Now, although the last time they won this round, it was due to a bit of a hero play, they still won it, and results matter most. Although Sakabata is having a bit of difficulties fighting against this verticality in Siri there. You nasty dog, Rexo put down easily.
The timer's ticking down. 50 seconds. That Raptors is open now. Nomad could possibly go up to get it, but she does run the risk of any other player, such as this Valkyrie, getting the headshot, taking her head off, and now becoming a 1v3. They know there's one player.
And being brought on the Ying means another C4 comes through. And Ryujin are absolutely devastating with this. The shotgun push gonna come through, gonna find two players. The three players go down to the side of Ryujin. It's still gonna come out.
To come out to give us some advantage in dislodging these defenders. You can see from the overhead cam, Myth are just holding it down. They're waiting with open arms horizon to make this push, and now you can see the smoke and all the utility completely stalling out the attack. And Trinley's gonna kick things off for us.
And swinging it again, but he's gonna. This is very disjointed, very all around the place, but it's gonna be all that Myth currently have left to offer. A close wall bang, not close enough for the Gallery. Does challenge one, that's gonna be one for Akari. Goes up against the player of Pillow. Does deny that bulletproof camline.
Oh no way, look again.
It simply won't stand. How made it.
How could they even try to win this round against 5 defenders? And still, 3 smoke kills left. Like, is there really a chance? Maybe he's sneaky kill onto Spiral, but he doesn't get it! No! Oh no, the trade is there. He's still just injured. Maybe.
This clearing of the roam has been really good from the side of SV, but they need to start pushing their way onto site. They're able to find a kill. Is Joker on this flank? The Valve somehow managed to find upstairs, and I don't know. The comms are not coming through. Is that why able?
Well, you're right about that. For now, Pre-Fire rings out C4 in and does not get the pick though. But now, it's not close to shotgun. Sarko getting one of his own. Taking out another one, Slayer, getting another perfect shot. Svendo, last one standing. Sorry, Nails.
So onto Nice, it's completely open here for the side of UA. And they're looking to continue it so far, but not giving them the easiest of times, even though spotted out the Pre-Fire there, midway load. Bad timing, Smith catches them. The second here for UA, and they're giving Panahune a lot more trouble on the upper ground, but all the way below.
Quite a false play, but Packable gonna be testing this fade against a long-range gunfight, especially with the SMG-11. As long as you can recoil control of it, but then the weapon will jump against Trophy with the help of Packable. It will be quickly put to rest, but we're going to be returned to Ryujin, even though the equalizer. This is going to be the Blackberry, but mostly it's going to be destruction of ground and utility that they rock. Something that Ryujin aren't necessarily relying on too much, as we see by the roster, but just going in. Skipper has made his way into Fireplace and caught Niaz with his pants down, and that's your mute as well. But most important,
Jono takes down Hungry. This smoke is not going to be a factor as long as this Warden has his ability up and available. The C4 not quite ready to come out yet, but Rexon on the Nook, able to find two, as Voltan does manage to find one, but Hort trades out onto Zero. Aren't necessarily that bad, but it means you're going to be a little bit short on utility overall, as the impact nade comes through and shorted on the Ella, able to take down Lamb, finding the headshot. And I mean, I'm sure Lamb, though a lot of potential here, should be favoring Sitka Toss in terms of the man count, but Panu strikes quickly. The trade comes through from short and into a 2v1 as Nixon takes down Danu. No time left. They have to go faster. Short and have to.
Agree. It's like Ward is still alive, still in the bathroom. Any long angles here that are not their friends.
No way.
Oh,
What is this?
Staring at each other.
He's just staring at him and he couldn't even know.
Absolutely. And here we are, map and game number 3. Psychopaths against VIP. As we just seen and as we just saw, Night Haven Labs will be our map. Psychopaths having a good run. Definitely the kills are being there, but VIP having a little bit of a tougher week. Both of these two teams are fighting at the middle, as you said it. So this victory will be very important to just place one of these two teams a little bit higher up than the other one. So points are very important because the less games, but slowly steady, there won't be as many games coming. More we proceed in this group stage, less time they're gonna have to prove themselves.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers. Loading mag!
Well, spice. What can I say? He likes it spicy, he likes it hot. So why not just bring an Ella onto the board?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't say that either. But we were having some problems, but we're back. But I said there's been a very spicy operator being brought out, which is going to be the Ella. Dedicated shield counter, which is great to see.
5 seconds remaining.
Which should hopefully counter James on the Monty.
Exactly. Now this Ella is going to be, especially primary with her gadget, a good counter for the side of James, who's playing on the Monty. But here again, this map, there's many takes, many different ways you can take this top floor. I just want to see a clean, nice play. Get these breaches open and work on what you have. If you don't, oh my god, that was nasty. Jono will be punished immediately, will be taken out, and he's looking for more. Look at it, Freeman. It's just that these winners running around. He wants to get these kills. VIP not in too great of a position right now. Already lost their beautiful Buck, who has more shots are being flown. He's doing a great job occupying the attention from these attackers.
I mean, check the Moss, man. What a shot. Absolutely slamming the Buck. The other problem is now, how do we get this wall open? Luckily, we have the Bailiff on the Grim. But this is going to be a much slower affair this time around, as Dano going to kick things off as well, finding one for himself. That's with James taken out early, and the Monty and the Buck going down this early. It's not starting off well for the side of VIP.
Oh, the C4 comes along. Another one. I hate to break this to you. We've lost 3 members now for VIP. It's a 2v5 within the first few minutes of this game.
Robotas have just had enough. They're here to play every step of the way. They're waiting for VIP, getting aggressive below, having pre-placed C4s to take advantage of the way the map lays itself out. And unfortunately for Boltan and Zyro, they need to try to isolate some 1v1s or try and stack up with each other to apply pressure in an extremely coordinated way, but being separated is not going to be to their advantage, as it's just in a blink of an eye, Maverick's been left all alone in the time it took him to get the breach open.
Maverick's all alone, Bolton all up to him. It's a minute left, but let's be honest, nothing they can really do. Flawless round is an opening round. I mean, that's a little bit of quite of a statement here from the side of Psychopaths, as they make it very clear they have no intention in making this an overtime map.
Yeah, they want the 3 points just as badly as everybody else and starting off incredibly strong. But for VIP and Psychopaths, the first game for their day, it's all going to be about figuring out your opponents. How do they want to play? How are they approaching the map? And then you can start to make your adjustments. VIP just got a very rude awakening that Psychopaths are looking to challenge for everything. So now we need to start paying respect to that. We can't keep playing maybe as aggressively as we hoped. We have to account for the fact that Psychopaths going to look to challenge us early, look to be aggressive, and we need to adjust our own strategy to be able to deal with that.
Adjusting the strategies is one of the key things when playing competitive. You gotta make sure that you always adapt to your opponents, no matter where are and what level you are. If you know something what the opponents are doing, you want to find a counter strat or something that will just minimize their terror, their strength within those strats. And if it is just taking out a single player, then you gotta focus your attention and taking out that specific player. But at the end of the day, this Psychopaths is the Spanish guys. And they are dangerous because, holy, when they start getting on that rampage and getting these kills, they're unstoppable.
Yeah, you don't want the horns of this bull anywhere close to you. You don't want that bull to get any momentum. As Psychopaths, they've started out extremely well, but again, it's the first 2 to 3 rounds. It's just getting a feel for how your opponents want to play. But I have a feeling Psychopaths, they're coming into this game with a point to prove, with points to earn. As you take a look at their lineup, it's extremely well suited to holding the map. You see this third floor, the second and third floor extension being brought out, deny that verticality that we've seen time and time again be the key success point for a lot of teams. James on that ram will be looking to tear that floor up, create loads of pressure from above, and Psychopaths holding the whole map to not allow that to happen.
That's the key factor here. 5-5 still standing, a minute has only passed now. The phones are being rang. Exactly, just a little bit of utility here and there, a little bit trying to spice it up. The first few now guns are being used to throw a few bullets. Will be the first 2 kills. Beautiful. The third one nearly on the board, but the owner is gonna say no. As he takes out the player and at least minimizes the threat from the side of VIP a little bit. But here again, they've taken a lot of damage, but at least we can bring it back with 1 more kill. Dano though, very low HP, so we try to push back on side. Beautiful kill right there, bringing it back down even further. A 3v2. Bolton and James, last 2 men standing for VIP.
And what a response from Psychopaths. Losing too early, but getting aggressive, prodding holes. But we've just got Boltan waking his way into sight, just stuck his way in. He's going to catch him on the rotate as well. Not quite, as the swing comes in to finish him off as well. And the response from Psychopaths is just phenomenal. To fight back and hold the ground to maintain this vertical control worked out beautifully for them here in the second round.
1v3. Very dominant again, decided by kills from the side of Psychopaths. Then I'm just patiently waiting from the side of James. He may open up a few hatches, a little bit vertical play, but find himself in a little bit in a pickle just because there's 3 players. Coles will just take him up from the verticality he's created himself. With that, round number 2 is also done in dust. They 2 currently for Psychopaths. They look very dominant when it comes to that kill side.
The main thing from VIP is they just seem a little bit separated, but giving credit to Psychopaths for how aggressive they're being. But unfortunately for VIP, you can just see in this replay just how separated they are. Juno's not really in a position to trade this kill, and they don't really have the control over the entirety of the third floor to put their counterparts in a net. When you're looking to roam clear, you want to cut off those escape routes and collapse together. And unfortunately, they just left gaps in that collapse, and that's what's allowed Psychopaths to get re-aggressive, trade out the kills, and even up the man count.
This next round could determine if we're gonna see a 3-round lead from the side of Psychopaths. It's gonna be a little bit difficult there from VIP to then recover, because that would mean the 3-round rotation is completely done and dusted. So all 3 bomb sites that Psychopaths is going to play have been played, and all 3 of them have been won by the team. If VIP is unable to stop their opponents right here and at least get themselves a singular point, a glimpse of hope.
And we're going back to the good trusted combo of the Mav with the Buck. Hoping this time around we can use Buck to get that IT breach open a little bit faster, to put more time on the clock. As this time around, it's not just that top floor that you need to deal with. You need to clear this top floor, very reminiscent of Kitchen on Chalet. You need to clear that top floor to be able to then use the vert and stop your defenders from using that vert against you when you go for your execute. That storage window plant is generally the default way of trying to get that kit down, and you need this IT breach open in a speedy manner to be able to make that happen.
Blitz has been brought out, just a little bit of a precaution just to make sure they get a few more opportunities. Just push this a little bit quicker. And maybe with a little bit more safety. At the end of the day, they could have also fallen back to a Blackbeard or to a Monty. None of these 2 are banned, but the Blitz is potentially the more comfortable choice for James. Depending how he's going to utilize this operator, it would mean it could be a great success or a great failure if it's not utilized right.
It lets you be more aggressive. You can get up in the faces of your opponents a lot easier, especially with that flash ability as well. But look at the dedicated shield counters coming in from Psychopatas. They know how strong these operators are, and they're building these lineups to be able to slow down that aggression. As a double C4 from Raxo out of nowhere, a third as well from Forever, as he finds a third for this team, as those key operators, the Mav, the Sledge, and the Blitz, wipe off early as Psychopatas going full steam ahead. It's all blue as it's all left on Martin on his own once again.
The tremendous round starting off with a double C4, then Dana with the double kill at the end of the day. It's flawless round yet again, and that means the 3-round sites have all been won by Psychopatas. The 3-0 leading, and they really look unbeatable right now. VIP just not finding the right pathing, not finding those kills, and maybe just like not focusing on the essential points right now. Here again, especially also in this bomb side, I just saw a little bit of a mistake. They completely tried to go for full side breach, but they didn't even have vertical control, nothing to really withhold or withstand that C4. A singular C4 getting 2 kills. What does that mean? There wasn't enough preparation. Maybe it should have been a little bit more from the side of VIP. And now this is the problem because Psychopatas leads 3 points, meaning they can just go back up to upstairs with the just won in the first round with flawless. So
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
the
attackers.
chances for VIP and the way it looks right now isn't the greatest. Amguns, what does VIP need here, Amguns?
They need some momentum. The Psychopatas right now are 1 step ahead of the game at every turn. VIP keep walking into these traps. They keep walking into areas that Psychopatas are setting up pillboxes on. We need to maybe get a little bit more aggressive. We're playing a very predictable style of play at the moment, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, you need these breaches open. You need to do certain things if you want success, but maybe we need to change the pacing of how we're going about it. We haven't seen VIP really lean into that meeting side of the map yet, and maybe that's some control that they can gain early to get a footing into the map. So that way, from some initial control, then they can look to put pressure on Psychopatas. Because right now, VIP just need a foothold in the map to get some control. So that way they understand which control they have, and then use that to put pressure on the site and maybe possibly get that kit down.
Down below, we already enter with Jono. Yes, the bug, but remember how it went the first round. There was a little bit of an Ella down below, already denying that. Maverick is already on the breach, trying to just make this a quick opening. Again, focusing on the basics is very important here for VIP. Oh no. Bolton! Fortunately, will be taken out by a C4. Let's, maybe we need to put the guy on a little bit of a front watch. He's soon entering the 007, that's all I'm saying. Very soon.
We don't need a 007 here today, guys. It would be shocking if we see a 007.
Wouldn't be a great one.
But to quote Tom J, the wise man himself, with the years of wisdom, I wouldn't want to be that mad on IT Breach. Because of these C4s, Buck's going to get aggressive from below, possibly getting one back. But this is where Buck, it's going to be his job to sort of apply this vertical pressure. He's going to try and almost get a second. But that's the counters you have available to the Mavericks. Psychopatas understand the rock, paper, scissors approach to this game, and that's what was winning them these rounds. They know what VIP are going to bring, they bring a counter to it, they execute it well, and they keep getting rewarded for it. VIP have found themselves, other than 1 round, in man deficits from the start of almost every single round, and that's just not good for your mental, it's not good for getting rounds on the board, and it's a place that can be really hard to come back from if you want to get yourself back into the game being 3 rounds down this early.
We're gonna try to enter and make and create our way from the other side. Slowly but steady, the breach has been reinforced off another member from our false calls. He takes us Janet player from down below. Matisse tries to just go down as well, but it's not gonna help. You gotta be slowing down, you gotta be ADS, and especially when you just lost a teammate down below. It's all up to 1 member standing, and from I feared it's gonna be an 0-5, an 0-4, because 5 players standing, 1 player alive from the side of VIP, and he finds himself in a very dangerous position. He may find 1, but can he find the other 4? And as we all know, Psychopatas, they're very strong in the kills. They will also deny a little bit of a comeback here.
VIP can't seem to get anything going. And this is where something like a pocket strat might really help. We can hop on a couple of really aggressive operators to really dramatically change the pace and get us some momentum. We're going for pretty standard procedure, but with the experience that Psychopaths have, they're ready for it. It doesn't matter what VIP try to do, that follows that sort of standard procedure of get the breaches open, take some map control, and then get the kit down or go for the kills. Psychopaths, they've seen it all before. They're extremely well-drilled side, and they're just waiting for VIP with open arms. Especially on a map like Basement, where we saw a massive vertical extension being brought out by Psychopaths. Change it up, maybe go direct, go fast, bring a shield to get yourself into the breach and get the diffuser down. Because if they keep this pacing up, if they keep letting Psychopaths build round after round, it's just going to be extremely difficult to have any belief that you can get yourself back into the game.
4v4 would be a great standing point if they're able to get 4 rounds back to back now. Let's be honest. This rate, gonna have to win 2 on the attack, 2 on the defense, just to be even close to Psychopaths. So far, every single round that they've played, they have not even been close to minimizing the player count from Psychopaths. Every single time they've came back, there was 1 round they were able to bring it down to a 3v3. And here again, Psychopaths came back and they were unable to do anything. So VIP, they're struggling right now, and kills may not be the only outcome here. They need to bring that strategy on the point and support each other. And always make sure that there's a trade happening once a death happens.
And we've got this vertical extension once again, because if the attack doesn't clear you, you can use all that verticality yourself. But it's going to be on James. He's 0-4. He needs to get some kills to get off of this donut that he's been dropping so far. And what an operator to do it on. Get the Blitz involved. But the crossfire is there as they're punished again. Look at the response from Psychopaths. They're all there to take this fight together, shutting down the entry immediately, as this is going to be soul-crushing for VIP.
Oh, Zyro loses his life as well. Bolton and Jonah, yet again, the last 2 men standing here. 2v5. At this point, nothing unusual from VIP. They're really having a tough time just arriving on this map at all. Bolton will find one, will be taken out immediately. Here again, unable to minimize any kind of player count from the side of Psychopaths. It's just looking way too tough for 5-0. A 6-0 and you could basically call the game over. They need 1 round. You could potentially see a comeback, but there's maybe one glimpse of hope that I see for VIP. If they play better and way better on the defense, all they need is 1 round here on the attack, and they could find maybe a comeback on the defense. But if this goes to 6-0, then it will be nearly an impossible task for them to come back.
It's looking extremely unlikely that VIP can dig themselves out of this hole that they found themselves in. But this is where champions are made. When the pressure's on and the heat is against you, you want to use that, embrace it to sort of better yourselves as a team. Because in these moments, these are where you learn the most about you and your squad. This is where you can learn the most. You can see if your team has the resilience to stay in the right mindset to win these games. A lot of the time that 5-0 out, you can just check out, right? It's extremely taxing on the players to be like 5-0 down. That's where you need that one vocal person. It's more than likely going to be James, the captain, to try and inspire his team, to try and make something happen here, to keep themselves in the game. Because when they go to that defensive side, they get to then dictate the pace. If they can keep it within touching distance, just get around on the board so they don't have to go flawless in defense. That could make all the difference when they go into their attack, their defensive half.
Exactly, you said it. They need that one vocal person, somebody that is just stepping up, bringing that motivation, bringing that power, and just bringing that hope to the team right now. If you're 5-0 down and you've been a competitive player, or you are a competitive player, or just you play ranked, it's never a great feeling. You're just like, let's just go to the next one, and then you have this one teammate who just motivates you. You already feel like a shift of change, and there's a little bit of hope, but if nobody right now from VIP steps up to be that person, this will be a very quick downhill run. For Psychopaths, they're doing a great and fantastic job getting these kills. They know they're in the heads from VIP. They know that they can just do whatever they like to get these kills. Look at here, just forcing, trying to play with the guns, playing with the corners, peek around as much as they want. by VIP. They're trying to at least get one round here.
And this is a really good take from the side of VIP. They've changed the strategy, going for this meeting side push, making it a bit easier to get some control and get themselves in the building. This way they're actually closer to site. They've started knocking on the door and putting the pressure. They've got James to clear out IT and that electrical side as well. So at least we've got some map control this time around. Lots of utility that they can use as well. 6 nades in the lineup, 2 being used to take this space so far, and 4 left to be able to clear positions like Pillar and the other places that are crucial to clear on this top floor. Then we can start to work that vertical control and work our way down to storage, because like we mentioned before, taking this top floor is just half of the problem.
Zach, look at Coles. He's just waiting for somebody to peek, and he's just patiently downstairs looking through that vertical play on the top floor. We still have a few members. A minute left in this game. There's not too much for VIP to do as we now try to rotate around. As you said, the bomb site is down below, and VIP, they're very close there. They just need a little bit more space.
Get the sledge to work. You can see he's opened up these key vertical angles. They should know that storage is almost completely empty. There's no one hanging around ready to retake into storage either. They need to get the kit, which is on Boltan, towards that storage window. But while they've been setting it up, James has fallen to this top floor extension that hasn't completely gone away. And with 30 seconds left on the clock and bodies falling, it's not looking good as Martin finds one back at least, as we find ourselves in a 4v3 with 20 seconds left.
Will be 3 times ticking down, 20 seconds. As we try to find ourselves onto the bomb side from VIP, we need to get this plant down. Flashbang, unfortunately, flashing ourselves there. Built-in's going down with the plant. Verticality has been given away. This is the chance for Psychopathic to retake it, and they will do so. However, we'll take out one more player. 2v4, plant is down. All they gotta do is protect it now. Dano will find another one. We'll try to drop down, but Coles is there from the other side. We'll take the kill, and a 6-0 has been established.
I mean, we have to just credit Psychopaths. They've had enough of being bullied around in the different competitions. They've said, we're going to put our foot down. We are here to play. We want to get one of those top 6 spots to take ourselves into the next stage. And this is going to be amazing for round difference as well. If we find ourselves in a situation later on where we're tied on points, this 7-0 is going to be a massive help into making sure Psychopaths, they can break that tiebreaker in their favor. As right now, VIP, what are they supposed to do against this bull that's just charging at them full speed?
I mean, it's a 6-0. Psychopaths, they're really quick, and I mean, from the side of VIP, I would really focus on actually taking out rush operators, because Psychopaths, I just believe they will just take Ying, Monty, Blackbeard, Finker, whatever it may take, just to overthrow right now and just bring that aggression to make sure VIP cannot react. They may be taking out the Deimos and the Grim, but is that really the way here?
When you have rounds to burn, you can go for that rush. I understand why VIP are banning the Deimos and the Grim especially. When you're going for these top floor takes, the verticality is crucial. If you've got a Buck or a Deimos playing below, Grim is a great operator to pair with him. VIP may be opting to hold some key power positions. The verticality is extremely common to be, or commonly used to clear, and that's why we see this combination of operators being banned out. Maybe to have a presence on that middle floor as well, to just outright deny any verticality being used from the side of Psychopaths. That player then has a bit more freedom to roam around and can't get pinned down as easily with the Deimos. But let's see, it's going to be all about how VIP can capitalize on these bans.
Exactly. That is the main key point. I think the one thing that VIP needs to make sure right now is focus their attention on the entry points, right? Make sure that whatever may happen, they're aware there could be a rush there, is aware there could be a push there, aware of every single entry that they have created or can be created. Really focus on that. They don't need to extend. They don't need to play the long game in having roamers trying to kill the drones and fall back. They can stay on site. When they are on site, they need to make sure it is pinpoint and they know what they're holding and play together.
And if VIP can get the first pick here, if they can start off this round strong, it might just be the spark they need to get themselves back into this game. We've actually reinforced our teammate off before he's jumped back into fight. Luckily, he's not been pinched just as of yet. as look at Psychopaths, they're opening everything with the bandit and the cave being banned off early. It's incredibly easy to get these walls open. You don't have to worry about a pesky bandit or a cave to borrow combination providing to be a nightmare to get these things open. And that's the key thing about this map. Those breaches give you so much control to be able to take rafters, to apply pressure to pillar, and Psychopaths clearly believing that applying this pressure early is going to be the deciding factor to get themselves across the line with a nice little 7-up.
People's already flying. Cole's very close to just get himself into that entry point position. Premium will be the first one to die here, and that is the first member of Psychopaths to lose his life. Now this is a great start for VIP. Here again, focusing on these entry points. C4 coming, trying to take that Monty just off the board. Beautiful team play. Smoke off the door. Make sure you can't entry in C whatsoever. The man points is for the side of VIP, but I gotta get this round beneath their clothes.
And Dano, he's going to get one back. He's going to find two. And just like that, the advantage they've worked so hard for gone out the window as now this round's exploded with 1:15 left. A man pinned into storage here as well as he falls too. And unfortunately for VIP, it's all just gone a bit wrong.
They still stay though. Look at it. Peter had it so good. They had such big of a man advantage. But Psychopaths, if they've came back. 45. 55 seconds. Clock is ticking down. And John is a slither of HP, a single breath, and he's gone from the board.
Just the wind to kill this man as the swing comes out. Can't find anything. Just pinned. Azami coming to help, trying to get him out of this position. The double swing to try and make something happen isn't going to pay off. Can this be a quad for Danu? As Juno finds one, he will find the pistol whip. And unfortunately for Team VIP, that's all she wrote. As Psychopaths looking as strong as ever.
Looking very strong. A quick 7-0. They were not here to mess around. They were not here to bring this to an overtime. Not a single round given away to the opponents. Decided by kills, decided by confidence, decided by gunpower. This is what Psychopaths stands for in this Spains. They have always been exactly this. Now, for me, it's nothing too surprising. I think Amguns, this is maybe the first time your prediction has been too much on point.
I was going to say, we've got 2 predictions to 1 prediction. As much as I love Psychopaths, I've been watching these guys for a while. They really showed their class today. So 2 of our staff getting their predictions right. Your first of today, Dai. So nice to see you've got at least 1 on the board. But, I mean, what a result as well. Like, Psychopaths were the favourites going into this game. Their experience really on show here as well. But I didn't think it'd be that dominant of a game. VIP, they've shown some class in previous games, but they just didn't turn up to lobby today.
Really couldn't bring it on the board. Maybe the map wasn't quite working out in their favor. Maybe need to really re-go and just prepare better for this map. Psychopaths, again, just winning a lot of these fights because of their gun strength. This is something that VIP also needs to train for. What can they do? You can either fight fire with fire or try to just spray it down a little bit with water and try to play a little bit more passive, but at the end of the day, they're gonna have to find a solution for that. But here again, as said as before, this was only game number 3 with 1 more final round for the evening, and I would say I'm gonna send you guys to a quick little break, and we'll be back very soon with game 4 of today.
Able to get a kill, but no, going for, I'm not exactly sure what she was going for, but gets shot in the head and puts down. And that's going to mean that it's going to be a little bit easier for the side of the attack. But no, never mind. Another kill going.
Clock is ticking. The kill feed is hungry. The swing in here, just the perfect moment. But Cole's actually able to find Packful as they didn't expect Wood to be outside the main breach. A second one to fall. Now making its way into the site. Cole's comfortable onto the diffuser. Random swings in. And if we can find this last one, no, we don't. Raxo on the other to keep them on even ground and ground 0. It will be kept as now 3 against 3, dropping down to the bottom floor, hunt down some of these players as 1 is stuck on the side of Wine, and it will be Danu. Not much of a chance as Packful there shuts them down, and Geeke, they still have a contender down.
He just has to wait. He knows there's still 2 more operators upstairs. He knows that the flanks have to be covered. He can hold the angle as much as he wants to cause as much trouble as he can. They know there's only 2 on site though, so they can't just push and go for drops here. There's the first smoke putting out, but a lovely shot by pushing as quickly as we can, make sure that we can be prepared for this. Something I do like to see is the Clash pick, because she's very strong, but she's not omnipotent, is the best way to say it.
Yeah, not omnipotent at all as
60 seconds here. Raven hops down, does find one on towards Coles here, and it seems like Valorant, they might just want to brute force their way in towards this one. They've even thus out. Now here comes the push to Copetus. No, they can't get silly. Here comes the C4, finds a massive pick there, takes down Murara. Beautiful throw.
It applies more phantom pressure for JT to try and repel onto that breach. So I don't think Mirror was ever intended in that way, but never mind. Speaking of said Mirror, taking a run out to Sarko, in a DVNO state, but
electric in here, and the second Twitch goes down.
And the TCSG on the Goyo is going to shut down the DMR as the push going to come through, going to find the Ash as a beautiful swing there out of... Where are you looking? Why are you even there? As Hauxi manages to take down Legion and get a man advantage going into the last 35 seconds of this round. But Kaid able to take down Nolf. The Ram is no longer going to be a player in this round.
Decide that for them. As I said, here comes the Impact team needs to get rid of these Jaeger ADSs. Shock's able to pick up Leon's. Do that. Okay, Sarko, just jump straight down. Sure, as he's able to pick up a second. Who let this man loose?
He's on the swing. Hauxi, can we find another? Yes, that's going to be the Fuser. Fuser are looking to make this comeback. Skipper locks the Babulator. Where is the final two stand? Going to be able to pop the second one as well. What a pre-fire out to Hauxi. Not even giving him a chance to react. And on Swordmore, he kicked this bunker down, playing across their utility. Now, although the last time they won this round, it was due to a bit of a hero play, they still won it, and results matter most. Although Sakavada is having a bit of difficulties fighting against this verticality in Siri there. You nasty dog, right? So put down easily.
The timer's ticking down. 50 seconds. That Rafters is open now. Nomad could possibly go up to get it, but she does run the risk of any other player, such as this Valkyrie, getting the headshot, taking her head off, and now becoming a 1v3. They know there's one player
and being brought on the Ying means another C4 comes through, and Ryujin are absolutely devastating with this. The shotgun push gonna come through, gonna find two players. The three players go down to the side of Ryujin. It's still gonna come out.
To come out to give us some advantage in dislodging these defenders. You can see from the overhead cam, Myth are just holding it down. They're waiting with open arms horizon to make this push, and now you can see the smoke and all this stupidity completely stalling out the attack, and Tridley's going to kick things off for us.
And swinging it again, but he's going to... This is very disjointed, very all around the place, but it's going to be all that Myth currently have left to offer. A close wall bang, not close enough for the counter. He does challenge one, that's going to be one for Akari. Goes up against the player of Pillow, does deny that bulletproof camera.
Oh, no way, look again.
It simply won't stand. Hauxi made it.
How could they even try to win this round against 5 defenders? And still 3 smoke cannons left. Like, is there really a chance? Maybe just need to kill onto Spiral, but he doesn't get it! No! Oh no, the trade is there. He's still just injured. Maybe.
And this clearing of the roam has been really good from the side of SV, but they need to start pushing their way on the site. They're able to find a kill. Is Joker on this flank without somehow managing to find upstairs, but I don't know. The comms are not coming through. Is that why he's able?
Well, you're right about that. For now, pre-fire rings out C4 in and does not get the pick though. But now, it's not close to the shotgun. Sarko getting one of his own, taking out another one. Slayer getting another perfect shot. Svendo last one standing.
Still onto Knights. It's going to be the opening here for the side of UA. And they're looking to continue it so far, but not giving them the easiest of times, even though spotted out to pre-fire there. When you load bad timing, Smith catches them. The second here for UA, and they're giving Panahune a lot more trouble on the upper ground, but all the way below.
Quite a false play, but Packable going to be tested this fade against a long-range gunfight, especially with the SMG-11. As long as you can recoil control of it, right deadly weapon, just jump against Trophy with the help of Packable, it will be quickly put to rest, but to going to be returned to Ryujin, even though they equalize it, this is going to be the Blackberry. The mostly is going to be destruction of ground and utility that they rock. Something that Ryujin aren't necessarily relying on too much, as we see by the roster, but just going in, Skipper has made his way into Fireplace and caught Niaz with his pants down, and that's your mute as well, but most important,
Jono takes down Hungry. This smoke is not going to be a factor as long as this Warden has his ability up and available. C4 not quite going to come out yet, but Rexon on the Nook, able to find two, as Voltan does manage to find one, but Hort quickly trades out onto Zara. Aren't necessarily that bad. but it means you're going to be a little bit short on utility overall as the impact nade comes through and Shorin on the Ella, able to take down Lamb, finding the headshot. And I mean, I'm sure Lamb, though a lot of potential here, should be favoring Sick to toss in terms of the man count, but Panu strikes quickly. The trade comes through from Shorin into a 2v1 as Nixon takes down Danu. No time left. They have to go faster. Shorin has to...
Agree. So Ward is still alive, still in the bathroom. Any long angles here though are not their friends.
No way.
Oh,
What is this?
Staring at each other.
He's just staring at him and he doesn't know. He could have shot and he would have found the kill.
But they're going to be blocked down by the mute. I love the Diablo, they're just waiting for it to happen. The team's going to be able to pick up the first one going into the execution, although quickly followed up a lot of damage onto James, leaving him a bullet away. Just from circling down the pistol print, it's not last one with later team fighting back against the...
And that trick off as the Ram going down so early to Dynamite. Dynamite is impenetrable right now as Arcari able to find one as well. And this round is going from bad to worse, but no Pozo able to take down Atari at least. That is going to be the off board, but losing the ring.
This bandit trick was on the board, so a little bit of adaptation required. And you can see Fanone taking very similar paces, spreading themselves out, being rewarded as well, like he likes to talk out. So a nice little opening coming in from the side of Fanone.
Really good still on extremely low HP, so it's still doable here for the side of Panamone, especially with only 18 seconds left. Flashes going to come through this nice cheeky angle, able to find Danu as the kills come through for the side of
Flashbangs in pocket. Can they make it Flash City to get UA into the site and overwhelm Skopitas on this gym site?
This is going to be able to find Putman, but it depends on how long they're going to be able to stick out because Raxos coming in for the saving play, and another to fall thanks to the UMP-45 striking for a second.
flank note, Skiv able to take down Chet. It means it's going to be a 5v2. You have that player upstairs, but there's only one player left towards side. That's going to be the Goyo. This gun can prove absolutely lethal if he can make usage of it, but no, the capped out fireball able to find the headshot, able to find two ahead here in this position with this top floor control in hand as the flank coming through. This Ella might prove to be the winner of the round, but Dodo ends up finding a kill onto Yukito as from the top. No! How did...
Yeah, very interesting. We're going for a master over this time around from the side of Psychopath. We do have two members of the attacking team working the breach, so it is going to be a split take coming in. But Savaro doing his thing, the Nitro finding its mark as well, just like you predicted.
HP, but 40 seconds man advantage. Valorant, they can start to look at side.
But this time around, the crucial thing is we still have the Capital on the board. But once again, the Goyo are going to be flat as Dano finds one for himself. As a 3v2, can Team Valor force issue to claim this match? So, looking to start calling these library players out. With the ability they've got, with two shields on the board, they can just run at these guys and put so much pressure.
Oh, what a tap from Eli. That is nasty, but granted to say the least. With the back to P shooter, the headshots matter, that's to say the least.
Souls on the roam definitely has massive impact here potentially, as in that mudroom going up the stairs now should be able to find this player and does with the headshots with that SMG, which is so extremely powerful.
Great potential. How she goes in for the swing is going to be finding the close range against Trigley rather than the other way around. Is just jumping into the smoke. How she gets another just like that converted to a 2-4 by Null, as now it's all left down to the last man standing. Ellie, a victim of Null for yet another. The 5-5-2 Diablo delivered a blow of their own and a down onto Layla here is going to be giving the upper half to time VIP, as now a random swing from Aritz looking to play with smart, but it matters not as the diffuser is right around the corner. Diablo get the swoop without the bullets and just barely, just barely.
What the Legion is exactly shooting at there, as Mira window is up and available for the Mira, and oh my god, Joker, you have to be kidding me. That is absurd shot. He almost kind of mid smoke and come out. Free fire, not going to connect them, thinking another smoke going to come out as his case is starting to go down. Is it going to happen? No C4 in pocket as he's going to swing and goes down. The triple kill for Pozo. No shot. This happens. The case is starting to get stuck. No, Layler able to find
Prior.
Where is the Capital ball gone? Like, the fire just hasn't cleared this player off this position as Trigley works his way back into Solar, finds one fucking
The jacket as well. Marat, you can't be peeking into it like that. He tries to get the refract with the pistol, but it has
that Grim and IQ have on the board, as it looks like a run out might actually come through, and it might be able to find somebody. The timing is going to be everything here. Goes for it. There's no Claymore down, but no, how does Marat live? How does he get away with it? That side of Project Zero. Not entirely sure how that happened. The flash going to come through. The push, you would imagine, comes through next, but that F not going to come in clutch to save his life. The 2 kills go in favor as the Legion on the flank, able to find 1 kill, not quite able.
Eaton Chew, Avon as well, going to be falling short, and this is the Scopotus we used to see. The timeout proving to much effect here. Long shot with the SMG-11 is hit by Hour, and that is exactly where Valor need to be right now. If they can get these rat spot ones, but look at this, sides being they're so disciplined. Sure, Juhar's going to be going down there from the vertical below, but look, here's the catch up from Ben. Belief takes down Elizao, and sure, Juhar might be down, should be able to be recovered. I'm more worried about Nixon, who's currently in a world of pain in the objective, going to fall alongside Tridley, and it's all up to Dynamite now in a 1 versus.
Lucy, he gets the first kill, and now the roamer in admin is pretty alone. Let's see if he can.
And here we are back again after a short little break for final last game. Amgens, what game do we have upon us?
We've got the last banger matchup of today, which is going to be Divoli versus Panahone. We've got the big muscle sheep, as Fancy Pixel likes to call him, which should be a great game to end the day. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the battle for first. So the winner of this game, because GK lost earlier, will be claiming that first place spot. So there's all to play for in this game, and it should be a great matchup to end things here at Voltage Series.
Exactly, as you just said it, Geeky have lost before, so these 2 teams are battling for the top today. But don't worry, that's not the very last game, so they're gonna have to secure their spot and keep their spot tomorrow. But let's have a look at the map again. Where are we going? Are we heading to already a map we know, or are we going completely somewhere else? And we had 2 little games on Nighthaven Labs, so the players decided why not just send us yet again on the map, because there have not been enough rounds on it. The quick 7-0 from Psychopathus against VIP, and we find ourselves yet again on the same map, but with 2 different teams this time.
Yes, hopefully it's a little bit closer than it was before. If we take a look at some of the map statistics across the tournament, as well as from Pro League and some of the other events that are taking place recently, this is generally speaking a very even map. There's not really any advantage to starting on the attack or the defense, outside of maybe feeling more confident going into a defensive half. But Panahone, they banned out Clubhouse last, the 2 very strat-heavy maps left in the pool, and that means Divoli, they've chosen Dianic to start off on the attack. The choice was theirs, and they think they can get some momentum going, choosing the harder side first. A lot of confidence coming out from Divoli here, thinking they can build a good momentum starting off on the attack.
Exactly, but what comes after the attack after 6 rounds? The defense. So that's going to be the key point right there. But let's have a quick look. You already talked about the ability. They may have picked the attack, but what are their stats? How have they performed so far? They're one of the teams who are currently fighting to be on the top. So Amgens, what do we have here?
I mean, this team has been great throughout the tournament so far, but I think Marat's on a 1.6 KD has absolutely been cooking. It's down to his positioning as well. Throughout the games that we've got to see him in, he positions himself in smart positions to make use of advanced situations that don't favor the attack. A lot of the time, Marat's is that last guy alive, playing the time game, waiting for the attacking opponents to come to him, and that's why he's got such a good KD when the attack is scrambling. That's a situation he really thrives in Danik.
Exactly, and that was the side of Diavoli, but there's a second team, Panahu, the Finnish boys. What do they have to offer? As we can see, Nipsu with a nearly 3 KD, so he definitely has a few things to say. They find themselves not battling for the top, and again, it's the Finnish boys. The one thing that is very sure, for some reason, they can fight every single time. They're the gunners, and every single time you see a Finnish person in the lobby, you know they're gonna do the kills. And this is a full lineup with just Finnish people.
They have been cooking throughout, but we've got everybody ready to go. So without further ado, let's get into labs, which is going to be our last game of the day.
Exactly, you said it. Nighthaven Labs will be the game for the last very match. And it will be a battle for the top. Whoever wins this map will find themselves on the very top, on the very place of a #1 in this group. Now, it is only Playday 5 here again. They're going to have to defend their spot afterwards. But listen, you can say at least we are on the top and we're very much secured on Playday number 5. So whatever comes after that won't hopefully hurt us as much as before. But no, Nighthaven Labs, is there anything in bans you expect from these two teams, Amgans?
I mean, it seems like we're going to have a repeat of exactly what we see every time we come to this map. I've got my fingers crossed, we see something else. Something out of the ordinary, but it seems like Divoli, they understand Bandit Cade is extremely important to get rid of. Panahone paying the equal respect to how good the shields are right now. As we spoke about earlier, the same bans coming out means it's easy to get the walls open, as it will be the hard breacher and the wall denial being banned out once again.
No more Ace, no more Monty for the side of the Avoli, so that's going to hurt him just a little bit. I mean, there is still a Firma, there's still a Hibana, potentially a Maverick, but you said it last game, a Maverick on that main breach is deadly. A singlet before you may find yourself completely taken out of the game, already putting your team in a disadvantage. So you're going to have to be careful if you want to play the Maverick.
You have to be careful indeed. However, with the Bandit and the Cade being taken off the board, there's now no need to bring the Maverick. The pocket EMPs will get the job done. Going below will also get the job done. The twist is we are seeing a Tabaro being brought out by Panahone. This can completely counter the EMP gameplay that a lot of teams rely on. We saw Sokopatas doing exactly that. Just thinking the EMP will get the job done. However, Tabaro holding the counter on those hard breach gadgets will allow these breaches to stay closed if Divoli don't destroy that mute jammer while the freeze is activated.
Wall reinforced!
Tabaro is going to bring quite a lot to the team. Not only will it waste time, but also on top of that, if the mute jammer is going to be disabled, after just a few seconds it will be enabled yet again. But there's a surprise, no mute jammer on the main breach being placed. That breach is free to take for the side of the Avoli. A little bit of a quick little jump out's not going to bring too much. From the side of the Avoli, we've completely decided against the hard breacher, but rather we decided to bring 2 players and 2 operators with secondary hard breach gadgets, or as I like to call them, can openers.
And the can openers, this approach on these operators, let you bring so much more utility into the game, where you normally have to sacrifice. But what? Doing some damage early, kicking things off for us. You don't have that sacrifice anymore. You can just full send it, full steam ahead with all these tools that are now available to you, because you're not sacrificing a player on that utility.
Taking a lot of damage here from the vertical play. Also, Hoover's gonna have to be careful here because solo low HP, but he has that C4. He's gonna have to keep that one in pocket. But look at it, there's a few more players. Oh no! The Blackbeard jumping into the window. Rastin will be then thrown onto the ground. Will be taken out immediately. That's a 5v4. The first kill has been set, and it is against Panahone.
This is where the vertical gameplay is still kicking off, but this time it's going to be Divoli to have the better angles, but elsewhere, Tabaro's going to fall as Rafters control now firmly in the hands of the attacking side as we do get a res off in a 3v2 situation.
Keys is back on his feet with Nifsu together. 3v2 has been established, and now all of a sudden the game slows down a little bit. Instead of the volley, we need to make sure we play this together. We have a big advantage, but the only problem that I see is those 2 C4s. They can be deadly if thrown correctly.
We've seen how effective these C4s can be, and you can see Nifsu, the gunner he is, getting ready, getting it in hand, as the aggression from Divoli here needs to be met with force, and it is indeed. As the Tabaro swings, we swing both. The C4 finding its man as well, as the aggression from the defense to fight back. Talent playing out extremely well to get Panahone off to a good start.
Talking about the C4 injuring the Blackbeard back onto the ground with V. On the other hand, Nicky's getting the other kill on the side. Nifsud peeking the last one, taking the kill. I mean, what a round. They had a very unlikely situation to win it. They turned everything
Defenders,
upside
protect your
down.
bombs
A
from being
C4
defused by
utility,
attackers.
bringing them the possibilities back to their side. Or with that, they find the first defense rounds onto their end. Now, on number 2, I hope this is gonna go way better and well for them, because that round, it looked a little bit wonky. I'll be honest with you, I was not quite as impressed by the Finnish boys as before. I mean, we know this team, that wasn't up to their standards. I'll be honest with you, Amgens.
Yeah, it was a round that Divoli really should be converting with the advantage that they found themselves in. But it's just a credit to the defensive capabilities that Panahone have been showing throughout various games. This is not something you see every day, as we have the mirror being placed on the soft wall, which is a strange strategy, to say the least, as you can be wall banged through it. I wouldn't recommend. But something I wanted to highlight, Dai, is the iterations of Blackbeard. I don't know if you were around, but there was a time that I remember where even C4s wouldn't threaten a Blackbeard. His HP having, you know, his shield having ridiculous HPs. I think he's in a better place now than he's ever been, because he went from OP to completely useless to now somewhere in between. How annoying do you think he's become, or where do you think his current state has found himself in?
I think Blackbeard is like an operator like Blitz and a Monty together. At the end, these operators, they have all one thing in common. Yes, you can work alone, but it's more stronger if you play it as a team. And as you said, the operator was incredibly strong. You could have played him alone, but now he needs still support from the team, and that will just fall back to the team play that we need to see, especially in competitive. Now, Lambe will be the first one to find himself a cheeky killer double for him, but triple, why not? As he takes out 3 players and now leaving Ariel, Martaz, last 2 men standing, exactly that Blackbeard we're talking about. So a lot of that team support has now been minimized to a singular play. He can't go alone because he has that gun himself. But let's be honest, it's always better to just have a shield and the gun behind and a shield in front of your face. So Lambe doing a great job, but just minimizing the complete player count from Diavoli. And now they find themselves a little bit of a pickle, because a 2v4 is not a great position to be in.
I mean, Lambe's just thread the needle. He's found the gaps, gone left, right, and centre, duck and weaved to find a triple for himself. And unfortunately for Divoli, just like that, that's going to be the round pretty much done and dusted, as we now don't have that coordination with the Blackbeard to be able to push out of position the remaining Panahone players.
Minute left on the board as we tried to push, but you're going to have to be careful because someone's waiting for us on these stairs. Lambe is right there, and if we expose ourselves a little bit too much, he will take off one of our heads. Team support is completely there. I mean, look at all these players stacking up together, making sure that they stay together and they can peek it and swing as a whole.
I'm not sure what we're doing there as we prone peek onto the Blackbeard. We give up a body back to the side of Divoli, and is this going to let Divoli back in? We need to see these two work together, try and take some isolated fights, try and force a bit of frustration out from the side of Panahone, as they have a nice little pinch onto the site anchor here with 20 seconds left.
Ari and Martaz are the last 2 men standing. Nikki, Suva, and Rustin, the other 3 men. We need to deny this push. As we try to go in, we see a little bit of the skin going through, but at the end of the day, it will be the finish, boys. They take on the victory. Exposing ourselves, we'll be pushing through, but then exposing our back to the other opponent. Beautiful crossfire created there. I mean, it was a little bit in a risky spot, very open, not much cover, but it worked out in their favor. And with that, they have the 2-0. Oh, Diavoli. That was a terrible start at the beginning.
But like we said in our previous game, these first couple of rounds are for you to sort of feel out your opponent. And Divoli as well, they opted to choose on the attack. If their mental's in a good place, they're going to understand that we're not going to win all of the rounds starting off on our attack. It is the harder side. We'll be going on to the stronger side later on. And what an opportunity to get around on the board, as a site we very rarely see is going to be brought out from Panahone. It's extremely rare that we see Kitchen being brought out. So what have Panahone cooked up for us to be able to hold on to this site, Dai?
Again, it can be just a little bit of a surprise, right? Panahua also played this map yesterday in a different tournament, the Meisterschaft, twice on this map, and they've always preferred the kitchen side, and even yesterday they've played this side quite often. So it's just a little bit of the preference, right? I mean, you can play the stock side, you can play the kitchen side, but at the end it does come to preference, and for them this side has worked out better and guaranteed them more victory. So aggression will be key for here, but also knowing when to fall back will be very important. And again, the one thing that they do not lack is when it comes to the kills, because Rastin will already start off the round with the kill on Devil.
And these dropping man counts early are not going to help build momentum, but we get the trade. This is much better this time around, stacking up close together to make sure we keep those man counts even, as it is going to be a meeting extension on this top floor that Divoli needs to deal with. We've got another player on the Blackbeard, but look at the defense, confident as ever, taking Aaron off the board, restoring that advantage early, and the rest of Divoli seemingly unsure of how to react to this.
We tried to walk on side on the top floor, be taken out yet again, but not our teammate, Ariel. That's the wrong head to shoot. As he now all of a sudden has minimized his team. One player, and it was the Blackbeard, as he was trying to at least gain a little bit of ground. His teammate back in the head of that Ariel, and yet again, the last two men as the round before, just standing in a 2v4. As they tried to make somewhat of a plan how they could bring this back, or also this time, just use the time and talk a little bit. As we now walk-in position has been revealed. We know there's a few players. There's so many angles we're gonna have to watch. The other side of Hoover will be falling, and the man count is slowly being brought back.
And again, they found a little opening. They can find their way back into this game if they can isolate these fights. But this is where going 3 rounds down, you're now going to have seen each of the main sites your opponents are bringing, and now you can start to adapt. My main concern is just the mental state. As that's not an ideal way to continue this round, as Ariel's going to drop as well, leaving Rats in the 1v3, and these rounds are like convincingly going the way of Panahone. Is he going to start to get on their nerves? Is he going to get under their skin? They can't convert any of these rounds. They just can't get anything going.
Unfortunately, we don't quite fade through there. You get this. There we go. Gonna have to retreat from that. It looked very much walkable, but it's not going to be. The cam still being alive. The Avoli gotta focus up there a little bit. Take out these cams just to deny a little bit of information, but 25 seconds, 3 players to eliminate. I mean, it's very much possible because 2 of them are very low HP, but let's be honest, as you said, Panahona, they're doing a great job in just making these rounds very convincible for them. As Nicky takes out the player from up above, that's 1 more round for the side of the finish. And the 3 side rotations. They've won the top floor, they've won the basement floor, and they've won now the middle floor. The third band may come in, but this rate, Diavoli, it does seem more that it lacks more in the team communication and in the actual operator lineup from the opponents.
I mean, Panahone with a flawless rotation is a great way to start off your defensive half. They're making the most of that defensive half, and they're being rewarded with their aggression. They're finding these picks early, but this is where from Divoli, I'd like to see them commit one way or the other. Right now, they're getting caught off guard extremely early in their attacks. Maybe we just need to slow down just a tad to figure out what we want to do as a team to counter some of the challenges that are being presented to us. It was only a 2-man extension on that second floor, but before we've even started throwing anything or opening up the meeting wall onto that shield position, we've already lost 2 bodies early. We need to pay respect to how aggressive Panahone have been playing, because they've been playing like this the whole game. I've only at this point in the round, halfway through this first half, at the quarter mark, otherwise known as, they need to start making these adaptations for the second quarter of this game. They need to now maybe just slow the pace down. You be a bit more tactical with the operators we're bringing, and what a way to fight fire with fire than to bring the blitz.
It can be a great pick, but it can also be a pick that's gonna backfire at the end of the day. Panahone have done a great job by taking out that Blackbeard as an operator that has been utilized by the Avoli many times. To take him in out is great, because it's gonna have to force now the Avoli on multiple other operators, like a Blitz, like a Monty, or completely fall off from that shield. Blackbeard may have been a comfortable pick, but he's not gonna be playable anymore. It's just not looking so great right now, I will be honest with you.
But this is the thing. We saw a 3 split earlier today. This is the main deciding factor. If you can get yourself back into this game here and now, keep it within touching distance. That's going to do so much for you. It's going to give you confidence that you can get some kills. It's just little achievements is what we want to work for. Getting breaches open, taking some initial space, just so you're a little bit more involved in the game. As it's little things like this, Alred's breaking his way in ahead of the Blitz. As Blitz maybe just trying to bait this player into feeding himself into Alred. It's little things like this. We've got some control, but do they know they're walking headfirst into a crossbar?
The looks of it now, they know, just barely avoiding death there. Lambe and Russian just both waiting together on those stairs, trying to pinch them in that little hallway. But Devil's just got the cross. Beautiful, holy! That should have never been possible, but I guess it was at the end of the day. He got the kill, he got the man advantage. And all they gotta do is make sure it keeps up and they stay up above and don't give up a player.
But just like that, they've given up that player. It's the caster's curse as Legion's taken out early into, or Legion gets a kill back, but Alred's going to keep things rolling as they do maintain that man advantage. And this shield just gives so much information to help Divoli get some success.
A little bit of smokes to give themselves the opportunity to walk on side as we walk through the smoke, trying to get even more chaos. Lambert will just walk through, will be taken out. Rustin, on the other hand, will find the kill. Not the 3v2. But the Avoli, even though they have the upper hand, they don't look too great right now, won't lie. Look at Rustin just running through the fire. Nobody there to stop it, and the Avoli reacted to exactly that. Saw the footsies, got the kill at the end. The other member dies. I mean, they made the best opportunity right there. They had the upper hand, and they had the run back, and that is what they needed.
You're within touching distance. You understand that it's your attack. It's going to be difficult, but now you've still got 2 rounds left. The worst is probably now behind you. You can start to work your way up and get yourself back into this game. That was a brilliant round from Divoli. Back to basics. Just get yourself into rafters, clear that position in warehouse, and then start to apply the heat to the site. It got a little bit messy towards the end in and amongst the chaos, but that's what I think Divoli need to lean into. Create more carnage, because it makes Panahone uncomfortable, and it can give you can get rewarded for the mistakes that Panahone are going to make. Divoli got 2 more rounds to introduce some more carnage. I think Marat's bringing the Blitz has been a great adaptation, so it's great to see he's going to lock that in again. Will it help them deal with this mid-floor, maybe 3rd floor extension, so they can use the RAM to get those avenues onto site?
It was only the first round of hopefully many more for the Avoli, but there are still 2 rounds in a disadvantage, so they need to win the next 2 on the attack if they want to be even up. But they are on the attack, and what follows after the attack? The defense. So if they can just get 2 rounds here, so 1 more round on their side, they will be good set for the defense. Panahua may have the 4 rounds, but it's only 2 rounds difference, and then they will be on the attack. And this map, you said, it is, even though it is very much evened out, there is a slight favor for the defense, and it can very much work out for the Avoli here.
Got full info here, and this is what we need to capitalize on. Rats is just going to send it. Getting the pick early, as Ami had no clue, and what a player to take out as well. Nifsu had a 3 KD so far across the play days here at the Volta series, removed early, and if you wanted to get some confidence, what a player to take out, Dai.
Exactly. You gotta bring back that confidence. You gotta make sure you show the opponent that you can handle the aggression. You can bring it on the board as well. Now, obviously they're not gonna let themselves be taken out that quickly. Lambish just waiting for an opportunity to strike here again. Potentially a few more kills. But this time it did seem like that the Avoli caught them off guard and were the surprising factor and not the other way around.
And that's what that change of pace can offer you. Divoli have not given Panahone time to breathe and time to get set this time around. And Lambe should have got caught off guard there, but he's going to make his great escape. Twitch maybe caught sleeping on the window there just a little bit. But look at these players still looking to hold on to this mid-floor and seemingly just finding the gaps as Divoli have got people in position to cut these players off. But Panahone, they seem to be brilliant at threading the needle, but that opening pick earlier is going to keep us in this 4v4, and now we can put the buck to use to start prepping for us.
Fortunately, we've lost our Slash, another member who could have sped up a little bit that vertical play. Now, beside of Hoover, we've just laid ourselves into the lounge, just waiting for hopefully to be misdrawn and then to punished the opponents for their mistake. But the time is ticking. Look at it, 55 seconds left.
Can we clear these crucial positions? There's normally a guy behind pillar. There's no one there at the moment. This position has been cleared off this vert. It's seemingly like this cargo take is going to be the main point of attack as Blitz making his way down into Animus. But the castle barricades, surely this isn't what locks us out of sight. Luckily the can opener's coming in, but this is the flank die.
This is the flag that needs to be happened. He has been withdrawn. We'll find it first. He's looking for more. Be taken out though immediately. He's going to be shut down. 25 seconds left. The main vertical pressure has been denied. Lambu will just follow up with another kill. And now, as the Blitz tries to take some control, the smokes will pop and the fire as well. U2 will be used to just push the Avoli back into the box. Unable to do anything. The time is ticking. 3 players to take out, and Panahua, they're disciplined. They're not gonna peek. They're gonna wait. If they peek, they're gonna do it together. And with that, another victory, and the 3-round lead has been again secured.
And what a round for Panahona. It's Lambe once again. He's the hero of this roster. Don't know how he found a little hidey hole to sit in around that pillar area, but he's been the thorn in the side of Divoli round to round to round. He has been everywhere that Divoli seemed to go, and he keeps finding himself in these crucial situations where he's just perfectly poised to throw a spanner in the works when it comes to his execute. But if it's finding kills early or at the end of rounds, he just seems to know where he needs to be, and that's why he's having so much success.
Round number 6, is this the last defense for Panoa? Now, Amgens, do you think this is going to be a 5-1? We find ourselves on the top floor, or do you think the Avoli have what it takes to bring one more round on their team count?
Avoli looked really good attacking this floor on the last time they were attacking the site, and that's why I think this should be a Divoli round. They've adjusted really well to at least one of the sites, which is this top floor. The Blitz was the difference maker by keeping it simple and going for that warehouse take. The biggest thing with Siege is it doesn't matter which approach you go with, everything needs to be well executed. Divoli have found their bread and butter when it comes to attacking this site, and you see by the loadout, bringing a lot of the same utility, a lot of the same operators. They should be able to use that to replicate the success they had before.
Those on the other hand, Panoa, they have responded a little bit with it. Obviously, they're gonna adjust their lineup now, and you really want to bring the exact same thing before. I mean, it has worked out. Yes, completely, I agree with you. But once the opponents adjust to you, you're gonna have to be one step ahead, because I don't know where they might have just picked exactly that what they need. They've gotten themselves an Echo, and we know how deadly an Echo against a shield player is.
They can use this Echo drone to support any Rafters players. You can see Kabara especially eager to start swinging out onto that Rafters position, because that's that team coordination that gives you the edge in these fights. Now that the IT breach has been opened up, they will have to concede this position, but maybe not, as Kabara just playing with the danger there, playing just tempting the devil, tempting those angles, but he will get away with it, as this breach will now be the hard line set by Panahone to hold on to.
Drones will review positions just to make sure that they are where the opponents are coming in. They're gonna have to make sure at least one drone is safe. Devil, we find Lamba is the first opening pick here for the side of the Avoli. Second half of the game and of this round is just starting. Beautiful Echo, and Ixo will find it first, and that is the one player that we needed. Look at that stun, that was very, very well timed. Oh, we may have taken control of our electric, but the main problem has been eliminated.
And this is a good trade. We've got so much map control and the body for this, but the aggression, these Echo drones letting us swing, but Buck is ready for it with the shotgun in hand. Will find a double on the round, and Divoli with a switch in the strategy, going for this take. The nade's going to rain out as well. Will force his player onto the bomb chassis. He's the mountain to move. Will find one, but there's too many attackers left, as Divoli, a clinical round from them to get themselves some momentum, and a 4-2 split is not too shabby.
Again, a 4-2 split, pretty much acceptable for this map when you are starting on a defense. Now, the Avoli decided and picked to start on defense because they knew as a second they will be going for the defensive side. When they start on the attack, they know as a second comes the defense. Now, again, they might be down 2 rounds, but it is the default swap, so nothing has been decided yet. Yes, Panahoe might be leading with 2 points, but they're now on the attack. Now, can they perform the same as they did in the defense, or are they going to crumble apart now?
I feel like a broken record, Dai. This map especially, it seems like there is a 90% ban rate for the exact operators that we see on the screen. The access to the building seems to be the #1 enemy of every roster that comes to this map. And unfortunately, when you build a map as good as Labs, people are going to love playing it and they're going to optimize it to the highest level. And I think if you want to perform the best,
Attackers
if
need
you want
to
to make,
locate
especially
and
on the
defuse
attack, if
bombs.
you want to make your life easy, these are the most optimal bans. They just let you get past that initial stage of the game with a lot more ease if you compared to the banned the Azami, for example, and left one of the electricity operators available. So it makes sense why we see it so often, and that's why it's influenced the hard breacher bans, because you know they're going to get open. You might as well make them a little bit sketchy breaches or force the can openers or waste a bit more time using the Habana trick or the mouth trick.
Number 7. Good old switcheroo. But we're not gonna have to find himself on the attack, and look at it. At the end of the day, these two teams are not so much of a difference. The shield has been brought out by Rastan yet again. Ban, on the other hand, will be brought as the hard breacher. And other than that, we only have secondary hard breach gadget to can openers, but it will be open quite early on, potentially hoping for a few C4s or impacts, so just to die in that breach as long as possible.
Vana's got a bit of a run, spawning on maybe the wrong side of the map, as she's going to waste some precious time getting herself over towards this side.
Time to make a move.
And with this mirror being opened up on the breach, it makes it just a little bit trickier to make sure you get access into the building. Impacts can be thrown out of this, however, the defense opting not to go for that this time around. As Habana going for a 4-pillar strategy that we've not seen too often, but as long as you can get through it, you're going to get that access. But will the audio come back to bite Panahoe later, as you do have to vault through that breach, potentially inviting swings onto you as you do go for a push later on?
Not only will it do a little bit of sound, but also it will take out momentum. We all know you're quicker by just walking instead of jumping. So it may take out a little bit of momentum, exposing their body even more. And that's going to be the biggest issue for that vault. And on the other hand, the mirrors have been placed. They're in the same positions as before. Nothing too fancy, nothing too much of shenanigans. One focusing to the sides of Electric, the other one focusing towards the side of Rafters.
An extremely default lineup coming in from Divoli. They have confidence in their strats, but will the info be the difference maker? Still 4 drones available for this execute later on, and this drone they snap into sight could be crucial. They've got full info on the movement of these players as the swing comes out. What a swing from Devils. The trade is there from Lambe, clutching up from his team, but again, this top frag star player being taken out early as the Raft player cooks as well. Really good stuff coming from Divoli to hold their ground.
I know we're finding themselves in a little bit in a tricky position. Lost 2 of their members, Nifsu and Lumber. But Nikis and Hoover and Rustin are still alive. They've taken out the control of Rafters and are slowly but steady moving closer to the side. Beautiful ping right there. Great information throughout the drone. Will be taken out though immediately. And with that, Monty finds himself alone onto that side. Now Nikis knows exactly one player is there on the left, but when are they gonna execute? When are they gonna jump in? He's gonna jump in, he's gonna find the first. He's looking for more, but he needs to wait for his Monty to push further. The support is there. The 2v2 is there as well. 25 seconds, enough time. You know where both of these 2 players are. They've been given away their position. And unfortunately, Nikis will find himself been taken out, and all up to Rustin. Beautiful first shot. He's gonna have to find a second one. 10 seconds. Gonna have to be a headshot, but it will be from the Avoli onto Panahoe as they take around the defense and come close to that neutral scoreline. One step, another one, and it's up to 4-4.
They're right back in the game. Will their strat pay off by putting Panahoe on the harder side for the second half of the game? Divoli had faith. They understood their setup and they played it to perfection. The Goyo canisters wasting so much time in that last round to delay Divoli's attack, even with the Monty unable to take the space because of the fire providing that area denial, and a really well thought out defense there from Divoli as they go to basement. An equally strong site die And we've got a mirror to deal with as well. Will we see some mid-floor contention, some action on that mid-floor to fight over the Verve?
Could be seeing a little bit of a mid-floor contention, but we also could be seeing those mirrors just being placed on site just to help in case of a quick plant on the main breach. There's many ways you can utilize mirror on this bomb site, but there's also many ways you can play it. You can do complete top to bottom roam clear, have players starting on the very top and then just fall back step by step and waste a lot of time, but that obviously creates a lot of opening onto the bomb site and potentially also a little bit of a risk, but that mirror will work against it, as it does seem like we're gonna have a top to bottom strat here before us, and that mirror will be crucial for onside just to deny quick takes.
Yeah, you've got such visibility over everywhere the bomb can go down. You can call to your teammates above where that plant is going down as well, so they can deny it without putting yourself at risk. Rivoli, look at the amount of shotgun work they've dedicated. Here on Labs, we said earlier that not bringing as many shotguns can be extremely detrimental to your ability to cover the site itself. That's just not a problem here. Rivoli are fully invested in holding this site from above, but this is where Nifsu on the blitz, you can plant at funny angles, can negate some of that verticality, they can find the gaps, because right now for Divoli, they need to make sure they don't spread themselves too thin across this game. As look at the control Panahone have taken already in kitchen, maybe looking to work their way down EXO this fast.
Val and Blitz working together, getting the information with the drone work, so now going even closer to that drone control from their opponents, but also the main breach has been open, and look at Nifsu. Instead of trying to fight and hold above, they're gonna try to go down, already apply pressure to side, hopefully with that creating a little bit of an attention grab to hope that the opponents will drop down and give away the control from up above, and it's exactly what they will do, but there's still one more player up above. Gonna have to be careful as we walk on side. Nifsu will find it first. A little bit of chaos are happening, is being created. The Finns are just all over the place, but it's just still working out in their favor, losing the numbers one by one, but they have the control, and this is what matters. Rastin and Lumber just keep getting these kills as Devil and Cypher, the last two men standing in a 2v2. Call has been going out. From the looks of it, don't quite have the idea what these players are, but Panu has full site control.
Household's position going to be a little bit exposed if they can hear this phone ringing out, as after all the chaos we leave ourselves in this 2v2. But what a swing from the castle. It's all down to Lambe. Already found one, trying to juggle the second. Into the crossfire he goes, but the second teammate going for the long flank down to Cargo. They have the kit in hand as Lambe looks to find these shots, gets tagged up onto low HP. He's got two full HP players to find, and able to find the shots onto the first as he jiggles back and forth, hunting for these picks. But they're going to play the time, play this patient. They don't have to peek, and they're going to make this guy come to him.
The diffuser in hands, but it's gonna have to be careful. Nothing you can really much do. A 2v2, yeah, again a little bit thrown out of the window, don't you think?
Yeah, it just went a bit wrong. It went a bit too fast, went a bit too quick as Divoli tie up the scoreboard. And we've talked about it all day, Di. That 4-2 split, if you can get those 2 rounds on your defense, you're right back in the game, and the momentum's going to be firmly in their favor.
There we are, as you said it. 2 rounds of the defense, exactly what they did, and they're back up to 4-4. Now that both teams are basically back to 0. Whoever goes quicker on that 6 points will be the first one onto that match point. A singular victory away from that 3 points. Here again, winner of this match will secure themselves the very first position in the group. The top will be theirs. And right now, Panu did feel like they let a few opportunities slide to get victories in, while the Avoli, they're just playing their game right now, and does feel like that they found the groove and the vibe.
I mean, this is the battle of the Titans for the top spot. Who is the biggest Titan here in Volta's series? And Divoli have done exactly that. They were calm and composed throughout their attack. Although it was a 4-2 split, they understood we are very strong defensively on this match. Just trust the process and let us cook, as the 2 SAS brothers are going to be setting up the site here back to the mid-floor. And this will be the first time we're hitting this mid-floor. It is objectively the weakest out of the 3, but that doesn't mean it's easy to attack. We've seen so many teams struggle to take that top floor control and then utilize it to attack that second floor, and that's what Divoli are going to be hoping and banking on to win this 3rd round and get their own flawless rotation 3 sides.
I'm just struggling to see the vision here a little bit from the side of Pan. I mean, yes, they have all they need for a quick little take, but last time they tried to be quick, it wasn't really going out in their favor. So is it really the wise way to choose another fast and quick strat when already it has failed twice?
The thing is, even though these are extremely aggressive operators, we can be slightly more tactical in the way we use them. You can see from Panahone this time around, slowing the pace right down, making sure they don't give anything up early, and waiting for that right moment to be aggressive. Rather than trying to force it, they're going to try and make sure everything's in the right place for this push to go down, as this is a very quick take coming in, as they think they've got everything ready to hit the site.
The walk on side using the flashbangs as the cover. Lumber will find at least one kill, but there is a warden outside, so these flashbangs will do absolutely nothing. Nipsu, their kills being traded back and forward, but yet again, the Avoli being stronger, staying up on top. Lumber with the cheeky kill through the drone hole. We'll bring it back down to a 2v2. Now, Panu, all you gotta do is take a breather. Stop where you are right now and talk about what you need to do. You're again finding yourself in a 2v2 position. Do not let this one slide, because you will give the opponent the advantage.
And they've still got those two corner pocket, which has just rained out. It's going to give the info onto this player, but unfortunately the reverse angle is going to work against him, and it's all left down to Rastin fighting this vert, which is all over him, as the SMG-12 is not the weapon you want to fight these revert angles. The Greats are going to be his greatest enemy right now, as he's just running around. These players all over him on this vertical control.
The Kelty not quite functioning very well now, and here again you can see just all these default scams not even being shot. This what a shot! Verticality, all we gotta do is now find that one headshot, Rustin. Because we're now hacking the cams. 30 seconds left. A great opening kill. And unfortunately, we were left with very low HP. So it's going to have to be a hatch if we want to survive this. A trade won't be enough. You're going to have to stay alive. Diffuser has been picked. But there's some verticality. Is the plan maybe going down now? 10 seconds. We know the plan's going down on every single corner. But it has been successful. Has been stuck. But now we need to win this gunfight. Doing a lot of damage, but staying alive. Rustin, do not make a wrong move. For this round will be the Avolis.
And how the tables have turned, as Rustin's managed to be able to stick the kit, and both of these players go HP now. He's going to go for this outside push. He might have enough time to just stick this. Oh, the zombie barricade's going to cover the sound, as he's got no idea. This kit's going to get stuck, and just like that, I've only salvaged the round. The absolute tech coming in, it worked out a lucky way to cover the sound of the defuse, as unfortunately for Panahone, that would have been a great win to get it over the line, but Azami is going to clutch it up. But did we need to make it that tight? It's a 2v1 situation with smokes in pocket. Do we need to be giving this kill away? Just stay on the vert. There is nowhere safe on the site for that kit to go down. But although they've only won the round, they just about get it over the line instead of getting it with confidence. But will that help Panahone tie this up 5-5, knowing that they can still get these clutch situations in their favor?
Here's the thing, it was again a 2v2 scenario, right? And we just saw another member from Pano just walk on site with not even waiting for his teammate. And then all of a sudden you see Rustin jump into the window, get the cam, get the Fenry gadget. So it's like, why are we not waiting for each other? Why are we not taking a slight little breather? You had over a minute time, so there was completely enough time to just talk about, okay, where are we? What do we need to do? Where are these two players? Who can we isolate to bring and give ourselves the favor? But that didn't happen. They want to act in the moment, they want to act in a weakness, but then losing the gunfight on the verticality, putting your teammate in a 1v2. Yes, there was a plant, there was a 1v1, then lost because of a gadget. So here again, in those moments, take a breather, talk, and realize what you need to do in order to win, because now, as said, the Avoli are now leading. Pano just gave away because of a singular misplay.
But this is where when the game is so close and the game's ping-ponging back and forth, especially on the Divoli defense here, it's been one round back and forth for both of these teams. It may keep you close compared to having to break that 2-round buffer. it's a bit easier for Panahone to stay in the game. They don't have to fight that barrier of if we win a round, they win a round, they're going to lose the game. Panahone can tie it up right now, right here. They're only 1 round behind, and a map that suits suits both sides equally. It's all on the table to win this game out, especially in regulation for those big 3 points to cement themselves at the top. When you're fighting your strongest opposition, you want to make sure they walk away with nothing, and Divoli on their defense have done a phenomenal job of that so far.
You said Nish is going to continue. Nicky's trying to stay alive while he walks across. Barely staying alive with his life though, but potentially he could find himself with a cheeky little kill as the teammates of the supportive now come in.
Oh, what is that?
No! Devil! Coming straight up from hell and making sure that hell will rain upon Panaho, because what a shot yet again, minimizing the players and also the possibilities for Panu.
I mean, what are you supposed to do when a guy's on this kind of form? These are the engagements that you have to win. You've got a player pinched between you. It's just, I mean, he's just on a different level hitting that shot. But Divoli, they can park up into the site. But the question is, with this amount of time left on the clock, you see the utility usage from Panahone being used to great effect to clear this mirror, to get knocking on the door. And this is where the Monty comes into an element of his own. He can walk down this electrical position. He can basically clear it single-handedly. But look at the Goyos they've got stacked in this area. That's a 50 seconds worth of time waste in one position that's going to focus the attack through the breach and the breach alone, unless they can rotate people to IT and blue to help pinch into the site itself.
Slamvish has been unfortunate by the gadget not being activated, but last second was activated. He will die just because of unfortunate timing. A 5v3 yet again. The match point is very close for the Avoli, and from the looks of it, Panoa, they have not too much of a victory chance here. Seems like everything has been fighting against them. Let it be the time, the gadgets, and also the timing. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they need to kill 5 players. That's from the looks of it. That's going to be very much unlikely. Impact's utility will be used and everything. Rusty and Nicky's just a few bullets away from Death Devil. We'll just make it clear that they are going to win this round. As he takes out another player. 10 seconds left. The 2v5. Is it possible? And let's be honest, you said it. Those Goy canisters will take away a lot of time. Nicky's will fall all up to 1 player. He may find 1, but the round had already Divoli written all over it.
Divoli re-establishing that 2-round buffer, claiming match point as well. They're looking to get these 3 points right here, right now, as Panahone are a phenomenal side. These Finnish boys have had such success, especially in the German competition that Sua's been running. They came, I believe came second in that league. Correct me if I'm wrong. So they are like no slouches themselves, but Divoli, maybe is they're just like the late night devils that are the Achilles heel of Panahone. It is getting late. It's probably been a long day for a lot of these players, but Divoli have locked in. They are here to play. They are here to prove a point as they take on some of the T2 giants, and they're doing it convincingly right now. And it all comes down to that strategy. They knew if we get the attacking half out of the way first, we can close the game out on our defense. And that strategy is very rare to see, but it's paying off so well for Divoli right now.
Oh Lord of the world. 2 rounds is what Panoa needs in order to push this here to an overtime. The long road will be a tough one, but it is not impossible, and that is the main key factor for Panoa to focus on right now.
And Panahone, this is do or die now. It's only a best of 1. There's only 3 minutes to go in this round. You need to make every second count. Nifsu, he's not been dropping the banger that we thought he would. He's not living up to that 3 KD, I think it was, though.
Yep.
So he's decided, I'm going to go hop onto the shield and try and be effective that way. I don't blame him in the slightest. We've seen all day today how effective these shields can be. And as you mentioned with the Blackbeard die, it's all about how do you play off the blitz? How do you play with your team to take space effectively? And maybe that blitz and that team play is just what we need. I don't think that Ram gadget has gone where we wanted it to.
Unfortunately, I believe it was more meant to just drop down and also do a little bit more breaching, but there we go. A little bit of utility has been now used to just create more line of sight, just create more entry points, as Nikis finds himself really close on site, just applying a little bit of pressure. Remember last time they just walked on site, got a lot of these kills, but in a 2v2 they couldn't find himself on a successful end. Now players from Panama find himself inside of the building, creeping around, trying to find these kills. So is Diavoli. They're just trying to hold top floor and make sure it stays there for as long as possible.
Panahone spreading themselves across the whole map. I think finally decided that the direct approach is the way to go, as Blitz knocking on the door to site. The verticality is there for the side of Diavoli. The smoke grenades are going to come out from the defense as well as the attack to try and negate this vertical gameplay. And look at these attackers side by side, elbows to elbows, ready to make their way deep in. And it's just Mira playing here. If she needs to make sure she's got the support from above to repel this attack.
So already in a position to go down for a plant, but the smokes have fallen off now. From the side of the smoke from Martaz, we've already used 2 of our smokes. Cannons, there's only 1 more left. 1 C4 that we could be using for that position as we throw down, but the canister comes. He could potentially be sticking this, but he decides to go off it. The call comes through and he knows damn well there's a player waiting on that verticality. So that plant is just going to be so much more difficult now. Time is ticking, and Panama, they need a solution.
The C4 still available for Aaron as well. He's just making sure he's got the right position to be able to get this down. Smoke's going to be saying, look, he's on that default plant. Get the C4 ready as the clock keeps ticking. They're going to need to stick this eventually, but they need to deal with the player above. Maratz is ready for it as well. They're going to have free reign over this vert as he finds a second. Will deny the blitz as well with a headshot to the back of the head. And 4th for the blue team as Divoli starts to run away with this as the banner falls as well. And flawless for Divoli to claim that top spot in style.
The chaotic round at the very end. Panama were looking so great throughout the start, but when the attack came around, everything was already written down. They're only making a great choice to start on the attack and then move to the defense, as that's where they shine the brightest, and proven that even though they had a little bit of a rocky start there at the end, the winning ones of this game. Nighthaven Labs working out pretty well in their favor, and don't worry guys, we're not gonna end the stream that quickly. We're gonna send you guys on a quick little break. We'll be back with an interview as we'll prepare that after this break. So see you guys very soon.
Able to get a kill, but no, going for, I'm not exactly sure what she was going for, but gets shot in the head and puts down. And that's going to mean that it's going to be a little bit easier for the side of the attack. But no, never mind. Another kill going.
Clock is ticking. The kill feed is hungry. The swing in here, just the perfect moment. But Cole's actually able to find Packful as they didn't expect Blood to be outside the main breach. A second one to fall. Now making its way into the site. Cole's comfortable onto the diffuser. Random swings in. And if we can find this last one, no, we don't. Raxo on the other to keep them on even ground, and ground 0 it will be Cats as now 3 against 3 dropping down to the bottom floor, hunt down some of these players as one is stuck on the side of Wine, and it will be Danu. Not much of a chance as Packful there shuts them down, and Geeke, they still have a contender down.
This has to wait. He knows there's still 2 more operators upstairs. He knows that the flanks have to be covered. He can hold the angle as much as he wants to cause as much trouble as he can. They know there's only 2 on site though, so they can't just push and go for drops here. There's the first smoke bringing out, but a lovely shot by pushing as quickly as we can, make sure that we can be prepared for this. Something I do like to see is the Clash pick, because she's very strong, but she's not omnipotent, is the best way to say it.
Yeah, not omnipotent at all, as
60 seconds here. Raven hops down, does find one on towards Coles here, and it seems like Valorant, they might just want to brute force their way in towards this one. They've even thus out. Now here comes the push to Copetus. No, they can't get silly. Here comes the C4, finds a massive pick there, takes down Murara. Beautiful throw.
It applies more phantom pressure for JT to try and repel onto that breach. So I don't think Mira was ever intended in that way, but never mind. Speaking of said Mira, taking a run out to Sarko in a DBNO state, but
electric in here, and a second Twitch goes down.
And the GCSG on the Goyo is going to shut down the DMR as the push going to come through, going to find the Ash as a beautiful swing there out of... Where are you looking? Why are you even there? As Hauxi manages to take down Legion and get a man advantage going into the last 35 seconds of this round. But Kaid able to take down North. The Ram is no longer going to be a player in this round.
Decide that for them. As I said, here comes the Impact team needs to get rid of the Jaeger ADSs. Shock's able to pick up Leon's. Do that. Okay, Sarko just jump straight down. Sure, as he's able to pick up a second. Who let this man loose?
He's on the swing. Actually, can we find another? Yes, that's going to be the Fuser. Fuser are looking to make this comeback. Skipper locked Scababulator. We're into the final two stands. Going to be able to pop the second one as well. What a pre-fire onto Hoxie. Not even giving him a chance to react. And a resort for Geeking. This bunker down, playing across their utility. Now, although the last time they won this round, it was due to a bit of a hero play, they still won it, and results matter most. Although Sakabata is having a bit of difficulties fighting against the verticality in Siri there. You nasty dog, right? So put down easily.
The timer's ticking down. 50 seconds. That Raptors is open now. Nomad could possibly go up to get it, but she does run the risk of any other player, such as this Valkyrie, getting the headshot, taking her head off, and now becoming a 1v3. They know there's one player.
And being brought on the Ying means another 2-4 comes through. And Ryujin are absolutely devastating with this. The shotgun push gonna come through, gonna find 2 players. The 3 players go down to the side of Ryujin. It's still gonna come out.
To come out to give us some advantage in dislodging these defenders. You can see from the overhead cam, Myth are just holding it down. They're waiting with open arms horizon to make this push, and now you can see the smoke and all of this stupidity completely stalling out the attack. And Tridley's going to kick things off for us.
And swinging it again, but he's going to... This is very disjointed, very all around the place, but it's going to be all that Myth currently have left to offer. A close wall bang, not close enough for the counter. He does challenge one. That's going to be one for Akari. Goes up against the player of Pillar. Does deny that bulletproof can run.
Oh, no way. Look again.
It simply won't stand. Hoxie made it.
How could they even try to win this round against 5 defenders? Still 3 smoke canister left. Like, is there really a chance? Maybe he sneaky kill onto Spiral, but he doesn't get it! No! Oh no, the trade's there. He's still just injured. Maybe.
And this clearing of the roam has been really good from the side of SB, but they need to start pushing their way on the site. They're able to find a kill. Is Joker on this flank? The Valve somehow managed to find upstairs, and I don't know. The comms are not coming through as Edward able.
Well, you're right about that. For now, pre-fire rings out C4 in and does not get the pick, though. But now, Smoke close to the shotgun. Sarko getting one of his own. Taking out another one. Slayer getting another perfect shot. Svendo, last one standing. Sorry,
Still onto Mix. It's going to be the opening here for the side of UA. And they're looking to continue it so far, not giving them the easiest of times, even though spotted out to pre-fire their main reload. Bad timing. Mix catches them. The second here for UA, and they're giving Panaway a lot more trouble on the upper ground, but all the way below.
Quite a false play, but Packable going to be testing the spade against a long-range gunfight, especially with the SMG-11. As long as you can recoil control of it, it's a deadly weapon. He's jumping against Trophy with the help of Packable. It will be quickly put to rest, but Chua going to be returned to Ryujin, even though the equalizer. There's going to be the Blackberry. Mostly it's going to be destruction of ground and utility that they rock. Something that Ryujin aren't necessarily relying on too much, as we see by the roster, but just going in. Skipper has made his way into Fireplace and caught Niaz with his pants down, and that's your mute as well. But most important,
Jono takes down Hungry. This smoke is not going to be a factor as long as this Warden has his ability up and available. Z4 not quite going to come out yet, but Rexton on the Nook, able to find 2, as Voltan does manage to find one, but Hort quickly trades out onto Zera. Aren't necessarily that bad, but it means you're going to be a little bit short on utility overall, as the impact nade comes through and shorted on the Ella, able to take down Lamb, finding the headshot. And I mean, I'm sure Lamb, though a lot of potential here, should be favoring Signitas in terms of man count, but Panu strikes quickly. The trade comes through from short and into a 2v1 as Mixu takes down Danu. No time left. They have to go fast here. Short and have to
agree. Warden still alive, still in the bathroom. Any long angles here though are not their friends.
No way.
Oh,
what is this?
Staring at each other.
He's just staring at him and he doesn't even know. He could have shot and he would have found the kill.
But they're going to be blocked down by the mute. Look at diagonally. They're just waiting for it to happen. Mating going to be able to pick up the first one going into the execution, although quickly followed up a lot of damage onto James, even him a bullet away. Just from circling down the pistol flank, it's Mark Lashley with Layer May team fighting back against the...
And that trick off as the Ram going down so early to Dynamite. Dynamite is impenetrable right now, as Arcari able to find one as well. And this round is going from bad to worse, but no Pozo able to take down Atari at least. That is going to be the top board of losing the ring.
This bandit trick was on the board, so a little bit of adaptation required. And you can see Panahonek getting very similar pacing, spreading themselves out, being rewarded as well, and Mila gets caught out. So a nice little opening coming in from the side of Panahonek.
Here we are back again. I said it's gonna be a quick little break, and here we are ready for the interview. So, Amgens, I heard you got yourself a wonderful guest on the board, so I'm gonna send the interview to you and Devil.
See you in the interview.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Devils. Welcome. Congratulations, first of all. Absolute huge W for you today, taking on your closest competitors. And what a way to win it as well. What were the vibes like before you went into the game, and how are you feeling now?
We were like saying that they're not the best team and we can just do it. I mean, like they're playing good, but we are just like on the same level as them, I think. And they just like have Finn vibes, we have Russian vibes, and that's all.
Nice. Everyone on the same page, the vibes are good before the game, and there must have been some confidence going into this game as well. You were given the option to choose side on Labs. You guys chose to start on the attacking half, which is generally the harder side, and it paid off really well for you guys. What was the sort of thinking of picking the harder side going into what was a pretty decent matchup for you guys?
When we're just like starting the game, even in defense or just attack, we just like sometimes throw rounds, like different rounds, because I don't know, we need to like warm up maybe first 3 rounds or something. And that's why we just like picking attack, because we need like only 2 or 3 rounds and we are gonna win. Everyone just feel it.
That's what we love to see, because I believe, if my math is correct, you guys went 6 rounds flawless without dropping any rounds in those rounds to win the game outright. I think you were definitely good and warm by the time you switched to your defensive half. How did you guys stay focused when you were down a couple of rounds on the attacking half?
I just said that they just like playing aggressive and we just need to like focus on it and just wait for them, and after that we just like win maybe first round and like second one, I think.
Nice, because it paid off beautifully for you guys. You were patient, you were waiting for those pushes to come in, especially that last round. You had Smoke playing above to deny the time. You also had the Mirror C4 to be able to deny that plant. How did you keep an eye on where the backstab might come from, as well as keeping an eye on those players at bottom EXO? Was it chaotic in the comms, or did everyone know their role and was focused on what they needed to do?
Everyone just knew that one guy need to like hold verse, one guy like need to C4, and everything like that. And we just like communicate together to help like with these things, yeah.
I mean, you guys were absolutely cooking. That team chemistry was in full effect today. As you said, those Russian vibes helping out a lot, which is great to see. Going forward, this will be the last question I ask you before you let you go. What do you think you guys need to do, or is there any preparations you can do to take yourselves to the next level? Maybe go for those EML challenger spots, make it further in the official T2 tournaments. What sort of improvements are you guys looking to make?
If you're talking that what we need to do, I think we need to like more focus on our things, on our attacks and something like this. And I think we are gonna like make something. I hope like about Challenger League or just South Bridge, but we'll see.
I have my fingers crossed for you, so I wish you the best of luck. Again, congratulations on the win today. It was phenomenal watching you guys get to play. So that'll be the end of the interview. So I wish you luck in the future, Devils. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you guys.
I think we're back, Di. I think we are back.
Thank you so much, Del, for giving us that insight into the team mentality, but also into the game. I mean, at the end of the day, as they said, they came into the game, they knew they're strong competitors, but they deep down had the confidence to say they're the better team. They're going to get out of this by picking the attack first to warm up a little bit and let those first few sloppy rounds go away because they are strong in the defense, and they just said it. So they're very well picked to start on the attack here. And again, not underestimating your teammates. Also, Devil making a good point with they knew they were going to play aggressive. They were playing aggressive. Let's just focus on that. Let's just bring it down and tone it down a little bit. And after that, it worked out perfectly.
I mean, what a day of Siege we've had. We had some spicy games today. I believe our third game was an absolute stomp. It was exciting in its own way. Psychopaths showing us their absolute class. They seem to be back on form, which we love to see. But if I'm not wrong, we're on Playday 5 out of 14 die. But there's a long way to go in this group stage with one big group. And before we do anything else, let's take a look at the standings and see how these teams rank at the end of today's Playday and see who we want to be keeping an eye on for Wednesday, which I believe is the next Playday.
Well, as said, there were a few teams who had to redo, who had to play a few more matches today. And Geeky, while we were watching our matches today, they just hadn't decided to play one more for themselves, and they find themselves now on the top. Well, if that match wouldn't have happened, it would have been Diavoli on the very, very top. So just keep that in mind for the stream. Diavoli's on the top, but Geeky slightly in the back. Just play one more game. So they've played 6 games right now on 13 points in Diavoli. Look at them. They're right up with them, but they've only played 5 games. So right now, Diavoli actually has a better game plan than from the side of Geeky. But other than that, it is the top 6 who's gonna make it to playoffs. And as you said, it is the start with day number 5 of so many more days. But in the end, it will be those very first few 1 points who's gonna make it out in the end. Because you don't want to be battling for the 6th spot at the very end. You want to make sure you're in that top from the very start.
And luckily for those teams between the 5th to 8th mark, it's extremely close. A couple of fixtures against any of those teams, those will be big wins, and especially for Myth, right? A huge win today to take them up to 6 points against the absolute dominant GK, and it was a phenomenal result from them. They were not really having a great run of it. They managed to band it together and get themselves a lot closer to that mid-pack and sort of escape that relegation zone. You can see Raijin and Team VIP really been struggling so far in this series. UAIN getting some wins on the board, getting themselves some good points, bumping them out of that relegation zone. But especially for Myth, as well as Psychopaths, huge points today to secure themselves in that mid-pack to make sure they've got a bit of a buffer away from that relegation zone.
Exactly, and at the end of the day, it's just the beginning. Even though we're slowly but steady going to that middle and then very, very much soon to the end. Points at the beginning will be very important, but there's many more days to come. So even if you find yourself now at the very bottom, there's always a chance to come back, and you never know. There will be maybe moments where you will defeat the Titans, just like EK Myth today, with a little bit of a really, really good, well-played game. I mean, them taking on Geeky and making sure they stay on the top, that was very, very well played. And I mean, I did message Akari, and he did say after so many times losing to them, it felt like the victory that was needed for their mentality to just get them that victory against Geeky. And what better than that today? A few upsets and a few also runovers by Psychopaths with 7-0. But I hate to break this to you guys. It's the end of the stream. I'm against any last words before we send the people into a lovely night.
First thing is, the copium was strong today. The predictions were on point. We had some of the teams were not the favourites to go into these games coming out on top, which is great to see. I believe 3-1 for predictions from the UK boys on staff today. The mainland losing out 3-1 in the predictions. But as always, massive thank you to Rowan and the Unnamed Gamer for being our producer and observer today. It's not possible to make this show without them. And as always, a massive thank you to all those watching. We hope you have enjoyed the phenomenal siege that we had today. It was great hanging out with you, Dai, and hopefully we'll see you here on Voltage a little bit more often.
Who knows, I might turn the corner more often, a little bit in the wrong turn, you know, just to find myself here on Mondays and Tuesday on a Voltage League cast. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have to send you guys on a lovely night. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Hope you guys enjoyed the game. See you guys next time on the next day of Voltage Age number 6, because then even more teams are deciding to get them points and other teams are gonna have to walk away with no points at all. So have a great night and see you guys next time.